All right. I dug this up from The Anomalous, bless your heart, theanomalous.com. And we've got it up at arpel.com right now. A video that's taken the internet by storm, and deservedly so. I guess The Anomalous was chasing links all day, all afternoon, trying to get a copy of it, but there were copyright issues, said they. But good for them. They got it. They got a mirror site, and then we finally found it up, I think, on YouTube. This is an alien. It's not really an alien, but it might as well be. I'm going to try and pronounce it. It's a Stygomedusa gigantea. Maybe. I might have gotten that right. I might not have. It was floating near an ROV in the Gulf of Mexico. It has been seen before, but I don't think we've ever seen this good a picture of it. I don't know what you'd call it, but it's not anything that looks like it comes from Earth. That's for sure. So you can take a look at it if you want. It's up at arpel.com, and it'll blow your mind. And then this other item caught my attention today. Hackers say they have exposed unfaithful partners across the world. There's this cheating site, a website Ashley Madison, where, if you want to cheat on your partner. I guess what happened is somebody hacked into it, and the hackers said, look, either you take your site down, stop doing what you're doing, or we're going to dump this data. Well, dump the data. Apparently, they did. They accused people using the site, the owners, of deceit, incompetence, said the company had refused to bow to their demands to close the site, so they took matters into their own hands, and there's a lot of information out there, which includes names, addresses, credit card info, those who were part of it. Whew, what a mess that's going to be. And what a mess we've got on our hands tonight in more than one way. By the way, on behalf of Keith Rowland, he is going through some renewal jitters. That's, I guess, the way I would put it. Some of the people who joined, I don't know, like a month ago, are getting notices that they're expired. Don't worry, you're not expired. Well, I mean, maybe they technically think you are. It has something, Keith tells me, to do with the difference between West Coast time and Greenwich Mean Time. And that's all I know right now. Otherwise, I know, don't worry, don't email Keith. He's already having little digital babies. So, okay, in a moment, we're going to do something awfully serious, and it really, really is awfully serious. I like doing lighter shows, but, the question is, would our own United States government shoot down a civilian airplane with 230 passengers and crew by either not intentionally, you can't, I can't imagine that. Would they do it by mistake and then cover it up? I guess we're going to find out tonight. A lot of new stuff is going to be here. So coming next is Bill Burns, a New York Times bestselling author, the creator, consulting producer, writer, and lead host of History Channel's UFO Hunters, and one of the creators and guest experts on history's ancient aliens. He is currently featured as a commentator on Discovery's Unsolved NASA Files and the upcoming Reels TV Dr. Feelgood. Burns' forthcoming books are The Life and Times of Mickey Rooney in October, Psychiatric Criminology in January, UFO Hunters Book 2 in January, and Edison's Last Invention, The Spirit Phone, coming this spring. Fascinating stuff. Burns holds a PhD and a JD, was a National Endowment for the Humanities Fellow, and is co-host of the Dark Matter Digital Network's Future Theater with co-host Nancy Burns on Monday nights from 10 p.m. Eastern. With him will be Jim Sanders. Just so you know, Jim joined Seal Beach, Orange County Police Department back in 1966, straight out of college, specialized in accident investigation for a majority of his career, medically retired in 1977, completed his B.S. degree at Christopher Newport University, Virginia in 79, worked in politics 80 through 85, ran a primary congressional campaign against John McCain, was the first executive director of the Virginia Legislative Caucus, began investigating federal lawlessness because of a conversation he had with Wall Street journalist in 1986. Soldiers of Misfortune was his first book, co-authored with Mark Sauter. In 82, The Men We Left Behind. 93, The Downing of TWA Flight 800. 1997, Altered Evidence. 2000, First Strike, co-author Jack Cashill. 2003, co-produced a documentary with Jack Cashill in 2004. Very prolific, huh? Currently working on the definitive book on TWA Flight 800 and a second book that will, for the first time, give the factual story of the behind-the-scenes war between White House extremists and a secret American military intelligence unit tracking the communist influence surrounding FDR and the KGB's monitoring of the military intelligence unit. Now, again, to me, the whole thing comes down to, would we, if we did by mistake shoot down an aircraft with 230 people on it, passengers and crew, would we hide that? Would we cover it up? By the end of this night, I guess you will know. That's what they tell me. So coming up in a moment, Bill Burns and TWA Flight 800. Bill Burns and Jim Sanders. Bill and Jim, welcome to Midnight in the Desert.
Thank you.
All right, you know what I just did? Just to start this out here, I Googled TWA Flight 800 just to see here's what came up. In 1996, TWA Flight 800 was shot down south of Long Island. The government of the United States, despite the embarrassment of having been caught in court rigging lab tests and lying in its reports, is still officially attributing the disaster to a spark in the center fuel tank, while government spokespeople insist the witnesses who saw a missile hit the jumbo jet are all drunks. Anybody want to react to that?
Well, that's amazingly, they managed to sell that to the New York media, and of course the gray lady, the New York Times, kind of ran with whatever the FBI sent them, and NBC ran with whatever the NTSB sent them. But to believe that the news media of the United States would believe that New Yorkers, I mean, I'm from the West, so I'm willing to believe a lot about New Yorkers. Yeah, they when they see something going up, it's actually something coming down. Yeah, and it was just pathetic, and of course it went on into the residue that I got a hold of, and how can a thermite product be glue used by airlines?
All right, well, let us begin at the beginning, and that would be July 17th of 96, when it did go down. And by the way, I want to tell everybody, go to artbell.com. You're probably already there looking at that sea creature. If you click on the picture of tonight's guests, you will then notice something else loads, and that's going to be two things, 2 still photographs and a video that you can see. Now, you don't have to be a rocket scientist, I mean that quite literally, to look at what you guys have presented, particularly the video, not that it's great quality, but what is there, clearly shows the trail of a missile going up, not down, not fuel spilling down, and that's the old story I heard. It's something going up to meet that aircraft that then explodes. Well, the human mind does a funny thing when it sees that. It goes, well, look at that, a missile, and then an airplane getting destroyed. About right?
You're absolutely right. That's what happened. Yeah. This person who shot the video it was a beautiful night. The sun was setting. The moon was a crescent moon. I think the Venus was between its points. Beautiful night. And he's filming that. And then all of a sudden, out of the corner of his eye in a different direction, he sees a contrail, a missile going up.
Right.
And he focuses the camera on that. And he even says, it looks like a rocket. And he and his friend are looking at this thing, and then there's an explosion in the distance. and the FBI seized that video, took it from this person, locked it away for 19 years, and it was Jim's ability to wind his way through the system of Freedom of Information Act and mandatory disclosures that eventually pried that video out from the government, and it's sitting right here, and it's declassified.
Can I ask a question about the video?
Yes.
Was it shot upside down?
No, it wasn't shot upside down, but it was shot by the world's worst amateur cameraman.
All right. Well, I'm sort of half making a joke. It's not a joke at all. The only way that could not be a missile going up would be if the whole thing was shot upside down. And finally, the camera wasn't drunk, was it?
No, the camera wasn't drunk. And to add to that story, I first picked up on it from a Fox News team that was out on Long Island that night trying to buy that video from the cameraman.
God, I remember that. I remember the report of that.
Right. And it actually was bought by someone that we believe was NBC, but we can't prove it, but we do have circumstantial evidence that it was, because all these years that I've gone around talking, people swear they actually saw it once and they were glued to the TV the rest of the night and it never showed up again. And
all right. I hate to do this to you two guys because I've got to. On my Facebook, I announced we were going to sort of blow open the whole TWA 800 story. And inevitably, somebody popped in and wrote, "What's TWA 800?" So, enough time has gone by, guys, that we've got people who don't even remember this. So tell them where that flight started, who was on it, where it was going.
Jim, go ahead.
Okay, it started out at JFK Airport. It took off about 20 minutes after 8 p.m. out of JFK on the 17th of July, 1996, before a lot of your audience was probably even born, and was headed for Paris. So it comes out of JFK and kind of sweeps around and heads east. It's south of Long Island over the water, but it's only about 9 miles out over the water. So people standing on the shoreline, and it's at dusk, but there's plenty of light out there. I know because I went and stood where some of these key eyewitnesses were at the same time that they saw what they saw, and you can very clearly see a 747 as it's climbing out into the sky. And I'll just use witness 73, a lady from Madison, North Carolina. She had her tootsies in the water and was looking, and she'd been in the travel business, and she sees this 747 level off lower than it should have leveled off, which is exactly what happened. And she goes, "Oh, my God, I wonder where they're going, and I wish I was on board." And then shortly thereafter, she goes, "Well, maybe not," because out of the corner of her eye, her testimony, she sees a missile sweeping up towards Flight 800, right side. It looks like it's going to fly by it on the right side, and it makes a sharp left and comes in and hits the airliner right where the leading edge of the right wing fastens to the fuselage. Yeah. And it was in an upward angle and came, and went up through the fuselage in the business class and out the top. She saw that, and the FBI has refused to believe that she actually saw that, and we don't understand why. And the CIA, let me just wrap it up with this one on Witness 73. I filed a FOIA with Freedom of Information Act with the CIA to get their paperwork saying why they do not believe her.
Can I back you up and ask you one question about the testimony? She said that it leveled off before it should have. And
it did.
Okay, what do we know about that? What leveled off at flight level what?
13,000, just over 13,000 feet, because there was other traffic that it had to hold for.
Okay, so it was ordered to do that by air traffic.
Right, it was ordered to do that,
Right,
correct.
by ATC.
Gotcha. Okay, good.
Right, and so the CIA sends me a thing back, kind of a hate letter, which that's kind of the norm for me and them, and says that they simply do not have the ability to find such paperwork in their files, and it would be too burdensome for them to try to manually find it. That's their excuse for not being able to tell the world of their genius interpretation of what she clearly said. And we have her exact statement.
Okay, so they didn't actually down at the bottom of the letter saying, by the way, we really hate you.
Well, no, but things get really pissy, and I hope that's not too much of a swear word.
No.
Between me and the FBI and the CIA and the Justice Department, when they found out that for some reason, I don't know why, because I got it legally, they apparently didn't know that I got a hold out of their files legally, this visual of what actually happened. And they have really been, let's say, not happy since then.
Oh, I bet.
See, they know that the truth is out there, but the reason that Flight 800 was there, and this is important too, is that was a military operations area. That's Whiskey 104 over southern Long Island. And that went hot because there was a test of this program called the Cooperative Engagement Capability that night. That was scheduled. What happened was there were thunderstorms over Chicago that night, and the connecting flight to Flight 800 was held up at O'Hare. So Flight 800, which was an international flight, was held up so the connecting flight could get into JFK.
Sure.
That's why that plane was late going through Whiskey 104, not knowing the area was hot.
How late was it?
Not warned. And the Navy was warned.
How late?
About 30
an
minutes.
hour.
Yeah, about an hour, yeah.
An hour. That's a long time.
Yeah, my wife worked for TWA, and at that time they would hold up planes, international in particular. They would hold them up for a long, long time so that people wouldn't miss their connection.
Yep, I get it. Is it Whiskey 104 or 108?
105.
105.
Come on, guys, get your numbers right here. Whiskey 105, okay?
Right.
And tell me what Whiskey 105 was, a military exercise area of some sort.
Right. The Cooperative Engagement Capability Program, which was a $1 trillion program, literally, to take the United States military into the 21st century, was tested because the Navy was the primary on this. And there was all these zones that are south of Long Island for doing different sorts of tests. And I got out of NASA, of all places, the paperwork proving that there were 6 days' worth of CEC exercises going on starting that night when TWA Flight 800 was shot down. And there's little doubt that CEC was involved in this.
So what kind of assets, if that's the right word, would we have had in this area?
We had destroyers and cruisers that were called AEGIS, Aegis destroyers and cruisers that were connected. That's CEC was part of that. All of these radars, there could be massive interference. They could steam in. This was supposed to be the final sign-off so that CEC could go into combat, and it had to be signed off by September 1st. Per Congress, otherwise they were going to defund it. So they had that. Every ship that the Navy had that had the Aegis on it was out in those waters that night.
Okay.
And then you had a submarine, and you had the Seawolf, and the Seawolf was doing inshore exercises on anti-aircraft exercises, and it was literal, which meant that's what the Navy thought it would be fighting, inshore types of engagements, supporting Marines, supporting the establishment of airfields. And the Seawolf, which was not yet commissioned, so when the Navy said we had no sub there that night, they were right. It was not yet commissioned, but the Seawolf was there undergoing testing in the CEC program.
Okay.
And it had a unique weapon system on it. It was the first American sub to be able to, from underwater, launch an anti-aircraft missile. It all connected into CEC because the Seawolf was supposed to go into the littoral warfare, which is shallow water is what it means. They go in first, and they're there, and there's other CEC-capable subs once this thing gets going, and they then protect the fleet as it comes in. That's what the Seawolf. It was a $2 billion sub, which was a lot of money back in the 1990s, a tremendous amount of money. And Congress wasn't going to fund anymore unless it proved its ability in the littoral warfare.
Mm-hmm.
Guess how much money Congress spent on it after July 17th, 1996?
How much?
$0. Yeah, so Congress unofficially knew the truth about what had gone on out there. Not everybody in Congress, but the people at the very senior levels.
All right, so there were all kinds of things out there in this Whiskey 105 area. How big an area was that?
I can't give you the exact dimension, but it's huge.
Okay.
It's
huge.
It's huge, and CEC goes all the way down to Virginia Beach, Virginia. So, and all the way up to Long Island. Yeah.
All right. Is there any indication that the U.S. military had any sort of, target vehicles that it was going to fly over the area for a test? In other words, was anything like that scheduled, or could you find out?
Yes.
Yes?
Linda Cabot two things. One, I have documents saying that they were going to use 2 different types of drones. And the other is there was a lady named Linda Cabot, was at a Republican meeting near the shore, near West Hampton, and she didn't even know it that night, but while she was taking photos, took a photo of a drone that was over land, and that's important because one of the things the Seawolf has to do and the CEC has to do is to be able to track in civilian airliners. You have all the clutter of land, and they're supposed to be able to track that drone. Well, here's the drone over land,
right,
and it's on her 35-millimeter camera, and the FBI refuses to give me quality photos of that.
When was this? What time?
This was, it was approximately, cameras in those days didn't have the little gizmos that generally show up on pictures these days, but it was about, in the 8:30 time frame, just a few minutes at best before Flight 800 went down.
Oh, God. The radar signature, Aegis is pretty good stuff even today. The radar they've got is extremely impressive. A 747 presents one hell of a radar signature, right?
Yes, it does. Yes.
So are we concluding here that somebody on the ground, is this your conclusion, that somebody on the ground thought that they were firing at one of these drones, these targets, and it mistakenly fired at a commercial airliner? Is that the bottom line here?
Loosely. The thing you have to remember is in CEC there's no human interaction. It's all computer.
That's the whole point. A robot fired the missile. An algorithm fired the missile. No human intervention. Exactly. And since Flight 800 was not supposed to be there, essentially what happened was the missile was targeted. It was launched. A platform was designated by a computer. The launch platform was executed. The missile was fired, and that's when Flight 800 flew through and then had to settle down at 13,000 feet because there was air traffic overhead. And the missile, which was semi-active radar, homed in on a plane that wasn't supposed to be there.
Do you know what kind of homing mechanism this state-of-the-art at that time missile was using?
They had 4 possibilities, so we're making our best estimate, our best guess at what it was they were using, and on top of my head, I cannot recall, but they had 4 possibilities before the Seawolf, which I believe it was the launch vehicle of the first missile, the smaller missile that was seen by 2 absolutely critical witnesses as it was launched and shortly after launch.
All right,
and
listen.
It took off, and the one that witness 73 saw.
All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. We're at a break.
Dark Matter News. I'm Leo Ashcraft. Deadly Portuguese man-of-war jellyfish with tentacles as long as 5 London buses. People have been reporting these sightings all around the English coastline, prompting fears of invasion among conservationists. Normally living far from land and the ocean, experts from the Marine Conservation Society say the Society's survey team has received many reports of them near the shoreline this year. The venomous jellyfish, which can reach 160 feet in length, can be deadly. Even with their massive size, swimmers and surfers are not always able to spot them before they are stung, and a single touch from these massive monsters can be deadly. Last month, there were 30 reports from locals in the southern English counties of Devon and Cornwall. Experts are saying the data suggests that a significant recent rise in the numbers of some jellyfish species in the UK seas is underway. But why is this happening? Some suggest global warming is to blame. Researchers so far have been baffled. In 2013, there were 1,000 reports involving hundreds of thousands of jellyfish in England. Last year, the number of reports increased again to over 1,400. And by July this year, the survey had already recorded over 1,000 reports. August is usually a peak month for jellyfish sightings, and so 2015 looks to be another record breaker. The creature's venomous tentacles can deliver a painful sting, similar to a cut with a knife, with rash-like symptoms developing immediately. The Marine Conservation Society said the rise in the number of jellyfish around the British coast can be no longer ignored. A rare fire rainbow appeared in the sky over South Carolina on Sunday evening. Social media eagerly shared images of the fire rainbow, which appeared in wispy clouds over the Isle of Palm, South Carolina. Some people on Twitter said the rainbow looked like angels' wings, while others likened it to a whale tail. For a fire rainbow to appear, the sun must be at an altitude of at least 58 degrees above the horizon. In order to produce the rainbow colors, the sun's rays must enter the ice crystals at a precise angle to give the prism effect of the color spectrum. Fire rainbows are neither fire nor rainbows, but are so called because of their brilliant pastel colors and flame-like appearance. A circumhorizontal arc is an optical phenomenon, an ice halo formed by the refraction of the sun, or moonlight in plate-shaped ice crystals suspended in the atmosphere. These are typically found in cirrus or cirrostratus clouds. In its full form, the arc has the appearance of a large, brightly spectrum-colored band running parallel to the horizon, located below the sun or moon. Dark Matter News. A creepy doll, known as the Camera Shy doll, was previously in one of the most haunted houses in the world, the home of wealthy Captain Jack Geiger and his 12 children. Located in Key West, Florida, a number of spooky sightings and weird sensations have been witnessed in this house. But no stories are more terrifying than that of the Camera Shy doll that lived there. When a cholera epidemic was sweeping town, many sick children were brought to the nursery, where they would spend their last days in this room, hidden away from the fearful residents. The house was opened as a museum in 1960, and that's when this doll was placed in a toy box. Ghost hunters and passerbys have witnessed ghostly children laughing, crying, and playing in the nursery. The captain himself has been seen walking with his daughter Hannah in the gardens. The doll is said to have belonged to Hannah, whose strange, eerie portrait still hangs in the house. The doll is said to have walked out of the house on its own. The museum manager was constantly being called to investigate alarms being tripped by movement in the house. The activity would always be from the doll's room. Security frequently reported seeing something in the window, but when they went to investigate, there was never anyone there. Whenever visitors tried to take photos of the strange-looking doll, they all experienced problems with their cameras. The house is said to be one of the most haunted in the world. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
Well, okay. My guests, Bill Burns, Jim Sanders, the subject TWA 800, 747, jumbo jet. 230 total passengers, crew on board. After 8 o'clock at night, leaving New York about an hour late, headed for Paris. Then we've got the military out in what is described as W-105 with all kinds of Aegis stuff, submarines, destroyers, that kind of thing. We've got drones that are in the air, presumably to do some sort of test with all the W-105 stuff. And we've got this jumbo jet leaving New York about an hour late and leveling out way below what would ultimately be cruising altitude. Then we seem to have a missile. I think that all of you, before commenting, should go up and look at this video. No question about it. It is a missile, and it's going up, not down. It's a missile. The question is, whose missile is it? Well, gentlemen, welcome back. One shot in the dark here. If this had been somebody else's missile, as in any foreign power anywhere, we would have been all over it immediately, right?
Absolutely.
That's correct.
One thing you have to remember, that is not a little tiny contrail of a shoulder-fired missile. So man-pads is what they're called. That's out. As soon as the FBI saw that, they knew beyond any doubt this was a big stomping missile, and it ends up this is the backstop missile, the second missile that was fired to take out the first missile that was going in awry, and we don't know exactly what went wrong. But in the test, that missile was supposed to intercept something when there was civilian traffic around, and the drone was supposed to come out of a landmass, which it did, and we got photos of it over the landmass, and for some reason it locked on to the wrong target, and so this big missile that you see in the video is the backstop missile, the second missile that did all the damage on the front and left front side of the 747.
Okay. Question. It is my understanding that if the military is going to do something like this, they send out a notice to airmen, I thought. Now, they did send out a notice to airmen, so it was sent out.
Yeah, it was sent out, and for some reason, the folks at JFK, the air traffic controllers, didn't alert the plane that W-105 had gone hot. There was an exercise going on. The plane never knew.
The plane never knew.
I don't think the
air controllers
were supposed to be notified, actually, when you think about it. Yeah, because this is supposed to be something that they can do at any time, and civilian airliners can fly through it, no problems, anywhere in the world, and everybody will be safe except the bad people.
Okay. All right. I saw I've seen any number of programs in which they explain, standing usually in the center or what's left of the center fuel tank, exactly what happened. With a couple of wires, they say, delivering some sort of voltage to the fuel that was remaining in there. There was residual amount of fuel, so it really made a big bang. That's their excuse of what happened, right?
And there's not one shred of evidence backing that up. If you read their documentation, the final report in particular, they will say, well, if we had found this part, we would be able to prove this. And if we had found that part, we would be able to prove that. Yeah. And they keep doing that for a while. Then they go, therefore, with the evidence we just presented, we declare it to be. Yeah. And it's just
they never found the wires. They never found the wires at all. In fact, years later, we were doing an episode of UFO Hunters out in New Mexico. And there, before the hangar where we were filming, was a 747. Mm-hmm. Why is a 747 at this old airfield? So there was an engineer there, and I asked him, what are you doing? He says, well, this is the test. This is one of the test craft for figuring out how the center wing tank blew up on Flight 800.
I see.
And I said, well, did you guys ever find out how it did? And he said, no, the center wing tank never blew up. And this was an FAA guy.
Yeah, and let me tell you, the most important thing in this is by virtue of being indicted, the judge, the one good thing she did was gave me 3 hours and allowed me to bring 2 attorneys to defend myself. Wait
a minute, indicted? You indicted?
I was indicted for investigating the investigators who were covering up the downing of TWA Flight 800.
Oh, wait. How do you get indicted for investigating anybody?
Well, there's a good question. You're not supposed to, but as the book will outline, it's a long story.
Well, we can't do a long story, but give me the short version. I really want to know, how did you get indicted for investigating?
Because
basically, go ahead. It's the government set aside its own protocols for investigating a journalist. Jim was a journalist for the Riverside Press Enterprise, a credentialed journalist in the state of California. Mm-hmm. And the government, knowing the 2 previous books that Jim had written that put him on the Defense Department's radar, The Men Who Left Behind and Soldiers of Misfortune, basically saying that we left behind soldiers in World War II in Korea, and then, of course, it was full course that we did the same thing in Vietnam. And the Defense Department knew this, so they knew that Jim was basically a pain. And what the government did was they ignored the fact that Jim was a credentialed journalist and seized his mail. and seized a whole bunch of materials that they shouldn't have done. Then they went back and they argued, oh, gee, we didn't know he was a journalist, even though he came to their attention as a journalist. That being done, they then claimed that Jim was at the center of a criminal investigation, not a journalistic investigation, but a criminal investigation for suborning the theft of material from a federal crash site. And that was the linchpin they used to, A, try to prevent Jim from writing the book in the first place, and B, trying to take Liz Sanders, his wife, as a hostage to prevent Jim from writing the book. And that's how this whole thing got started.
Oh, my God.
Right. The story that broke, that where the FBI and the Department of Justice and the White House and everybody else figured out, oh, it's this guy. My name, it was in the March 10th, 1997, front page, Riverside Press Enterprise. When they found my name where it said James Sanders, just to the left of it was investigative reporter James Sanders. Throughout the entire 4 years of the case, they refused to acknowledge that they could see those two words, investigative reporter.
Yes.
And if they couldn't see those two words, then everything they did in seizing all the stuff, my phone records and FedEx records and everything, that allowed them to find one of my most significant source, that would have all been illegal and they'd have had to throw it out. But if they simply couldn't see those two words in that newspaper, we even took it into court, and my attorney takes it up to the judge and points out, see, Judge, right there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and the judge, so what? So that's the kind of stuff that we had to deal with, including the purging of the jury of anybody who was smart enough, which doesn't take a lot of brains, to figure out that the government may cover up, and the judge intensely interviewed everybody, threw out more than half the jury pool on her own, because she only wanted jurors who believed that the government couldn't engage in a cover-up. She said, I will not have a jury in my room in which any juror believes that the government is capable of doing such a thing.
You know, guys, once I would say that, hold on a second. I would say there was a day in my life, and I'm pretty old now, 70. There was a day in my life when I never in a million years would believe the government was capable of a cover-up. In fact, when the FBI would come out and, do their little speech, as they used to do in the older days, about who they just caught, I bought every, word, hook, line, and sinker. The government, this was America. They're our government. They can't do any wrong. So there was a day like that in America for those of us who were old enough, and that day is not today.
Yeah, Bill and I are both your age, and I know for a fact that's exactly the way I was brought up to believe exactly what you're saying. And if I hadn't first gone through investigating an old cover-up from World War II having to do with prisoners of war, and hadn't seen how they come after you, me, as a journalist, when you're doing something that old, why would they do such a thing? Type thing. If I hadn't had that in my background, I doubt that I would have been able to slog through this.
All right, so how solid is your proof that their mechanical failure story just is, absolutely not true?
It's 100% solid. You have a missile going up, and unless you have 100 fat geese coming down, you've got a plane coming down. That video is in the FBI files. It was hidden there. It took me 19 years after I was told that such a thing existed to slowly gather the paperwork trail, as the FBI, when they put out thousands of pages, just massive document dumps to different people, I would go through there, and I slowly built my little inventory of paperwork until I finally came up with a file number where it was and exactly what they had done. They had sent it down to Quantico, Virginia for an analysis, and it came back, and I have all the paperwork for that, and it came back, and then it was stuck in this file. And when I filed my mandatory, I got it. So now you start the story with that video out of their files, and they declare that there is no other paperwork attached to it. So we've got them cold. That's in their files. It's not if in fact they thought, well, gee, maybe somebody manufactured this, or maybe, it was some other missile going up and some other plane coming down, that paperwork would be there.
Right. No. That's the real McCoy, and there's no mistaking what it is. I hope everybody goes to artbell.com, click on these two gentlemen, and then what's below it includes this video that we're talking about right now, showing a missile going up. That's all there is. It's going up.
And then Jim interviewed the witnesses.
Well,
basically.
I remember the night it happened, guys. I remember the night it happened. And I remember the media going around interviewing all kinds of people. And I remember then that these people, some of them got interviewed by the FBI. FBI never even bothered to talk to some of them. And discounted so much of the eyewitness testimony, and there was a lot of it. Boy, in the early days of the coverage of this, my God, there was a lot of eyewitness testimony, and it just all got squished.
That's
the
right.
FBI and the CIA collaborated with each other to alter the key witness statements. Mike Wire, which we have a transcript of a meeting between the Defense Intelligence Agencies and the CIA and the FBI, and why they have a transcript of it, I don't have a clue, but they did, and they said, well, Mike Wire, witness 571, standing on Beach Lane Bridge. Boy, if what his first statement, if it's accurate, that was a missile. But we went back and re-interviewed him. We didn't want to leave a stone unturned. Honest to God, this crap's actually in these things. And Mike goes, oh, man, I should have had a V8. No, I didn't see that missile like my statement said. I didn't see anything until it was 20 degrees up in the sky. Well, I got to know Mike Wire, and Mike Wire is the most straight arrow guy in the entire world. And Mike Wire says, that never happened. I never changed my story, and I never talked to him again. It was all made up. And they made up another story for Witness 73, and they hid Witness 740, who backs up Mike Wire. And it just goes on and on and on. They altered not just witnesses' statements, that reconstruction where you were talking about, the guy standing in the center wing tank, massively altered. And I can prove that with photos. I have pre-altered photos and post-altered photos.
Wow.
They altered that so that the missile that Witness 73 saw come up the right side, it was a thermite warhead. Intense heat damage was on the right side. And there is, in fact, intense heat damage before they covered it all up.
And there's physical trace evidence from the seat backs in business class.
Yeah, that I want to ask
Jim
about.
had analyzed.
What there was some kind of residue there, apparently, right?
There was.
What was it?
And it was a red residue, and it was from. It took me months after. And I just need to say this. Preface this. It took me about 6 months after the article came out on March 10th, 1997, before I actually knew it was from a thermite warhead. A missile scientist who knew about warheads because he worked on them was the one that he actually called up a lawyer friend of mine. I go to Virginia Beach, Virginia. I sit down and talk to him, and he says, Sanders, what you've got here is a thermite warhead on top of a solid fuel missile. So you're right, it's consistent with solid fuel, but it's 100% consistent with a thermite warhead. And that happens to be unique to the United States Navy in 1996. Nobody else had one. Nobody else could have fired one.
Okay, well, there would have been a unique chemical signature, right?
And there was.
And what did they call it?
They called it glue. They called it adhesive. So what they're
when you say they, you mean the government?
The government, the FBI, the NTSB, and they just started screaming from the rooftops that it was glue, it was glue, it was glue. And my best response at that time was it was consistent with a solid fuel missile, which is partly correct, but not entirely correct. If I'd have had thermite on my lips then, I'm not sure what they would have said. But anyway, they used that. They went to Congress multiple times and told Congress, oh, there's red stuff all over every crash that there ever is, and it's just glue. And what it is it's this intense heat thermite stuff. So they're saying TWA used thermite glue. And there was smoking in those days in passenger planes. So every TWA airplane would have burned up.
Yeah, I remember. I smoked in them. It was nice, actually. So, I mean, where does this go now? If you prove that this was shot down, the video seems to prove it. The official investigation would have to be all bunk. You seem to be showing that.
Yes.
So where do you take this? I mean, you know, the bottom line conclusion, if all this is true, is we shot down our own civilian aircraft.
Right.
And then the story takes a whole other turn, because what happens is after Jim's article, after Jim was referred to in the Riverside Press Enterprise, saying he actually was in possession of the red residue of swatches of seatbacks with red residue on them, then the FBI turns its attention to Sanders and to Sanders' wife. And there begins a long process in which they literally say to Sanders, give us the name of the person who gave you that material from the hangar, and we will not indict you. In other words, you're a journalist, reveal your source.
Yeah, I got it.
He doesn't do it.
Right. Jim, so they wanted the name of the person. Somebody did give you that or gave it to your wife? Is that right?
No, well, my wife knew who it was because she introduced me to him. He was a 747 pilot, and she was a instructor for TWA and a flight attendant as well. And because of that thin line right there, when I went face-to-face with the government, along with my attorney at that time, Jeff Schlanger, and told them, we're not giving you anything. And they go, okay, tough guy, we're going to we're going to target.
Okay, I got they came after you. I got that they, even threaten their family. But you did, in fact, receive this red residue. It came to be in your possession. That's all I'm asking right now. Is that
evidence of their criminal activity? Correct.
That is accurate, right?
That's accurate.
Yes.
All right, then this is a good place to stop. Hold it right there. Hi again, everybody. Bill Burns and Jim Sanders are my guests, and we're discussing the downing of TWA Flight 800. I've got a bunch of messages here, and I want you guys to hear these. I'm going to read a few. Kingslayer says, absolutely chilling stuff. I remember being young, too young, worth mentioning, and listening to your original broadcast of the disaster and feeling absolutely betrayed. That was my first brush with cynicism. It's been a long road. Yeah, me too.
Yes, it has.
Jeff says, hi, great show. Sorry if I missed out. Could you please ask your guests where the video came from again? Who recorded it, please? Jeff.
Well, that's easy. It was an amateur cameraman. We don't yet have his name. I'm working as hard as I can to get it. I'll either have it before the end of the year or we won't be able to get it.
All right, so this got pried from the hands of the FBI.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Jim knew where the file was, where this video was located, and basically asking about that file, making a mandatory request for material in that file. That's what pried it out of the FBI's hands.
All right.
And it was already declassified.
All right. Michael in Virginia. Art, I want to know more about your guest indictment. What was it charged? Misdemeanor or felony? Was he found guilty? Was he sentenced? Thanks.
It was felony for conspiracy, aiding, and abetting. The conspiracy was, even though I did not ask for the residue, but merely received it, and from Terry Stacy, 747 pilot, who was assigned to the investigation, who over a period of weeks we talked about it, and he goes, well, you're a retired cop, and they're refusing to tell us what the FBI is refusing to tell us what that red residue is. Uh-huh. So I give you a piece, will you test it? And I say yes. I had First Amendment lawyers that were paid by the press enterprise out in California to monitor my actions, and they said perfectly legal. It's within the case law at that, in 1996, without any problem at all, as long as I didn't say go in and get it. But he volunteered, brought it out, then I, as a journalist, was home free on it.
Okay.
So that was the case law. Attorneys were monitoring it, but they did have this one proviso that the attorney out in California said, now, this is all assuming that the FBI and the Justice Department is not running a program that I can't remember the word he used, but basically if they are running amok, they're going to run over you. Then that was his final statement on that.
All right. Well, to finish answering the question, did they run over you? In other words, were you convicted?
Yeah, we couldn't put on a First Amendment defense. We were not allowed to defend ourselves, and I already told you about the jury, and we couldn't put on a defense. How do you not get convicted?
You see, what the whole case turned on was, A, there was no conspiracy. Since Jim never asked for the residue in the first place, no two like minds conspired to commit a crime.
Look, it's just like somebody who mailed me supposed parts from the crashed UFO in Roswell. Remember that?
Exactly. Right.
It's just like that. It's like somebody hands it to you and says, okay, check this out for evidence, and then you're doomed.
So that's piece one. Then piece two is when Jim and Liz, through their attorneys, go into court and say to the judge, well, this was a whole journalistic enterprise. I'm protected under the First Amendment. The judge then goes into contortions to throw out a First Amendment defense and say, well, you're really a souvenir hunter. You're not a journalist. You're a souvenir hunter. You're telling somebody to send you souvenirs from a plane crash, and so you get no journalistic defense. So she actually throws First Amendment out of the court. And so once you throw First Amendment out of the court, when you're a journalist, where is your defense? And then she taints the jury pool so nobody believed the government could engage in a conspiracy. So you can see what kind of a trial that was.
So you're saying that in Guavir, they actually made it a point that the juror would have to believe that the government could not possibly engage in a cover-up before they were on the jury?
Absolutely. I mean, it took hours for her to do this. And can you imagine, I'm sure the audience has probably already imagined what kind of a jury you get who believes that their government could never.
Actually, I can't imagine that as a disqualifier for a juror, actually.
Yeah, it was something to behold, and I want to tell you, the New York Times had a reporter in the audience. Not a word of it was anywhere. And NBC had a reporter there, and when we came out for a break, the only thing the NBC reporter said in a question to my attorney was, why didn't Mr. Sanders just give the residue back? That was NBC.
Seriously?
Honest to God.
Okay, so the answer is you were convicted.
Yes.
Somebody in Vegas asks, has any mainstream media shown the video with the contrail going up from the ground to the flight, and if not, why not? From where does the pressure come that prevents a network news show from showing the video that we've got up there right now?
Well, tonight is the first time it's ever been shown publicly. I just got it in April, and, you're trying to line up your ducks. The one thing you have to understand, if you just willy-nilly piecemeal throw stuff out there, nothing is going to happen. So we're trying to get lined up the book, the documentary, start getting it out on radio and get it out on TV.
So it's breaking right here.
Right here, right?
Yes,
tonight,
it is.
First time.
Absolutely.
Oh, my God. Well, that'll end us all up in court, probably. So I'm going to go back and watch this again. But it seems to me there's no question. I do want to ask you a few questions about the video, if I can.
Sure.
For example, there is this breakup. I mean, it's within the video. I can't put my finger on what kind of breakup I'm seeing. Can you?
Well, first of all, it rises in about the first third, and then it goes to white. And then we don't know why that is, and then back to the gray contrail, and then it looks like it kind of edges over, and after that you can't really tell what it's doing until you see things coming down. Are you talking about it with the 747 coming down?
Well, I'm talking about the whole video itself. During the video, you see, what's the right word? It almost looks like digital breakup, little.
What the cameraman is doing is he's trying to adjust his lens. And this is a 96 video.
Right.
So what you're seeing is this depixelation. The image is breaking up as the cameraman tries to figure out what he's looking at and why this object is coming up out of the water. So it's close, it's back, it's close, it's back, and he's shooting in low light. So the camera is
struggling
very badly to capture this.
There is a it pixelizes. Those are pixelized squares. It doesn't
take. We went to the stills that we lifted off of there.
Well, that's all right. It doesn't take anything away from it. You can still clearly see what's going on. I just was curious because this is a gotcha video. It's a gotcha video.
Very much so. Right, and there is. I cannot. Of course, I couldn't back in 1997. I couldn't figure out what the government was going to say on the red residue, and they obviously couldn't either because it took them about 72 hours before they go. Well, we can lose it. We don't have anything better, And they ran with it. My belief is they were softening up the dominant media to take that line of nonsense, but that's just me.
Yeah, so we're probably headed for trouble here, huh?
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting. At least you'll see your tax money at work, and hopefully they'll come up with something really, really clever. But since they can't produce any document out of, because they ask for you, I've got the documents saying from the FBI in New York, from the TWA 800 investigation, we want an analysis of what this is. And so the analysis came back. I can prove it came back because I've got the documentation proving it came back. I just don't have the documentation itself, and I asked specifically for it, and they closed out my request. When you close out a request, it means that's all there is. There ain't no more, and that's when I filed the appeal. And they have till the end of October to either produce it, say they aren't going to give it to me, or they can't find it.
Okay. Have you had this? Has this film been privately analyzed?
A retired Air Force intelligence colonel viewed it, and we just did that bill. And we did it just so that if somebody asks us, we can say that perhaps we're too. And we're not accusing you of anything here, but this is what we expect from the government. You two are too stupid to analyze this thing, but we have a real expert who analyzed it for us.
And Bill Scott looked at the film, too, because I sent it off to Bill Scott. And we all know Bill Scott from Aviation Week, very famous guy.
Right.
And he said, boy, this thing looks like a missile. There's a missile contrail. Now, that's as far as he would go because we weren't close up to the plane. But, yeah, he took a look at it.
And it's in the TWA files.
Has the government said anything yet about this, or have they? Are they seeing it tonight along with me?
Yeah, they're seeing it tonight along with you. I don't expect them to say anything unless it gets into a major news cycle, or the internet goes nuts over it somewhere.
The internet will go nuts over it. All right, I say take Keith Rowland, take him now. I had nothing to do with it.
Poor Keith.
He's suffering lots of slings and arrows. He might as well go to the pokey. This thing is awful. It's really awful. And I think now that people realize this is the first time that this is being seen, there's going to be a sort of a period of time now that's going to go by. People are going to rush up there by the gazillions and watch it and come to their own conclusions. But I'm not a rocket scientist. I look at it, and I know what I'm looking at.
Right, and the disc itself, stamped on the disc, is the word declassified. So this isn't even a top-secret video anymore because the government itself declassified it.
Right, and all the code numbers that are required to, for it being part of the Flight 800 investigation, that code number's on there. The code number for my mandatory request, that number is on there. So that is a legitimate video, and there's just no way for them to wiggle out of that.
Okay, real quick. Jocko says, Art, did he appeal the conviction? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
If true, the judge ought to be disbarred. There's no way to lose that appeal if what he said is true.
Yeah, it was appealed to the Second Circuit, and amazingly, Judge Sotomayor, before she was in the Supreme Court, was the only actual member of the Second Circuit there. The other couple of retired old guys who were there, and they altered the transcript of the trial.
What?
In their opinion. Otherwise, they would have had to let Liz go. So they altered it so they didn't have to. So it was sent up to the Supreme Court, and a beautifully worded piece by the Reporters Committee, attorneys, was put in there, and of course the Supreme Court said no. The Supreme Court in the 70s literally destroyed freedom of the press, and they weren't about to do anything to undestroy it in the late 1990s. So, but yeah, no, she the current was probably her reward for doing it. Sotomayor, they literally altered the transcripts, and our attorneys, of course, wrote them politely because attorneys that have to keep making a living up there.
Oh, yes.
You know, they act, and frustratingly nice to each other instead of calling a spade, so to speak. But anyway, they politely told them, hey, that's not what it says. Here's what it says. And they essentially, give you the middle finger by ignoring it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with how attorneys are. In court, they fight like dogs, and then when they recess for lunch, they buy each other drinks or lunch or whatever. I've seen that a million times. I'm Art Bell. This is from an airline pilot named Greg. Says, Art, as an airline pilot myself, flying the majority of my career in the New York area, are there any other pilot reports, in other words, other pilots in the area while flying, witnessing the shoot-down?
Yeah, 2 National Guard pilots, Bauer and I can't remember the guy, Fritz Myers. They were both officers in the National Guard. One saw the backstop missile and one saw the primary missile. They saw it, those missiles converge on what was Flight 800, and they were so close to it, they had to back their helicopter up. I think it was Apache attack helicopter. Anyway, whatever it was a very sophisticated helicopter. They had to back it up to get out of the way of falling bodies.
Oh, my God. Do either of you recall that Pierre Salinger held a press conference, apparently or allegedly, to reveal evidence that it had been shot down by a U.S. missile, and that was within this, Karen from Toronto thinks it was a day or so after?
Yes, and boy, do we, because here's the backstory on that. Pierre Salinger basically had radar. He had satellite imagery that showed the plane had been shot down. And his son was a producer at HBO. So as the book is coming out, Pierre Salinger's son, this is incredible what the FBI did. Pierre Salinger's son contacts us, and I actually set up a deal for an HBO movie with the producer who'd purchased the rights to Day After Roswell. So it was that company that was going to make this motion picture.
Wow. With
Pierre Salinger and Jim Sanders. Well, the FBI, because it was seizing material from Jim's mailbox, gets a hold of the contract that was FedExed out from HBO. So what they do is they subpoena the motion picture producer. Now, this is a major guy at a major law firm in Century City. So
right.
they basically sit this guy down, read him the riot act, and I had to walk into his office the next day. This guy is like furious with rage. I never want to have to go through what I went through with the FBI again. This deal is dead. You and Pierre Salinger can go anywhere else you want to.
Yeah, I get that reaction. I understand.
Yeah, that movie guy called me up that day and said, Sanders, I'm in the entertainment business, not the confrontation business. I'm sending you a letter canceling all of our contracts. So there went hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that I desperately needed at that time to keep my fight going against the feds. But they muscled in there, and the guy backed out, as was reasonable. I can't say anything bad about him for doing that. But I got to tell you, I got to know Pierre fairly well for a period of time after all the dust settled on this, and he is now deceased, so I can tell you something that he told me then, but that I couldn't tell you while he was alive.
Okay.
And he said his evidence, his best evidence, came from Mossad, but he could not say that publicly.
Wow. One wonders how the Mossad at that point would have had any evidence at all of what was going on just off our shore. But the imagination runs wild. Satellite imagery, you say?
Yeah, Pierre Salinger said that he had satellite imagery from Mossad, and he also said that Mossad investigated the crash because there were a number of Israeli citizens on that plane. And as a general rule, I think this is fairly well known, but if it's not, then this is a disclosure too, that when there's an incident in which there are Israeli citizens involved, Mossad, at least in the past, always investigated that, and it investigated this, and it was their conclusion that the Navy shot down the plane.
You know, in the alleged internet nonsense, the FBI said that he showed, and that's what they used to discredit him. I took that alleged internet nonsense that I actually got from Aviation Week, and I called. It wasn't internet nonsense. These were guys from the FAA, and I can't remember one other organization within the federal government, and their phone numbers and names were right on it. I called them up and got the story from them, and I asked them, anybody, major media, any of the bigs call you up? I said, nobody's called me. You're the first person to call me up. What Pierre was showing you was internal stuff within the federal government about the shoot down of Flight 800.
At any point in this horrid saga that you've described, that you went through, did you consider or did you get an offer to drop it here and things might be okay? Or did you...
Well, the government did that, yes. If we'd back out of it, just give up the source, they'd prosecute him, put him in prison, and we were home free. That was the offer.
And what the government did was they used Jim's wife, Liz, as the bargaining chip.
Right.
Yeah, they said, we're going to arrest her. We're going to detain her unless you give up the source. So it was like they were holding her hostage. But it was TWA. Now, this took place over a period of months. So Jim is writing so the way we're doing this is Jim is writing the chapters, the raw chapters, on the road because he can't go home. The FBI is there.
Right.
So he's the fugitive, the enemy of the state, on the run. Liz is also an enemy of the state, on the run, both in different directions, while TWA is protecting Liz when FBI shows up at an airport where one of her flights is departing. Instead of letting her off at the gate, they let her off at another hangar, at another part of the airport. She deplanes, goes on her way, and she doesn't get off the plane. And so
the FBI was there at the airport
going on.
Yeah.
Okay, well, now that we have done this, now that we've blown this sky high, as it were, what do you think will happen?
I'm not optimistic tonight. Unless the public gets behind this thing, and it would literally have to be by the millions.
But what would they do?
Over an extended period of time, nothing will happen.
What would they do?
This is the roadmap of what the government does. This isn't a unique experience.
Got it. Again, though, what would the public do? Assuming they look at your video and they say, oh, my God, it really is a shoot down.
If part of the major media
give it some direction. That's all I can tell you right now.
Well, if part of the major media picks it up and the book is published and the pictures are in the book, and let's just say that the New York Times, somebody at the New York Times reads this and says, okay, I'm going to take this seriously. They open an investigation. The Washington Post looks at this and says, and I know people at both of these papers because they cover my books. So, and I intend to write to them. So let's say that a Howard Feynman at Huffington Post or a Jonathan Capehart at the Washington Post picks this up, basically says, well, I'm going to make an inquiry, and they get stonewalled, but they actually have the physical photos, and they begin writing. Well, that's going to create some kind of a stir in the media. So there are two things that are going to happen. One, since this is falsification of evidence and obstruction of justice, somebody has to account for that. So they're going to look at the people where this whole cover-up started. Then this is going to be 2016. So who are they going to look at? Who's the president who's sitting in the White House when all this thing is going on? Well, it's obviously Bill Clinton. So is this going to be an issue in the 2016 campaign? Because this is a perfect issue for anybody who's running against Hillary. Hey, look what you guys did. Is this true? Is it false? Is this another mail server? Is this Benghazi? What is this? So those are the questions that are going to be raised. Where will it go? I think somebody's going to have to be accountable, whether it's Louis Freeh at the FBI or somebody else, accountable for who ran this cover-up and why.
Well, this is Benghazi.
Jim should get pardoned.
Yeah, it's Benghazi times 100.
Yeah, exactly.
I personally believe that the audience that develops off of this is going to have to bang away at Fox. Fox is the only network that didn't get dirty over this. And Fox, because it was brand new, it didn't even hardly exist at that time, and they gave me the lead that led me to the video 19 years later. But even Fox, it's because I worked the right side of the street. When I was in politics, I was a Republican, and I worked professional politics. So Fox, as far as I'm concerned, with their 40% of the audience, is the one that people should really need to be banging away at.
All right, hold it right there, guys. When I get back, I think we're going to open the phone lines, and if there's holes to shoot, pardon that wasn't really a pun, I know the audience will shoot them. If you agree, if you've seen the video, if you have comments, you're welcome to make them. I'm going to open the phone lines, and we'll see what we get for these gentlemen. Bill Burns, Jim Sanders.
Dark Matter News. I'm Leo Ashcraft. Google says 4 successive lightning strikes on one of its cloud infrastructure facilities in Europe last week permanently wiped out some customers' data stored on disks. Google called the incident exceptional and apologized to those affected. Google said this series of unlucky strikes happened on August 13 at its data center in Belgium. The lightning briefly knocked out power to systems that host customers' data and allow clients to run virtual machines in the cloud. Google says the lightning struck a local utility grid, and as a result, the grid lost power. Lightning did not strike the data center directly, according to a Google representative. A video shot in early August of 2015 appears to show a human-like figure, or humanoid, flying in the skies above Los Angeles, and it has gone viral. The sight was captured by not one, but 3 different cameras as a part of a UFO Channel Research Group's event. In the 3 videos, you can see the same sequence. The UFO was recorded at the same time, but through different angles. Video quality varies from each camera, and it appears to be real and not CGI. And maybe a humanoid sky anomaly that appeared to everyone at Sequoia Park that day. People can be heard in shock in the background of the videos. It appears to have separations in its spacesuit and a visor that you can see its face, which makes you wonder if it indeed is a humanoid inside. While Dark Matter News is unable to verify the authenticity of the video, the fact that it was shot by multiple people from different angles and on different cameras certainly makes it worth watching. Take a look at the video yourself. Let us know what you think at darkmatternews.com. Dark Matter News continues in just a moment. OpenMinds.tv is reporting that an Oklahoma witness near Tulsa reported watching and videotaping a cigar-shaped object descending in the western sky. This testimony comes from case 69200 from the Mutual UFO Network. The witness says they were driving home from work on Highway 169 northbound. They say they noticed it slowly descending in the western sky during the sunset. It was falling slowly enough to catch their attention. They pulled out their cell phone and took a photo and began recording video. The case was investigated by Oklahoma field investigator Eugene Zavandy, who closed the case as unknown. He states in a report that it appeared to be cylindrical, with axis vertical, the length about 3 times the diameter. The top end of the object was not sharply defined. Because the video was taken with the car moving, it is not possible to tell if the object was moving other than it was slowly descending. The object was behind scattered low clouds, indicating that it was a considerable distance away. The witness lost sight of it when it descended enough to slip behind buildings and trees. And in another unrelated UFO story from OpenMinds.tv and MUFON case 69530, an Iowa witness at the Iowa State Fair wants to know what the object was following the presidential candidate Donald Trump's helicopter about 1 p.m. on August 15th. In the photos, you clearly see something dark and black behind Trump's helicopter. The weather conditions prevented the witness from looking too closely at the photo immediately after taking it. He said it was hard to see the helicopter because of the glare on the screen. But later that day, as he was sitting in the shade, he said he got his phone out to see how the picture had come out, and that's when he noticed the object in the photo. The witness said he didn't see the other object while taking the photo. Iowa MUFON is investigating. The object could be a number of things, from a second helicopter to a bird. Photo analysis should be able to pinpoint exactly what the object is. This is the speech that Trump was making at a fair that was offering rides on his helicopter to children, and one in which he called himself Batman. That Trump. For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft.
All right. Bill Burns and Jim Sanders are here, and they have submitted a video, which we have at artbell.com, which appears to conclusively show a missile rising to shoot down TWA Flight 800. Now, you've heard the backstory, what they've gone through. If you have a question, here we are and available. The public number, my number, is area code 952-225-5278. Again, 952-225-5278. Or call us on Skype. Feel free. We are, if you're in North America, America, or Canada, MITD51. That's actually what you put in Skype to call us for free. MITD51. If you are outside of North America, it's MITD 55. That's MITD 55. All right, gentlemen, welcome back. Are you ready to take some calls?
Sure. Before we do, there's another confirming person for this whole event, and that's John Callahan, who is the FAA chief investigator. We all know John Callahan from the JAL flight that Bruce Maccabee has written about. It was a UFO encounter, and Maccabee was the guy who had all the radar tapes. The CIA walked into a meeting about this event and really took the radar tapes away. Well, we spoke to John Callahan at the National Press Club, and he basically said, yeah, it was a missile. It was a Navy missile that shot down the plane.
Okay. Are you now ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
We think we are.
All right. Bill Burns, Jim Sanders, and somebody on Skype named Scott.
Hello, Art. How am I coming in?
Fine.
Great.
Go right ahead.
All right, great. I just want to tell you that for everybody that is on, that's listening to you, and they do tweets also, they wish that you had a fourth hour.
Well,
maybe,
I have
maybe. Oh, I'm sorry, Art, but maybe Phil Hendry could do the fourth hour if you didn't want to do it.
Yes, maybe he could. I know a lot of people want 4 hours.
Question.
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I'm very glad to talk to both of your guests. I was wondering, from 1996 to the year 2001, do both of your guests, do they believe that the United States technology has advanced so much that 2001, the 9/11, the bombings and the crashings into the buildings, were those because of advanced technology from the year 1996 to 2001?
I don't get what your question is. You're talking about two different things here.
Well, it's simply just they were able to cover up in 1996.
Right.
But in 2001, it was most obvious listening to your two guests. Well, I've listened to them previously on other media, but
have you seen the video?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and it's obvious. All of it is obvious.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't get the. I guess it was a 9/11 kind of question. In other words, could they have faked 9/11? I think that's.
I think I can answer that because of what my next book, which I won't go into tonight, except to say that the United States government has been doing these massive cover-ups since World War II, and they have become more professional and more professional as they learn by their mistakes. Our media has not kept up with it and are now, as far as I can tell, hate to say it, Bill, but tools.
All right. Well, I guess I better ask you straight out the question. I don't think that 9/11 was a cover-up.
Yeah,
I think I did see airplanes crash into the buildings. No, I'm asking you. Is it your view it was a cover-up?
I don't know. I don't have time to go into anything but what I'm doing. I'm just saying if there was a critical national security issue that was going to get them unseated from their positions of power, then yeah.
Okay, well, I know where that caller was trying to go, so I went there for the caller.
Yeah.
All right. Somewhere in Virginia, you're on the air with Bill Burns and Jim Sanders. Hi.
Hey, in 1996, I was a Marine radar technician working on F-18 aircraft across the flight line from Air Force One on Andrews Air Force Base, which, by the way, is a 747 aircraft. Mm-hmm. If that was an electrical spark, then why and what is the FAA's excuse for not grounding that entire fleet of 747s as is their standard operating procedure?
Pretty good question.
You're absolutely right. And that's
hold it, guys, one at a time.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that the 747s had been in service for decades, and if the center wing tank on its own, because of a spark, exploded, then you would think this would not be a one-off accident. There'd be other accidents like this. And you would think, as you just said, they would have grounded the entire 747 fleet and replaced whatever it was that caused the crash. They didn't and still haven't.
Good point.
I know for a fact, because of people I knew at that time before we got run over by the feds, mm-hmm. I had a pretty good working relationship with some people that had a good answer for this, and the fact is nobody believed the NTSB on this one. There was absolutely, because there was no reason to believe them. They never presented any fact.
So you're saying the fleet wasn't grounded because nobody there believed all this?
Exactly.
Yes, and
oh my God!
Don't you think Boeing would have turned itself inside out to assure the American public that you could fly 747? This was a Boeing.
Yes,
they never did.
All of this is really good. The video is devastating, absolutely devastating. Caller, anything else?
I'm glad they addressed it. Thank you, Art. You're the best in the world.
Thank you. Take care. Let's go to, I don't know where this is, Osborne something. Hello.
Hi, this is Ron, and I'm out in Colorado.
Okay, Ron, please extinguish whatever's playing the program.
Yes, I got to do that right now.
Yeah, you do indeed.
Okay, is that good?
It's good. As long as it's off, it's good. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, I want to know if you're gentlemen there. I was in Houston at the time, and I had personal friends that were working with TWA, mm-hmm. and they came home with the rumor from TWA, what was it, the scuttlebutt in TWA, that there was another TWA airplane on the runway in front of the Flight 800, and it was taking off, and it was loaded with high-ranking Jewish officials. It pulled to the side, the other one took off and took the hit. Now, I don't know what that says, but
I kind of remember something about that, gentlemen.
Well, Flight 800, it pulled to the side because Flight 800 was a lifeguard, I believe, flight. It had human body parts that for surgery over in Europe, and that's why that happened. I followed exhaustively followed those trails, and nothing ever came of it.
Okay.
Okay, well, Sounded like some pretty stink to me, but anyway, thanks a lot. Have a good night.
Agree with that. Okay, let's go to Skype and Ben, wherever you are.
Yakima, Washington. Art.
Okay, excellent.
Hey, so I might have missed this, but why is this video only coming out now?
Okay, obviously late to the program.
I caught it from the beginning, but maybe I wasn't listening.
Yeah, okay. Why is it only coming out now? A good question. This was wrestled from the FBI when? Bill Burns and Jim.
For
I'm
19
sorry.
years, but it took until April of this year.
Okay, April of this year is when they got it from the FBI, caller.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Art.
All right, thank you very much. So it's new. I guess you could have released it back in April. What's held you up?
No, you really can't, because if you just release it, then it has a little, tiny reaction by people, and it goes away. And it's the last chance of using this issue to
get the truth out,
to make the people responsible for things answer for what they've done, and to bring it out. And as far as I'm concerned, the most important issue here is to show the people that this is just a roadmap for how the government operates.
Well, that's sure frightening. All right, you're on the air on the phone with Bill and Jim. Hi.
Hi.
And it goes away. And
sorry.
Turn it off, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Anyways, I was working as a jet engine assembler a few years before that happened.
Mm-hmm.
I knew a guy who was a guy that I worked around was his wife and two children were on KAL 007.
Right.
I followed that TWA 800 very closely at the time, and wanted to ask Jim if he knew that the senior software designer for the Aegis missile system was on that plane.
No, I did not know that. If I knew it, I've forgotten, but I don't think I would have forgotten something like that. Yeah.
No? Oh, well, maybe it was false. Maybe it wasn't true. I thought I was aware of that at the time. Also, are you familiar with the book Unfriendly Skies, Rodney Stith?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, Rodney, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Years ago when that happened, there were people. I'm located directly across the shoreline from where that happened, and people saw the flash in the sky, and there were people that took pictures of it. I think in Long Island, people took pictures.
Well, once again, sir, have you seen the video up there now?
I've seen the video years ago.
No, you haven't seen this video years ago.
I haven't seen this one, but I saw one years ago that showed what looked to be a missile going up there.
Okay, well, their story back then, I think, gentlemen, unless I'm wrong, was that what they said people were seeing was fuel streaming out of the aircraft after the explosion had occurred. Not a missile going up, but rather fuel streaming out down toward the ground on fire.
Right.
Is that right?
That's what the federal government tried to
That's what I remember.
tell the New York people. Yeah.
Right. So, clearly, when you look at this, it ain't that.
That's correct.
So
That's correct.
People need to look at this video and realize what it means. Kurt, you are on the air with Bill Burns and Jim Sanders.
All right. Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Good evening.
Which one of you mentioned, was this another email server scam? Are you blaming the Clintons for doing this? How could you do that on the air? Just throw that out there like that. And you watch Fox News, are the worst program on the news. They lie like dogs. And who the heck do you think you are blaming the Clintons? Is this another email server problem?
Are you just making a fool of yourself, or do you actually have something to say? I think it's the former.
To say other than I don't trust them now that they like Fox News.
What Bill Burns said was that Bill Clinton was president, at that time. And I believe that's a correct statement, Bill. I'm pretty sure you're in the ballpark.
Not only was he the president at the time, but consider when this event actually took place during his term in office. This is 1996. He's up for re-election in a few months. Dick Morris had been caught in flagrante delicto with another woman, not his wife. And this came after the Branch Davidian business. This came after the attack on the World Trade Center. This is right about the same time that Eric Rudolph put the bomb at the Atlanta Olympics. This was very, very important. So let's say that you wanted to argue that Bill Clinton took no responsibility for this. He was not responsible for this, which is partly what I believe. This was a weapon so incredibly secret, so highly classified, that not even the President of the United States could disclose its existence. It's a weapon in which a computer, a robot, killed 230 people with no human intervention. There's a reason you would not disclose this because it's so highly classified. That's on the benign side. On the malevolent side, it's totally political. What idiot is going to say, I just shot down a plane full of 230 people, and this was after the Branch Davidians, after the World Trade Center, after this and after that. So you can look at this from two perspectives. The only thing that I'm saying is that Bill Clinton was president at the time, and an event at this level had to go to the White House Situation Room. There is no way it avoids the White House.
Well, you gave what that caller had to say way more credence than I would have, but fine. Let's go to the phone. It's somewhere in Colorado. I think you're on the air.
Hi, this is Kevin, Colorado Springs.
Hello.
The one comment I've got is that the lesson the government has not learned yet is that no matter who the president is, Republican or Democrat, if they would just tell us the truth, it was a computer error, there was a mistake made, the American people would have made a fuss over it, but they would have realized mistakes happen, let's not make the mistake again, and that would have been the end of it. Okay. Instead, the government covers it up.
Well, right. Right, but it wouldn't have been quite that easy, and they wouldn't have been quite that forgiving, frankly. But he's right. It could have been over long ago. You know, there could have been compensation to the victims, all the rest of it, and it could have been over long ago. Very quickly, outside the country somewhere, I think it's Mark. Mark, going once. Going twice, Mark. You're not there, huh? Okay. Goodbye. We'll dispense of Mark, and we'll go to somebody on Skype very quickly. Hello. Hello on Skype? No? Somebody named Sushi Dog on Skype. Going once, going twice, going three times, gone. How about on the phone, Roswell line? You're on. Hold on. Let's correct that and say Illinois. I'm sorry, you're on the air. Hello, Illinois. Going once. This is a lot in a row. Going twice. Gone to Bakersfield. Hello.
Hello, Art. Good to hear your voice again.
Good to hear a human. Go right ahead.
Here I am, not far from Edwards Air Force Base and China Lake Naval Weapons Center. I have a question about the veracity of the video. The big pixelation and the digital breakup, when you have an original source of video, it looks a certain way. What we have seen on your site, there's an added element.
Like what?
Another video source, another video single. An original video can break up in only so many ways. And what is appearing is something from another source, not from that original video. And you will see little faces and things that have nothing to do with it.
Okay. Well,
no. What happened was this was a section to answer how this video came to be. This was part of a 15-minute video where the first long period is literally photographing the moon. I mean, that's what this guy standing on a rooftop is filming, this beautiful summer evening, beautiful moon. He films a sunset, he films the moon, and he's traversing the sky with his camera back and forth. Then at the very end of the video, that's when he sees the contrail. What a video lab did was it cut off the first part of that, because you're not going to spend 15 minutes downloading a video. And
listen, we got a break. We've got a break. Gentlemen, hold on. Caller, do you want to hold on? All right, back now to our guests. And I think our caller was in Bakersfield, right?
Philadelphia Freedom, 2 minutes after the hour. Sir Elton John.
Yeah. Anything else?
You've been there.
Yeah, let me talk. First of all, I'm native from Bakersfield, graduated from EB in '63, and let me take this. I get the video from the FBI April of this year. When the FBI seized it, it was a CD-ROM. And so somewhere in the process, they had 10 copies of that CD-ROM made. I do not know whether the DVD that I got was from the original or number 10. But we have, and from there they then lifted 49 more stills off of it. So when I get it, I don't know where in that process of original plus 10 more, so 11, which one of those was the one that was put on the DVD. I get the DVD. I take it to a company here in Las Vegas where I live that has done great work for me over the years. And as we're going through it, they're saying that, this is the worst cameraman in the history of the world here. And, nobody's going to sit through that except a news organization if they're trying to prove it. We have in our possession the one that I got and all the documentation, and that's what any news organization would get to do their own analysis. What you have is they suggested at the studio was that we take the last contrail that could be seen and the first of the plane coming down, and that would give an abbreviated moving visual of what happened. And then I have had probably about 20 stills lifted off of there that are really highly revealing. That's the process we're going through now.
What I'm talking about, having spent 35 years at all the big TV networks, you can pixelize a video in an original video. What I am seeing on the site is an additive, a different stream. Either the camera operator had a dirty tape and it was the previous story, but the pixelization has nothing to do with that original image. It's something else.
All right. Well, Christy is on the computer saying, Art, your caller's wrong. I live video production and post-production for 20 years now. Your last caller saying, let me finish, let me finish, or I'll just turn you down and finish. Your last caller saying that distorted pixels are a second source is wrong. Now I'm finished.
I see a little Hawaiian girl.
So, for what it's worth, we've got two people claiming they're both experts, one saying it's a second source, the other saying wrong.
Well, who do you trust, Art?
I don't know anymore.
Okay, I'll send you my Vita tomorrow.
Okay, well, do that.
Yeah, and it's great to hear you again, man.
Thank you. I'm not saying I don't trust you. I'm just saying, or I guess answering your question, who do you trust? I have no idea. I am not an expert in video. I just gave you a second opinion on the spot. We'll go over here to this Skype and say, Lee, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Doing fine.
I'm glad to thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just have a question about the 2 minutes that are missing from the video.
2 minutes that are missing from the video.
Yeah, and the time you can see, though, still goes up.
Yeah, you're going to have to get closer to your mic because you're like dropping out or something.
I am so sorry. I'm on a headset.
That's better.
Okay. So there's 2 minutes in the time code from the missile goes up and then the plane's coming down, but you don't see the impact.
Okay, that's right. Gentlemen?
Right. Exactly. Because the cameraman apparently didn't know. there were quite a number of times when he swept left and then he swept right, in which you can see what's the contrail going up, but it's towards the last contrail. He doesn't focus on it until after it had finished climbing, but by lifting the stills, you can see the progress of the missile. And then, yeah, you're right. It's about 2 minutes before, about halfway down. You don't see the strike, and you finally see the about halfway down the 747 coming down. That's because he's sweeping back and forth and does not focus on the contrail, so we don't see the hit. There's no missing 2 minutes anywhere.
All right.
We have what for us is the original, but it's not the original. It's the best one that the FBI gave us. We don't know if it's number 11 or number 1.
Right.
We have that to give to the media along with all the documentation when they start asking for it. We're giving the audience a view.
Sure.
Nothing's been cut.
So you're seeing this first, folks. First.
Yeah.
All right. Outside the country somewhere, Mark, hello.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Hi.
I want to let you know that I was living in Switzerland in 1996 when this event occurred, and I followed the press, Swiss press, French press, was all over Pierre Salinger, and what I recall is that the U.S. simply disregarded his claims without providing any evidence whatsoever.
You know, I vaguely recall that as well. Gentlemen?
That's right. That's exactly what happened. I mean, that's why Pierre Salinger was so angry, and he had his son contact us to say we really have to get this story out there because Mossad was pushing him on this is on telling the truth. And the government simply marginalized him completely.
Right, and the way they marginalized it was, he had a piece of paper in his hand, and the FBI said, well, that was just Internet chatter. It wasn't. It was email between people inside the FAA on one hand and NASA. It was one of the others, and there was a third one in there. Their names and phone numbers were there. I called these people. That wasn't Internet chatter. That was within the government chatter.
Okay, caller?
Yeah, Art, I wanted to say the reason you didn't get me before, I was on a Swiss train that went through a tunnel, and now this is your first call from a Swiss street tram through the city of Bern. Thanks, Art.
That's incredible. All right, thank you very much, and take care. That's really amazing. Technology today is really amazing. Magus, I believe it is, outside the country yet again. Where are you?
Hello again, gentlemen. I'm in Romania.
Okay, Romania. Go ahead.
I have a general question for all of you.
Yes.
Do you think that because the government allows discussions and talk shows about conspiracies that people are less likely to give them a second thought? Do you think people just like living in denial of certain things?
What a really good question, actually. It's a good question.
That's an excellent question. I think that there's a psychological reason behind it. And the psychological reason is that there is a framework of reality that people share. And that framework changes from, let's just say, community to community. And things outside that framework tend to get marginalized. And so when you talk about various conspiracies, 9/11, JFK, UFOs, Roswell, when you talk about them, you have to figure out where in the scheme of things that conspiracy fits in terms of a frame of reference. And the frame of reference changes. So people, with respect to Flight 800 and that shoot down, didn't really grok or understand the magnitude of this because the media just turned away. Now, they either turned away willfully because of access journalism, or they turned away because they couldn't even comprehend the fact that the government could do something of this magnitude. I think it's the former and not the latter. But that's the reason that conspiracies sometimes work.
Let me jump in here real quick, because in 2004, I got a hold of a major work that DOD was doing in the 2004-2005 timeframe. It was a study and a paper on how to handle the internet news services that seem to be taking over from the traditional news services. And because there were literally dozens to hundreds of them, they were coming up with a program in terms of they had to be credible, and it says they had to destroy the credibility of their opponents.
Well, they sure went to work on you.
Yeah, they did. And that is what the government has learned. They have really learned by their mistakes. The government isn't as universally dumb as people think. They learned by their mistakes, and our side of the fence, whatever that is, the news media simply hasn't.
All right. Huna, I believe it is, on Skype. You're on the air. Hello? Going once. Going twice. I guess people aren't ready. You got to be ready when you're going to call on Skype. Cortland, New York, it is. Hello?
Yes, this is Aaron.
Hi.
Hi. I want to know what they think of what the repercussions would really be if the truth ever came out as far as, public security, national security. And also, I would love to know if you were going to do another Halloween episode this year. Yes. I will take my questions off there.
All right, you'll take your answers. My answer is yes, I will. Gentlemen? I'm sorry, gentlemen?
Yeah, well, if we get on top of this, if we get to ride the wave, I can't tell you what the result will be, but I can tell you that there will be political turmoil like we haven't seen probably since the Nixon era. And consider that the Nixon era was a college prank, in essence, going into the Democrat national headquarters. And here we have 230 people that got taken out, and our civil rights run over, and little minor things like that. So only if we manage to ride that wave will you see that. But if you do, it will be stupendous.
Okay. Hilo, Hawaii. You're on with Bill and Jim. Hi.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I just wanted to say, Jim, wow, this is incredible information coming in. It kind of is overwhelming. I just wanted to say there's other things that are happening around the world. I just wanted to share some quick information. Are you guys aware of CERN and the CERN facilities?
Yeah, you're totally we are aware of CERN, and we'd love to do a show on that. But if you don't have a question for them on Flight 800, we're going to move on.
Okay, real quick. Everybody searched on Google Maps, September 23rd, 2015.
Yeah, I know. That's when they're going to fire up CERN. I know all about it. Thank you. That's a subject for another show. All right, I'm going to try one more time with a Huna, I believe it is, on Skype. You're on the air.
It's Arjuna, Art.
Sorry.
Hey, welcome back.
Thank you.
I just wanted to relay a story that my brother-in-law told me all those years ago when TWA 800 was shot down.
Mm-hmm.
Both he and a friend witnessed the flight being shot down by a missile, and they both contacted the FBI. No one ever called them back, and they did this repeatedly.
Yeah,
they just didn't seem interested.
Mm-hmm. Gentlemen, that's very common, right? A lot of that went on?
Absolutely. Yeah, and when as we said before, when they got an actual really critical witness report that they couldn't deal with, they just altered it. Yeah.
Okay. And Arjuna, I tried to come to you a little while ago, and you didn't respond.
I didn't realize you were saying my name. It sounded so different.
Well, it's Ajuna, right?
Yeah. It's Arjuna, just like the classic Indian myth.
I thought that might have been pronounced with an H. Sorry.
That's all right.
Okay, I'll try and do better with names. Yeah, so that was pretty common, right, guys? In other words, people reported, people called, all kinds of people wanted to be witnesses, so they were either grudgingly listened to or ignored completely.
Right. This is a story. This is a story that Nick Pope once told me when we were talking about FOIAs and files and UFOs and things like that. Nick Pope said that it was a practice among the British Ministry of Defense, and he assumed that it was also a practice in the United States Department of Defense, that if inconvenient information was coming into an agency, and the agency didn't want to have the problem of recording the information, taking it, logging it, saving it, and then having to disclose it, they simply ignored the information, because then they don't have to worry about having to disclose it.
Well, that's kind of like on the street. Let me just give you a warning. I'm not going to actually write this up. because actually I've got lunch coming up real soon. All right, gentlemen, hold on. We'll be right back. All right, gentlemen, we're back, and we're going to go to somebody in Phoenix, Arizona. Hello.
Hi, Art. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Thank you. Both counts.
It's so good to hear you're back. Got a question for your guest.
Sure.
In this video, I just got done watching this video. Has anybody ever noticed the beginning is the end and the end is the beginning? So if you look at the end, you start seeing blue skies, some sunlight, simple stuff. But at the end, it starts getting really dark and hazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's just part of when they're scanning left and right. What you're getting is kind of a synopsis of what you're going to see. It's almost 20 minutes long. It is incredibly boring. And you get most of the way through before the good stuff starts to happen. So the studio in Las Vegas said, well, it would be kind of nice if you could kind of give them what would be a summary of what you're going to see. That's what you're seeing there tonight. You're not seeing the whole video. You're not seeing our original version of it. That's what you're seeing to show you, without having to wait through 20 minutes of the worst photography or camera work in the history of the world.
Sometimes that 20 minutes does make a big difference.
Well, the 20 minutes is for the media. If they decide they want to get involved in this, we will personally, either Bill or me, the one that's original to us, the documents that are original to us, we will carry it to them, and they can analyze it from now until hell freezes over.
What the videographer was doing was this was right about at sunset, and he's panning from the moon, which is gorgeous, all the way to the setting sun on the other side of the horizon, and he's swinging the camera back and forth, and there's nothing really going on. He'll focus on some lights. He will do a digital close-up, and so everything gets defocused because he's focusing on some lamppost somewhere. So it looks like the sun is just coming up into the lens. Then he unfocuses it again, and so that's what's going on. Sun digitals will enhance the light, even if there's a little bit of sun left still out there. Absolutely, light. And you're absolutely right. That sun, but when you start really looking at the end of that video, you start seeing like a sun dog in the center. Well, I've seen the whole video, all the 20 minutes of it, as well as this. And what you're seeing is this pastiche of this guy swinging the camera back and forth. And believe me, we saw some videos on UFO Hunters that you would fall on your face laughing because the person actually didn't even know which end of the camera to look into when he was shooting the video. And that's what consumer-grade hand cameras do.
This is a CD-ROM from 1996, too. You got to remember. This wasn't a professional camera, wasn't a professional cameraman. It was amateur work and an old technology that, again, whether it was the original or number 11 that they had copied that I got a copy of, it's the original to us that you're seeing something that the outfit here in Las Vegas thought, and I thought was a good idea, to get something that kind of shows a summary of what it just kind of looked funny because when you're watching that video, like I said, it looks like the end is the beginning because it's still, you have the blue skies, you still have all that, and the end, the beginning from the video, it's the end. You're right. That's because he's panning the camera back and forth. Yeah, that's because he's panning the camera. Yeah, because I know it's also been cut so many times, and that's where I thought it's kind of funny to actually show that. Well, that's why it looks that way, because on the one horizon it's black, on the other horizon you see the sun setting, and it's glowing. Yeah. Right. Yeah, and that's where I thought, like I said, that's kind of funny to see it like that set up. Usually you just go, okay, this is the beginning, so let's show the beginning to the end, instead of going from the end to the beginning. Right. Right, and on the counter that's on the film, that is not a second, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The video people pointed that out early on, and we didn't go into the detail. We're not going to worry about it until somebody wants to analyze it. That's, the proper type of people, media people to analyze it. We'll figure out what fraction of a second each of those counts is.
Well, if they're listening to our bell, everybody's going to analyze it.
Yeah, they'll analyze it to death. That's right. All right. Thank you very much, caller. Right. Take care. People say, "Are you okay? You sound irritated." No, I'm not irritated. I just want people to stay in the same universe with us. That's all. If you have a question, 9/11's a lot later. If you have another question about CERN, that's like another universe, and I'm happy to talk about it, but not at the moment. Let's see. You're on the air from somewhere. I have no idea where this is. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Sushi Dog from Sacramento, California.
Hey there.
Yeah, you pulled me up on Skype.
I did, and you weren't there.
I was here. I have to work out the bugs, Art.
Okay, work on the bugs, because when I answered you weren't there.
Okay. Well, look, I'm 64 years young, and I remember this very, very well. Look, I think anyone who should be indicted for conspiracy should be our good friend James Hallstrom. He killed the government. I believe James used to be the FBI director in the past. I may be wrong on that. The other thing is that submarine had a crew. And I'm wondering, since it was not commissioned yet, therefore the submarine was not technically there, but can you file a FOIA for the crew of that submarine? And if so, I wonder why nobody from the crew, has come out, or maybe that person may come out after this has been exposed. But my biggest beef is James Hallstrom, and I knew this guy was lying like a dirty rug on the floor when he was trying to explain away the accident.
Okay. All right.
Well, let me just jump in with one thing. Right after the accident, there was a provision for whistleblowers in the military to come forward to tell their stories. Right after the accident, the Clinton administration basically extinguished that whistleblower status for members of the military. As to the other part of the question about people on the sub, Jim knows that story.
Also, we've got a break coming up, but it begs an even bigger question. If this happened, if we shot down one of our own civilian aircraft and then tried to cover it all up, the size of the secret and the number of people that were involved would be absolutely enormous. I'm sure you agree with that, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, then we'll talk about that when we get back.
Dark Matter News. I'm Leo Ashcraft. Well, what do you do with a defunct salt mine that dates back to the Middle Ages? Well, obviously, you build an amusement park in it. At least that's the concept behind Selina Turda, a museum and a tourist attraction located in Transylvania. That's right, Transylvania in Romania. And it's built into what began as a salt mine in the year 1075. As a mine, it was fully operational for several centuries until 1932. At that point, it was being used to store cheese. Then in 1992, the man-made cavern was converted into a subterranean amusement park, complete with fairground classics like mini golf, bowling, a Ferris wheel, and a carousel, even an otherworldly underground lake for visitors to paddle around in rowboats. Tourists enter the park via an elevator built into centuries-old vertical shafts that used to transport miners and are slowly lowered 120 meters into the earth. On the trip down, they can admire the eerie beauty of the mine itself, the shimmering marbled texture of the cavern walls, stark lighting, and futuristic design give this mine the space-age look of a colony built inside an asteroid. The cavern has a constant temperature of 53 degrees and 80% humidity. But the air in the cavern is also some of the cleanest on Earth because the surrounding minerals keep it free of allergens and bacteria, making it an asthmatic's paradise. Fun for you and your wheezy friends. Forget LSD. Eyes are the new high. Of course, we're not talking about consuming eyeballs, but rather staring intensely into a pair of them for a prolonged period of time. Apparently, this can make people enter an altered state of consciousness. So says researcher Giovanni Caputo from the University of Urbino in Italy. But this isn't his first staring contest study. A few years ago, the scientists recruited some 50 volunteers and got them to gaze upon their reflections in a mirror for 10 minutes in a dimly lit room. For many of them, it took less than 1 minute to start experiencing something trippy. Their faces began to warp and change, taking on the appearance of animals, monsters, or even deceased family members, a phenomenon imaginatively named the strange face illusion. But it seems the bizarre effects are even more dramatic when the mirror is swapped for another person. Each pair sat in chairs in a dimly lit room and positioned about 3 feet apart. Half of the pair sat opposite one another, gazing at each other's neutral expressions, while the others sat back to back, staring at the wall. After 10 minutes, participants then filled in a questionnaire about their experiences in the room, which revealed some rather intriguing effects. According to the British Psychological Society, those in the group that faced one another described higher levels of attenuated color intensity than controls. With noises seeming louder than they should, time seemed to slow down and they felt spaced out. Additionally, almost 90% of them said their partner's face appeared deformed. 75% saw monstrous beings, and 15% even saw traits of a relative's face emerge on their partner. He hypothesizes that these hallucinations, so-called strange face apparitions, could be a consequence of snapping back to reality after entering a dissociative state brought about by the lack of sensory stimulation. If you're looking for milepost 420, you won't find it in Idaho. Idaho transportation officials say the mile marker has been replaced with 419.9 signs to curb thieves eager to own a number associated with the marijuana enthusiasts. Turns out Iowa isn't alone on this problem. States like Washington and Colorado have also replaced 420 signs with 419.9 after consistently having to replace them after thefts by supposed sticky-fingered stoners. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
If I were one of these two gentlemen, I don't know what I'd do at this point. I really don't. Bill Burns and Jim Sanders are here, and they sort of have blown the lid on TWA 800. And it's a lid that isn't that really hard to come off when you look at the video. It's a newly released video. People are asking where? ArtBell.com. When you see the picture of Bill Burns and Jim Sanders, click on that. It will set up down below, and you'll see 2 still photographs, and you'll see a video as well. The video is conclusively damning. I guess that'd be the right way to put it. So, gentlemen, welcome back.
Thanks.
We were talking about secrets and how you could keep such a damning secret for so long, for example, from at least part of a submarine crew, if not all, or whoever fired the missile, and then so many more that would have had to have been involved in the cover-up, right?
I can answer this question really easily.
Give it a shot.
Okay. Let me start with Bill Clinton signs Executive Order 12958. He signs that on March 11, 1997. That's the day after it's revealed that the red residue is outside their control. 12958 removes whistleblower status from a very select number of people. It's the people working on CEC, and only them. Well, after this thing is signed, a group of Navy officers get together. They're CEC Navy officers. They go to Washington, D.C., and they hire a law firm. I knew somebody in the law firm who kept me informed of what was going on. They were trying to find a way to get around the executive order so that they, as a group who knew exactly what happened, could become the whistleblowers that blew the case wide open. But they weren't willing to give up their careers and risk going to prison. Well, it was a very good Washington, D.C. law firm, and they tried and they tried and they tried, but they could not come up with a legal way to get around that executive order. So the officers scurried back and shut their mouths and hunkered down. Over the years, Jack Cashel and I have talked to quite a number of people in the Navy, from submariners to just Navy people who were aware of what went on that night. Understandably, they aren't going to go public, but they do give us stuff on background. So there's no lack of people out there, but they're smart enough to understand what's going to happen to them, because there is no one person that can stand up and say, unless it was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, or somebody of that magnitude that can stand up and not be destroyed when they stand up.
So what do you do now? You wait for a knock on the door from one of the networks or somebody who, what?
No, we're so busy doing stuff. We're so busy doing stuff, trying to get prepared for the battle next year. Bill, you take it from there.
Well, the book is going to come out next year, so there's going to be that fallout. But one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm friends. Donald Trump helped us with the Mickey Rooney book that we have coming out in October. And he's been very friendly and forthcoming about this book. And so I'm simply going to get him this material. We know his assistant. And I'm hoping that he'll take a look at it and talk about it, because I think this is the kind of thing, less politically, but more, this is what happens when a political imperative actually sets aside the United States Constitution, which is the whole other part of this story. Mm-hmm. That the government literally, that this secret was so big, so deep, so phenomenal, that the government literally sets aside the Constitution and prosecutes a journalist, and then in the process taints the jury pool, so that the outcome is determined even before the trial takes place, simply to keep a secret.
Horrible. On Skype, you're on the air. Hi. Michael, I think it is.
Yeah, Roswell's from Virginia Art.
Hey there.
It's Michael.
Hey.
Great show tonight. Awesome show.
Thank you.
My question for your guest is, if the official National Transportation Safety Board explanation of the TWA 800 crash is nonsense, then why didn't Boeing protest to try to protect their brand? Thanks, Art.
They did. They did, as well as TWA. But, and Jim can take it after this, but Boeing has much deeper ties to the government than simply this one 747 and this one event. Boeing is a prime defense contractor. And the one thing they're not going to do is jeopardize their relationship with the Department of Defense over this one incident. And the other company was TWA, which went out of business directly as a result of this accident. And they, too, were raising protests against the government. But the government made it, let's put it this way, it was an offer they could not turn down.
Gentlemen, other than your video, which is blockbuster stuff and is going to blow the lid off this, the other thing that I heard that really impressed me tonight was, why didn't they ground the fleet until they knew what the hell happened?
Yeah, exactly. Boeing, they were a powerful company, and still are, of course. And they finally my interpretation is they kind of finally had it up to here on there, and they growled very loudly to the defense attorneys and to the government, if you knock off this crap, you don't knock off this crap, we are going to go to court, and we will have a missile defense. And at that point, everybody came to terms. TWA, a very weak company, particularly after the shoot down, they had the goods on the federal government. Every night, their number 2 legal person met with my informant and other people that were TWA within the NTSB investigation, and they tracked the cover-up. They tracked all of the alterations and all, everything that they were doing. So they had basically a criminal case going against the FBI and the NTSB, but they were too weak to growl and make anything happen. All
right.
And they were basically forced out of business. And the other piece of evidence, too, which is important, is the actual debris field where the crash material came down. And what Jim found out, again, as a crash scene investigator, is that the records of the debris field, the official NTSB records of where the debris was lying on the bottom of the ocean floor, that was altered after the fact to comport with a mechanical causation for the crash. The big thing that comes down first from the aircraft is the number 3 engine, which if the center wing tank exploded, the number 3 engine wouldn't be knocked off the wing first. I mean, and they altered those records.
Wow. All right. Let's go to somewhere in Massachusetts, I believe. Hello?
Hello. Great show, as always.
Thank you.
My name is Bob. I'm calling from Lawrence, Massachusetts. And I have a two-part question for your guests, please.
Okay.
The first part is, was there any debris of the plane wreckage found at the crash site? And the second part of the question is, if there was, and it could have been analyzed by an independent private science group, could it have been determined whether it was a missile or a spark that caused the crash?
Right, that's an easy one. Part of SEAL Team 6 was in the area that night, and no other divers were allowed into the area for the first 72 hours. I had a Coast Guard source who was at the dock, part of the guard detail. Don't know where the dock was, but when all of these missile parts were brought up and brought in by a Coast Guard cutter, loaded onto trucks, and taken off, and this guy said, and I got this from his best friend, not from him directly, that they were lined up, that detail was lined up and told that if any of it began to leak, they were all going to Leavenworth, and their pensions were gone.
And the other thing that was going on was during the reconstruction, to answer your question, the reconstruction at the Calverton hangar, the FBI was going into the reconstruction room and removing parts of the plane that basically were telltale signs of an external event causing the explosion of the plane. They were removing those parts, and they were manipulating the actual wreckage, turning floorboards upside down to recreate, to reverse engineer, basically, a mechanical causation for the crash.
Yeah, I have the photos. I'm the only guy that could get the photos because when I was indicted, the judge gave me 3 hours there, and so my little 35-millimeter camera, I recorded the areas where major pieces of upward bending metal from the floor of the center wing tank had been cut away. And then the rest of it was put in there to make it look like it was internal to external instead of external to internal. So...
And the other telltale report.
An NTSB investigator finally came forward last year, I believe it was, signed a notarized affidavit confirming that the alteration of the debris field happened.
All right. Anything else, caller?
No, I just appreciate you giving me the opportunity. Thanks very much.
You're very welcome. Take care. Let's try Marty somewhere outside the country. Hello, Marty.
Hello, do you hear me?
I hear you. We tried you before, and it didn't work.
Sorry about that. Some technical gremlins. Try again this time. Pleasure to speak to you all this morning. Considering the scale of the cover-up, are your guests not concerned with any possible repercussions for bringing this to light now?
Oh, it's a really, really, really good question. In other words, do you fear for your lives, gentlemen?
I don't think so.
No?
I'm 70 years old. You're 70 years old. Yeah. Bill's 72 or 3 years old. We've been through this. And Bill got run over, too. He just didn't get indicted. But,
No. The FBI subpoenaed me. But look, after, I have to tell you, after what I went through on UFO Hunters with guys following us around and threats and what happened in Europe when we were filming the Nazi UFO episode, after that, I'm really not afraid anymore.
Well,
you just get used to it. Absolutely, you get used to it over the years. You know?
Unbelievable. We had some border guard tracking us because we were so close to the border when we were in Poland, and he was threatening us. We had a CIA guy who was tracking us wherever we went. I mean, we had the NSA shut down one of our episodes, so I'm really not that worried anymore.
All right. Skype brings Woodrow. Hello.
Hello. How you doing, Art?
Fine.
Great to have you back, and gentlemen, I appreciate the interview tonight. I'm a 25-year airline pilot. I flew Boeings for years. Oh. At the time of TWA 800, I was flying the Boeing 727. And, you know, Boeings all have the same setup. They all have the center fuel tank with fuel pumps in there. And when TWA went up and the explanation was given that the center fuel tank had exploded, I immediately knew that was garbage, because all Boeings have the same fuel tank setup, and other airplanes too, Airbuses too. And it's really only just now that we're getting to the point where they're starting to put fuel tank inerting systems where they pump an inert gas into the fuel tank to mitigate the fuel fumes from supposedly detonating. But, you know, it's silly. Really, if it was that big of a problem, why is it taking this long to have these systems installed? And why we're not 737s, 727s, 707s all blowing up with the same fuel tank setup? It was ridiculous to me then, and the more I've heard from all you folks doing the research, the more concrete it becomes.
And as a pilot, isn't it true that if something awful like that happens to a 747, that they ground everything for a little while until they actually figure out what really happened?
Absolutely. We saw it with the DC-10s. Yeah. The DC-10 fleet was grounded when there were problems with that. 737 fleets were grounded for a period of time due to rudder actuator problems. This is something that generally happens. And I wanted to ask a question, too. Now, I remember, and I can't remember, it's been a while, I thought I heard someone talk about, while the investigation was ongoing, some individual, and I got into the interview tonight about an hour late, so I'm sorry if this has been covered, but some individual just showed up and basically pontificated that, yes, this was a center fuel tank explosion, and this is what you're going to say, and this is the end of the case. Is that truly what happened?
Well, some of my sources on the inside lay that off on Dr. Berkey, Dr. Merritt Berkey, who did in fact do that, but that he wasn't the originator of it. He's one of the underlings that did it, but apparently he was a little louder than the rest. But yes, the NTSB this was their thing, and their top people would go right into the middle of the room and stand there and loudly pontificate on what their latest mechanical center fuel tank thing was going to be.
All right, gentlemen, we are officially out of time. So if you have anything final to say that you want to get across, say it quickly.
Go ahead, Jim. Bill. Well, no, basically, this is the story. This is the proof. The proof is on the website. We will have a book coming out. Read the book, but this is the story of the shoot down of Flight 800.
All right. Well, I'm glad you were here to tell it, both of you.
Good. Thanks for having us on.
Thank you very much. Thank you both, and good night.
Good night.
Well, there you have it. The story of Flight 800. I wish you all, in whatever time zone you reside in, to have a good night. Don't have nightmares. And yeah, I guess they don't always tell us the truth, do they? Good night.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be across the world's many time zones, every single one of them covered by this program. Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Welcome. I have 2 rules for the show. As you know, no bad language and only 1 call per show. And by the way, I would like to thank all the listeners last week who said, "Hey, Art, did you know there's no audio on hold?" No, I didn't. I do now, and it's fixed. Now, actually, we've got 2 things set up now that are pretty cool. And that is, when you call to be on the air with a guest or by yourself, whatever the case may be, the phone will answer itself. The age of robotics, huh? The phone will actually answer itself, and you will hear the show. Now, and the fact that it answers itself is cool, I guess. And then you will hear the show, and you will then know, I should turn down my device because I'm going to be on the air very soon. So don't worry about it. Turn down your device because you'll be able to hear everything going on the phone. So a major advance, thanks to the input of many of you callers last week. Just thought you'd like to know we got that done over the weekend.
Now, a brief announcement. This has to do kind of with the soul of this program, Midnight in the Desert. It is the soul of the program. We're in a fight, and here's how I'll put it. It's already settled, so don't worry about the fight. I have settled it. It wasn't easy, but I've done it. Because of the fact that the word of this show is getting around like, I don't know, the flu virus or something. It's not a very good analogy, is it? The word that we're doing it again is certainly out in the world. And as a result of that, recently, several big radio stations have approached me about carrying the show. However, it comes with a price, like everything, like selling your soul. A little like that. We did a show on that last Friday, selling your soul. The price is that they are commercial broadcast stations, and I understand they have the need to run commercials. So I came to a point where I had to make a choice. I had several large stations ready to jump in if I would only increase the number of commercials. And so I searched my soul and the soul of the show. And, I did this once. Obviously, we could right now build another giant commercial network. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it, folks. So I told them, I cringed really hard because some of these are pretty big cities. But I told them no. I'm not going to increase the number of commercials per hour. We only have 6, and that's where it's going to stay. So I stopped it. And I think it really does go right to the soul of the show. You'll notice our 5-minute newscast doesn't have to do with the world news very much. It has to do with the paranormal. It has to do with science. It has to do with a lot of the things that we talk about here. That was part of my vision. My other vision was not to commercialize the hell out of it to the point where, well, it's just not what I envisioned. This is what I envisioned. And so this is what we're going to stay with, even if the price is to tell these guys sorry, which I did. Hard for an old commercial radio guy like me, really hard. But that's what we're going to do. Now, there are visionaries out there like KXL in Portland that carries this, and they will reap one large, giant benefit from it, and that will be ratings that will be through the roof, because we don't clutter up the show with weird commercials, various services that I won't go into, and so forth. So the soul of the show is going to remain what it is. Anyway, I thought you'd want to know. I made that decision and turned down quite a number. In the old days, I never would have done this, but there you go, folks. All right, world news. What's going on? Well, it's good and bad. The good is that the two Koreas got together and decided not to go to war. Actually, I think the North blinked. That little idiot up there gave us a deadline, and they began moving forces around, and so we began moving forces around, as did the South Koreans, and the South Koreans have had it. They're not going to put up with any more CRAP from the North, and they're going to fight back hard. And now the North knows it. So there were 2 days of, long talks, and the bottom line was North Korea apologized for the landmines they put in. South Korea took down the blaring speakers, and now there won't be a war. The big news, bad news, is the stock market. Holy moly. We'll talk more about this tomorrow night. I'm going to have a 1-hour guest tomorrow night. But U.S. stocks slid again on Monday. That's putting it mildly, down 1,000 points at the beginning. I think they ended up about 588 points down. I am watching China right now in real time. You see what China's doing. Not good. Shanghai is down 4.33% right now. Thank you, iPhone. 4.33% right now. That's another serious fall. It will go round the world. By the time I'm off the air, Europe will begin their fall, and then probably Wall Street will follow. We shall see. Coming up in a moment, Dr. Dean Radin, who is the chief scientist at the Institute of Noetic Sciences. His latest book, Supernormal, cool name, published by Random House in July 2013, discusses ancient legends from a scientific perspective about supernormal powers developed through the practice of yoga. To do this, Dr. Radin discusses what yoga is really about. It's not what we see today in most health clubs around the world. He also describes what the traditional superpowers are. Do you want superpowers? And considers if they are merely superstitions or something more. He focuses on scientific experiments when investigating these abilities. And this is going to be fascinating stuff. The whole thing has immense implications for our understanding of human potential, for science and society. The foreword, by the way, of Supernormal is written by Deepak Chopra. So this is a very, very, very interesting guy we've got coming on. As you may recall, he was very involved with Princeton, and still is, and the consciousness experiment that I so dearly love. So coming up in a moment, Dr. Dean Radin, and we will talk of many things. It is a good night. Stay right where you are, because this is going to be a good midnight in the desert. I'm Art Bell.
Day turned black, sky ripped apart, rain for years till it dampened my heart, cracks in the leaf. Now I stand here helplessly, hoping you'll get into me. I am so into you.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Okay, don't call Art yet. Not yet. I'll let you know when it is time. So, now comes Dean Radin. And Dean, welcome to the program. It has been years since we spoke.
Thanks, Art. It's a pleasure to be on your show.
Good to have you. Reading just real quickly from something up on the Consciousness Project site, it says, our purpose is to examine subtle correlations that may reflect the presence and activity of consciousness in the world. We predict structure in what should be random data associated with major global events. When millions of us share intentions and emotions, the GCP or EGG network data show meaningful departures from expectation. The experimental bottom line has 1 billion to 1 odds against chance. That is a powerful finding based in solid science. And that paragraph seems to me itself very, very powerful. Do you still agree with that notion?
Sure. Yeah, the difference now is that the overall effect is actually about 3 trillion to 1.
Oh, my God. Really?
And it keeps getting a stronger effect the longer the experiment goes.
All right. Well, a lot of people don't know what it is. It is an experiment at Princeton, which is trying to figure out if consciousness, human consciousness, has an effect or even predicts something that will happen to human beings globally or in a very wide area. Is that describing it fairly?
Yeah, pretty much. You mentioned the term egg. And yes. I should mention here that the idea of this was to imagine that we could put the equivalent of an EEG, an electroencephalogram, which has lots of little electrodes that you stick on your head, but instead we'd use the head of Gaia, the head of the globe.
Right.
And so I came up with this term electrogaiagram, or EGG, and that's why it's called EGG.
Okay. And these eggs are, I believe, in the form of computers scattered around the world, all reporting back to Mama at Princeton. And basically these computers, if I remember correctly, are outputting random numbers. There's a random number generator. And what Mama is looking for is when a lot of these eggs suddenly agree and become not random anymore, but take on some coherence that has meaning. It means something's about to happen, something is happening, or something like that, right?
Right. So the metaphor here is a tsunami detector. To detect if there's a giant unexpected wave that spans the whole ocean, what you do is you put buoys and you scatter them, maybe thousands of buoys all around the ocean. And if you imagine that each buoy has the equivalent of a little bell on it.
Right.
And so all of these bells are tinkling randomly most of the time because they're only affected by local forces, the movement of the waves. But every so often, all of the bells start tinkling at the same time in the same way. So rather than getting this background tinkling, you get the equivalent of a rising chord, say. So there's a change that you can hear. So rather than using buoys in an ocean of water, we're using similar devices that are designed to produce basically random tinkling sounds, although it's an electronic circuit, in an ocean of consciousness. So
all right, here's a
metaphor.
Here's a scientific question for you. What leads you to believe that what you're actually measuring, and I know you've had some astounding measurements. The one before 9/11 was gigantic. And we'll talk about before part. But how do you know you're actually measuring consciousness?
Well, we don't know how to measure consciousness directly. So all we can do is infer that there are moments in human history where millions, perhaps billions of people are all paying attention to the same thing at the same time.
Right.
And so this is unusual. This is actually unprecedented in history, where we have the technology now where everyone's holding a smartphone and can participate pretty much in real time to large-scale events as they unfold.
Mm-hmm.
So if we have these moments of very high mental coherence in the sense that all of the attentions are pointing in the same direction, if mind and matter are actually related to each other, which is the underlying hypothesis here, then when the minds become very coherent, something has to happen to matter because of our hypothesized relationship. Namely, if mind and matter are more or less two sides of the same coin, then if one side of that coin becomes very coherent, then the other side has to correspond. And so we use random number generators because it's very easy to detect moments of order spontaneously arising, not just in one or two random generators, but all of them around the world. So that's what we look for.
So again, you can't know for sure that it's actually consciousness that you're measuring, but it does seem likely to me. I'll say that. In other words, scientifically, there's no way to actually say this is a lot of conscious minds thinking or reacting to something around the world at about the same time.
Right. But the idea of indirect measurement is very common in science. In fact, almost every measurement we make is indirect. We make a measurement and then infer a property based on that measurement, but it's not the thing itself.
Okay.
So this is actually not different than making a measurement of almost anything.
Well, you mentioned that the numbers have changed, and it's no longer 1 billion to 1; it's way higher.
Right.
That begins to make. I still don't know if it says it's consciousness, but it sure does say, here's some solid science. Somebody better take a darn hard look at this.
So sometimes what people say is, okay, well, we'll buy the idea that there are these correlations between large movements and mind, and there's something happening in these random circuits. So maybe what's happening is that when everybody turns on the TV and is watching something, that there's a change in the power grid. or there's a magnetic change, or there's some kind of physical change, and that's what we're seeing. And our answer to that is that the random number generators are designed from the get-go to exclude all of the known mundane influences. So these are metal boxes that are grounded, so it's not electromagnetic effects. It's impervious to radiation, it's impervious to changes in temperature, impervious to all known physical effects up to the point where the device begins to melt. Provided that most of these are in offices around the world or in people's homes, if the computer's running okay and computers put out regulated voltages, these random generators are operating in a proper fashion. And we have a huge amount of data from periods where there aren't large-scale moments of attention. So we actually, about 98% of the data is not periods of high interest in the world.
Right. Dr. Radin, question for you, and this is just a reach, but I love radio, every aspect of radio. And in radio, if you have a better receiver that gets a better signal-to-noise ratio than the last receiver you had, and or if you have a better antenna for that receiver, either way, you are going to get better data, better decryption of whatever it is you're trying to listen to. And I'm wondering if there has been any consideration given to some sort of way that one might amplify what is otherwise rather weak. And by that I mean, of course, if it is our consciousness, if there's some way to amplify it to the generators.
Well, we don't know yet how to amplify the consciousness side, assuming that's what it is.
Yes.
But we are actually doing an experiment now where we're changing the nature of the random number generator, hopefully to give us a better idea about what's going on the matter side of this mind matter interaction.
Really? How so?
So this is about 5 years ago. We were thinking of, at that time, the odds against chance for the Global Consciousness Project was around 1 billion to 1. And so we simply said, okay, let's just assume this is a real effect.
Sure.
Well, what's happening to the random number generators that cause them to behave non-randomly? And so what you need to do then is, again, on an engineering metaphor, you want to reverse engineer the random generator and kind of look down into the depths to find, well, why did these bits go this way versus that way?
Right.
So what we came up with is, first of all, you cannot go into a commercial random number generator and figure out what's going on because the device doesn't have a tap at the actual source of the randomness.
Right.
So we created new random number generators. We call them, for want of a better term, a quantum noise generator, because the source of randomness is actually quantum effects. It's electron tunneling. But we have a tap right at the diode that's producing the noise.
Right.
And we're recording the noise itself.
Wow.
Now, of course, we couldn't do this when we started this project back in 1998 because it produces a huge amount of data. We're recording at 44 kilohertz, the actual raw noise.
Wow.
And we'd also decided that it would be nice to put these devices all around the world, but we're pumping out so much data that it would be difficult to actually support it by the internet. So we said we need to go to an event where there's tens of thousands of people pretty isolated from the rest of the world, where there at least one moment of 20 or 30 minutes where everybody is all engaged in the same thing. And it became obvious to us what that was going to be. It was the Burning Man Festival.
The Burning Man.
Yeah.
Right here in Nevada, yes.
In the middle of the desert, very isolated from the rest of the world, but between 60 and 70,000 people who, during two events in particular, the burning of the man and the burning of the temple, you have huge amount of attention being paid on those two events, and each one lasts about a half an hour.
Can I ask a quick question, stupid question? Is the amount of intention or consciousness affected by the quantity of drugs consumed?
Well, it's a very good question.
And one that can be answered at Burning Man.
Yes, although we don't have a good control.
Yeah, I understand.
What we do know, though, is that I have friends who've gone to Burning Man many times, and they say that during the burning of the man, typically, and sometimes the temple as well, people in the audience do get a kind of palpable, sensed effect, a feeling effect.
I understand.
Which is being in the zone. Like they all feel, holy smoke, we're together in this, and they can feel it.
Yes, sir.
So whether it's the drugs or whether it's just the party atmosphere or something, it more or less reliably produces the effect that we're hoping to get in the first place.
Well, let me fairly say that I think that effect that people feel would be felt without the drugs. I was just sort of trying to inject a little humor and wondered if the drugs might enhance or detract from it.
Yeah.
Possible to answer.
Actually, I think it probably enhances.
Well, there you have it. Dean Radin says the use of some drugs enhances feeling.
Well, why do people?
Yeah, walk you right out on a plank and push you over.
Yeah, we're always drugging ourselves with legal and non-legal substances all the time.
That's right. I've had a number of people on the show talking about drugs like DMT and some of those. Mm-hmm. And that might be a whole discussion we could have sometime. I don't know if you have ventured down that highway, and I don't mean personally, but from an investigative point of view.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't have much
Radin.
to say on it because I am the chair of our institutional review board, which is the ethics review on experiments. And even though there are some drugs now that you can get permission to use, I've talked with people who do these experiments and asked whether they thought that somebody, for example, under the influence of psilocybin, could actually participate in an experiment.
Right.
And the answer is, for someone who's extremely experienced with the drug, they might be able to. But in most cases, once the person is, shall we say, intoxicated, participating in an experiment is the last thing in the world that they're interested in.
I'm not sure if intoxicated is the proper word. Are you?
Some word like that. Toxic is probably not correct.
No.
So let's say put into an altered state of consciousness.
Much better.
Yeah.
Much better. An altered state.
Yeah.
Okay, well then we do have some avenues we can go down that I didn't expect. Mm-hmm. I really like, when you say a quantum noise generator, what's quantum about it?
Well, the source of the noise are electrons that are tunneling through a forbidden zone. So as a ham radio guy, you know that what a diode is doing is blocking electrons from getting across a barrier, but sometimes they get across anyway. And that's a quantum effect. It's the wave-like nature of electrons that allow them to tunnel through a forbidden zone. When that tunneling takes place is considered to be fundamentally random. So at a micro scale, if you were actually to pay attention to what's happening at a diode, especially a Zener type diode,
right,
you have these little pops that are happening.
Absolutely.
Little pops are timed randomly. So when we're recording noise from the diodes, we're recording these little random pops, and they're happening so quickly that you can't see them very well at 44 kilohertz, which is our recording rate, but you do see is a very random looking trace.
Oh, isn't that interesting? Diodes, folks, it's a little device that allows electrons to flow in one direction, not the other, normally.
Right.
But Dr. Radin is saying some do flow in the forbidden direction, I guess would be the way to put it. All right, Dr. Radin, hold on. This is going to be very, very interesting stuff. Stay right where you are. From the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert with Dean Radin, and I'm Art Bell.
While midnight sweeps across America, you've found an oasis for the mind. To call Midnight in the Desert, please dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Dr. Dean Radin is the chief scientist at the Institute of Noetic Sciences. He's got a brand new book called Supernormal, and we're about to get there. We're going to talk about things supernormal in a few moments. Every time somebody on this show mentions the word quantum, I always want to give them the opportunity to explain to me and everybody else what they think they might know about quantum entanglement, if anything. Doctor?
Well, it's always good to start with very simple questions like what is the nature of consciousness and what is quantum entanglement? Yes. Especially late at night.
I know, but that's the time to think about this kind of stuff. I mean, it may even be related to what the rest of what we're talking about in some way. Who knows? But quantum entanglement is fascinating in almost every way a person can talk about it and imagine, but I know you can't explain it. Nobody can. Yet.
Right. And I am guilty of using the word quantum in describing the way that our new random number generators work. The notion, the reason why quantum is interesting in this case is the major difference between classical and quantum mechanics is in classical mechanics or classical physics, it is assumed that objects are separate, and more importantly, that observation does not affect the thing being observed.
Right.
In quantum mechanics, that's no longer true. And you observe a quanta, an individual quantum particle, say, its behavior changes. And so that's interesting because it opens the possibility that there's a physical mechanism underlying the idea of measurement or observation. And that opens the door just a crack for consciousness to come into play.
As I mentioned, there could well be a connection, and you just made it.
Right.
Possibly. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The mere power or the effect of observation is astounding, and that could be wrapped right into consciousness and the whole thing that you've been investigating. So I personally think, Dr. Radin, that the work you're doing and looking into all of this is perhaps one of the most interesting aspects of, I don't want to, it's unfair to use the word paranormal connected to this because it's not really paranormal. It's just an investigation into what is, and science will eventually make it para-fact.
Yeah, paranormal is just a placeholder word, meaning we don't understand yet what we're looking at.
Hear, hear.
So it's true that most of the work that I'm doing now would probably fall into the category of physics. We're interested in looking at this major outstanding problem in physics called the quantum measurement problem, which is all about why does the quantum world, why does this tiny microscopic world that we're floating upon, essentially, why does it respond to observation? And I should add here that the founders of quantum mechanics, almost all of them, including all the way up into the 1950s, with people like John von Neumann, who literally wrote the mathematics of quantum mechanics, they all seriously discussed and took seriously the notion that there's something peculiar about consciousness that seemed to play a role in the physical world.
Mm-hmm.
Now, today, this is considered a minority opinion. Many physicists today wouldn't imagine that consciousness had anything to do with quantum mechanics. But on the other hand, not that many physicists today are paying attention to the philosophical underpinnings of quantum mechanics or the foundations of quantum mechanics.
That's right.
And when you look at the various interpretations of quantum theory today, there's roughly a dozen or even more different interpretations. One of them is certainly that consciousness plays an important role. And there is no majority opinion in terms of what specialists in the foundations of quantum mechanics, what they think is actually trying to tell us about the nature of the physical world. So that's why one of the reasons why I'm doing physics-oriented studies is because one of the ways that you advance in physical theory is by doing experiments. I mean, that's the only way we know how to make a big advancement.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there. Let me take you back now to, I think, one night when we attempted to, on that other show, get a lot of people concentrating and move the Richter scale a little bit. And then I did a number of experiments, I'm sure you recall, trying to bring rain to areas successfully, I might add, and trying to have effects on people's health successfully, I might add. And I got to the point where after about, I forget how many, 5, 7 experiments, something like that, I had you on the air. And I remember that night asking you, I'd given it a lot of thought, and I thought, I'm beginning to dabble here where perhaps I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And even though it seems like we're doing a good thing, I recall a wish for rain in Texas where there was no forecast of rain, and then it really came after our experiment, and it flooded. So that set me thinking, and people started, of course, emailing me saying, come on, Art, move a hurricane, move a typhoon. And that's set me thinking, I have no idea what I'm doing. And while experiments are fun, well, I go back to when they pushed the button on the atomic bomb. About half scientists thought it would set the atmosphere on fire in a chain reaction, kill us all. So you never know what an experiment is going to do. I really enjoy experiments, and I may even try another one of these, but they're a little freaky and scary, frankly.
There are unintended consequences.
There you have it.
Whenever you're dealing with the edge of the known, you have to pay attention to the unintended consequences, and of course that's almost by definition impossible. So you just have to be very careful. So one of the reasons why we're doing experiments of the type that we do, which might seem a little artificial, like the one at Burning Man, is because it's pretty benign. We're not asking people to mentally try to change anything. We're just looking in the background to see whether this large-scale attention is pushing the physical world around in a measurable way. And to make a long story short, we are seeing that, and we're slowly beginning to get a sense of what is actually happening and why we get the effects in this global consciousness project.
Okay. What do you think you know? In other words, you say you're beginning to get a grasp of how you change something material with focused intent. And now
not intention.
Well,
it's attention.
Attention. Okay, attention.
So what we're seeing here is actually probably more described as a metaphor than a theory at this point, but the metaphor of a tsunami detector actually is kind of driving the way that we're doing the analysis. Because as I mentioned, we're recording pure noise.
Right.
And if you do a Fourier transform on pure noise, you're able to see the underlying frequencies in the noise, and you're able to see the phase of the noise.
Right.
So we're thinking there's probably not too much going to go on in terms of the amplitude or of the frequencies, but there might be in the phase, because after all, when you get a lot of phases that are normally random and they suddenly start coming together, that's the difference between a light bulb and a laser.
Very interesting, yes.
It's the same amount of energy in both cases, but one is extremely coherent, and it produces like almost an entirely new kind of light. Wow. So we're looking at phase differences in the noise during these moments of attention, and that's where we're beginning to see some interesting things.
Sorry for all the wows, but I mean they're justified. This is new areas of your research that I'm just now hearing about, and that's how I react as wow. That's really interesting. So phase changes.
Right.
And how do you quantify it? How do you measure it? For example, just describe what will be done at Burning Man.
Well, what we're doing is last year we had 10 of these new type of random number generators on the playa. And the prediction was that we would see phase coherence between the generators. So we're looking at cross correlations among all of the generators.
Right.
So this year we're taking between 30 and 50 generators and scattering them all around the playa, the desert. And again, we're going to look at phase changes and among all of the generators at the same time during periods like the burning of the man or the burning of the temple, as compared to other times when people's attention scattered all over the place. So what we would predict then is that when all this attention, this mental attention becomes coherent,
yes,
it's as though the minds go into phase coherence. Well, we're going to look at that and see if the same thing happens in the matter. In this case, the matter is the random noise.
And Doctor, is there any difference geographically? In other words, Burning Man is a relatively tiny event from a geographic point of view. Mm-hmm. And you're going to have these generators close, very close in. So, let's see, how am I going to phrase this? Would it matter if these detectors were in Moscow? Could they still measure Burning Man the same way? Or should I conclude that there is a geographic nearness effect?
That's a very interesting question.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have a good answer yet at this point.
Okay.
However, my guess is that proximity matters mostly in a psychological sense and not in a physical sense. Uh-huh. Because, see, this is not just a physics experiment, and it's not just a psychology experiment. It's right smack in between. So we can't ignore that there's going to be a psychological component to it. And in this case, it's the psychology of us as the investigators, right? We're involved in it. We're entangled with our experiment. We're putting it out on the playa. We have a certain expectation. So that psychological aspect is wrapped into the study itself. However,
you are the observers.
We and everybody on the playa are doing something. That's the inference.
Yes.
But however, in order to test the notion that you need locality, some of the generators are actually going to be in our lab in California.
Oh, no kidding.
A few hundred miles away from the desert.
Right.
But we will, by definition, simply tell the generators, your sister generators are out on the desert, and I want you to behave the same way. And this will help us see whether or not it's us as the experimenters that are somehow linking the meaning of the generator to the place, or maybe if the generators in the lab don't show any effect, but the ones in the playa do, then we'll say, well, okay, well, maybe there is something like a physical distance that makes a difference here.
I've got an idea for you.
Okay.
Why not, just for fun, associate two of those monitors, those computers, with each other, just for fun, before the experiment? What if the sensors themselves can be entangled, kind of like quantum entanglement, and that would then cause them to show similar results at a spooky distance?
Yeah, that's actually how we're doing the association.
Oh, really?
See, the boards that these generators are made on are the little printed circuit boards, and we're made in pairs.
You're so far ahead of me, Doctor. You're making me feel inferior.
No. You're asking exactly the right questions. So these are, of course, things that we're thinking of in the process of doing the experiment. We make the pairs of generators. They're by definition linked. They're entangled from the get-go, and then they're separated, and some go here and some go there.
I see.
So we're going to look at that issue as well.
Okay. None of this is what you actually came on the program to talk about. I just couldn't help myself.
That's okay.
It's fascinating. And, of course, your book is called Supernormal. And of all people, Deepak Chopra wrote the foreword, so this is extremely interesting, and let me just jump way ahead, and then we'll fill in. Is it possible that human beings can acquire supernormal powers?
Well, yes, I think it is. However, a very, very important component of all this is natural talent. If you train to be a high jumper, but you don't have any talent in being a high jumper, you're never going to get beyond 3 or 4 feet, no matter what you do.
Let us define what we mean by supernormal powers. Can you give me a good example of what would be a supernormal power by definition?
Okay, so first I need to make a distinction between supernatural and supernormal.
Oh, okay, sure.
So supernatural has a connotation of the divine. This is a gift from God. It's something that is beyond human. Mm. In the yoga tradition, supernormal is the term that I selected, is because it is assumed that these abilities are an inherent capacity of human beings, and actually not just humans, but any sentience. has this natural capacity to do certain things. So the certain things that are listed in classical yoga are mostly clairvoyance, various forms of clairvoyance from the macroscopic to microscopic, and some forms of psychokinetic influence, and then a whole bunch of things having to do with your own body. So those are the supernormal capacities. We're talking about levitation, becoming very light, and gravitation, which is the opposite, becoming very heavy, about inertia, meaning you don't have to eat or drink anything. We're talking about invisibility, things that you'd expect to see in comic books. So those are described. They're considered to be rare even among the adepts, extremely rare to find anybody in today's world who can do these things, or at least is willing to show it. And by far, what's much more common are what we'd consider plain vanilla psychic experiences, clairvoyance, precognition, that sort of thing.
Right. Okay. Boy, that's a long list. I don't even know where to pick up. With this list that you just gave me, have you scientifically concluded that there really are people that can do these various things? I mean, levitation, I'm very interested in psychokinetic ability. Have you actually seen it demonstrated?
At the macro scale, no. So we're talking about actual hovering of people, as in yogic flying? No. Even the best yogic flyers in the world can't hover. They hop, but they can't hover. And nobody can fly, as far as I can tell. In terms of macroscopic psychokinetic effects?
Yes.
No. I've seen things like spoons being bent in very bizarre ways that don't seem to be normal, including things like the bowl of a soup spoon bent in half. That would be very difficult to do if it wasn't a trick, and there are, of course, plenty of ways of tricking it.
Well, that is my question. Has it always turned out to be a trick, or do you think there really are people that can actually do that?
Well, I would say that the vast majority of things you see on YouTube are tricks. People who claim to be able to do any of these things. So those are almost certainly tricks. In cases where people are sincere, like disciples of gurus who claim that they've seen certain things, I've seen some of the videos that they've shot of what's supposedly telepathy, or not telepathy, but levitation.
Right.
And it's not. It's hopping. For movement of objects through psychokinetic means, and we're talking about static objects, not something even like a little pinwheel, but just put a pen on a desk and move it mentally. I've never seen that happen.
Oh, I have tried so hard.
Yeah. But in terms of pinwheels, extremely sensitive systems, yes, I've seen things that I think are real. Most of the evidence for mind-matter interaction are random systems, or what we've been doing recently involving optical systems with interferometers and things of that sort.
Right. I know the Russians did a lot of experiments in this area. Do you think, when we get back, we're in a break, do you think any of that is real? And so we'll pick up on that when we get back. But boy, the Russians really did impressive stuff. Could have been tricks. Who knows? I'm Art Bell.
Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Dr. Radin is my guest, Dr. Dean Radin, who is chief scientist at the Institute of Noetic Sciences. His latest book is Supernormal, and we're beginning to talk about supernormal things here. And indeed they are. And I did mention at the break the Russians. Boy, they did some seemingly really incredible experiments that were captured on video some time ago. And I'm sure that in your quest you've looked at those, and I wonder what you concluded.
Yes, I've looked at those, and the key word you mentioned is seeming.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that it's a very, very difficult to know based on the videos. Even videos that haven't been made public as to whether or not what we're seeing is real or perhaps disinformation.
Are you privy to videos that are not public?
Some, yes, and also from China.
Really?
So it's not that different than what you can see on YouTube. The only difference perhaps is that the source of it is known, whereas sometimes on YouTube you never know who's posting what. So there, both in Russia and China, there are supposedly some highly talented individuals who are able to do things that we generally don't see in the West.
Doctor, are they ahead of us? In this field, are the Russians and the Chinese ahead of us?
I don't think so. No.
Good. That's nice to hear.
Yeah, we're dealing with phenomena that have been around since the beginning of humanity. I'm reasonably sure that all major governments are tracking research in this area because the moment somebody gets a breakthrough, that's a major threat. But I don't think that there's very much secret government research going on at the moment.
Okay, actually, if a human, this is pure speculation, but I think it's good speculation, if I developed a superpower, and I could influence others or influence things, if I could set this pencil on end and knock it over with my mind, I'll tell you, Doctor, I don't think I'd tell a soul. I wouldn't tell anybody because, number one, people like yourself, well, no, you're a good guy. Other people like yourself would get me and dissect me quickly, and or other human beings, once they found out I really could do what I claimed I could do, would hate my guts. And I might seem like a novelty at first, but if I could do things that other people couldn't do, they would hate me. Eventually.
You are correct. It's a major threat. In many ways, it's a major threat, even if it had nothing to do with psychokinetic effects, just somebody being an extremely good telepath, for example.
Right.
Huge threat. So this actually brings us back to yoga.
It does.
One of the things that I wrote about in my book Supernormal is, well, why are these things talked about, these comic book style superpowers mentioned in yoga as kind of matter of fact, do these practices and you'll develop these effects. But it comes with a proviso and a prohibition. There's actually says in some of the sutras, in the Yoga Sutras, which is like the classical book of yoga, that if you develop these abilities, you shall not demonstrate them to anyone, including honored teachers, for the very reason that you're saying. Actually, two reasons. One is that people are frightened. Even people who know about these things can be frightened if they have very strong abilities.
Oh, yes.
The second is that the moment you demonstrate it to somebody else, your ego will be inflated because you have a power and people will respond to it as a power. This is what gives rise to gurus who go a little bit nutty. It gives rise to Darth Vader falling to the dark side.
Yes.
It's extremely difficult to withstand the way that other people would respond to you if you actually demonstrated this. So that's why these big powers are, the student is told that you will encounter some of these, but do not demonstrate them.
No, I think it would also give rise to strapping me to a wood post and putting lots of flammable stuff below me and burning me eventually. I mean, maybe not in the modern world, but, I'd be filled with lead. I'd one way or the other, I would not be tolerated. So
even in the modern world.
Even that's right.
Yep. Maybe not in the United States, we hope, but in other countries where there's still pretty high superstition, there is fear of witches and people are killed.
Oh, absolutely. Well, look, even in the United States, we think we're so advanced. In some ways we are, but our human emotions are pretty much as they always were. I grant you we're tolerating more, but somebody with that kind of power, for example, the ability to read one's mind, no way. That would simply not be tolerated. So you have to imagine if there are people capable of this, they're keeping it to themselves. Fair?
Yes. However, the reason why we study the reason we do experiments of the type that we study is to see whether in principle something like telepathy is real, and in principle is psychokinetic effects real. And we don't generally go looking for people who claim that they have these abilities, because sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. So instead, we work with the prototypical college sophomore. In other words, people who think that they might or might not have the ability, they don't really know, but they're willing to try an experiment. That's how the vast majority of psi research is done, with just ordinary people, to see if the yogis were correct in saying that this is a natural inherent ability, and most people quite weak, but nevertheless there. And so we know from those experiments that average people selected pretty much at random can demonstrate telepathy to a very weak degree, but for a real effect in the laboratory. And the same with precognition, clairvoyance, and psychokinesis.
All right.
So
here's a
that's
question.
how we know these effects are real. But at the extreme levels, the Olympic levels, those people are very difficult to find.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, here's an off-the-wall question for you. It is thought generally that teenage girls in their formative years, at 13, 14 years old with the hormones just raging away, have powers that are abnormally higher than others. Is that just like something that belongs in Mythbusters, or is there possibly something to it?
Are you talking about psychic powers or psychic abilities?
Yes.
I would say probably not. No.
Okay. Mythbusters.
Yeah. The few studies looking at developmental stages in psychic ability, the peak usually is at 4 years old.
Really?
Yeah, it's young children who don't know yet that they're not supposed to do these kinds of things.
Yes, well, that I get. Very interesting. 4 years old. And they learn that they are not supposed to be able to do that, by the time they're 7 or 8?
Well, when they start to become socialized and they realize that if you start revealing secrets of your friends, you're going to get shunned real quick.
Uh-huh.
So they don't do that.
But at 4, they don't know what they can't do, so they do it.
Right. Yeah, and if they're younger than that, then their language skills and their interaction skills are not quite developed enough. So somewhere around 4 years old. And by the way, around 4 years old is where you get most of the evidence for reincarnation.
You're absolutely right. What an interesting point you've made. Wow. Most of the evidence for reincarnation, God knows I've heard so many, as you point out, about 4-year-olds who will say things like, oh, I did that. I was there a long time ago. Or they suddenly recall something just out of the blue that cannot be. There's a great deal of evidence for that. And you're right, just about that age, before they know they can't do it, and after they've got enough language skills to prove they can.
Right.
Wow.
So fortunately, the abilities are not suppressed completely. And that's why we're able to take college sophomores and see effects. Now, if you start selecting people based on reports that they had, some people become adults and they never lose these abilities, even quite strong as adults. If you select those people out and you do the experiments with them, you get much stronger effects in these studies. So we're able to do a variety of partitioning the data according to personality and experience and so on, and you get pretty much what you would expect. The talent makes a difference.
Okay, indeed. All right, let's talk for a moment about yoga. What we know of as yoga in the West, and I'm no expert, so you may need to define yoga for me, just period, the common Western definition. And then what you're talking about, the yoga you're talking about, is a different animal, right?
Well, it's the original animal. So yoga in the West is kind of a quasi-spiritual aerobics. It's stretching with special pants. Let's put it that way. And it's perfectly fine, but it's only one tiny little component of the original classical yoga. And what we do today is mostly poses and stretching and some strength building, and that's all mainly about what in a classical sense we'd call the asanas, the poses. The purpose of the poses and the strength building was for one thing only in the original yoga, It was to make your body strong enough so you were able to sit down for very, very long periods of time.
Okay.
That's why. And so why did people need to sit for very long periods of time? It's because the goal in yoga was meditation, and all of the training, physically and mentally and breathing and all the rest of it, was to allow your body to be comfortable enough so that you could meditate for many, many hours every day. That's generally what we're not doing in the West, although I think more and more yoga studios are introducing some degree of meditation into the practice. Which
if
I think
somebody is able to meditate many hours a day, it is toward what end?
It is towards the end of reaching a state of meditation called samadhi, which is a form of absorption or union with the universe. We might think of it as a classical mystical state, where you see no distinction between you and me and there and then and now and here and so on. All of those ordinary distinctions dissolve. This is, by the way, what the founder of our institute had. Edgar Mitchell was in the spacecraft and had samadhi with the universe, a very classic mystical experience. Many people report this. Sometimes it's spontaneous, sometimes it's in meditation. We did a survey of 2,000 beginning meditators to simply ask, from the beginning of your meditation practice to now, which might be a matter of months or years, have you noticed any spontaneous arising of things like synchronicities and maybe telepathic impressions and so on? Have you simply noticed this happening? And something like 75% of them say yes.
Wow.
So we have some anecdotal evidence, reporting evidence, that what the classical yoga is talking about is that we're pretty sure that psychic abilities are arising from a very deep part of ourselves. And if you think of this as a mind-matter interaction, very deep in the physical world and very deep in the mental world are more or less the same. That's the assumption here. And so if you train your mind to dive very deeply into your mental space, you're actually also diving into physical space. And so one of the reasons why you're able to start having amazing synchronicities and some psychic abilities is because, as we know, deep down in the physical world, the quantum world, it's non-local. That we're no longer dealing with things that are in space or time. It's somehow beyond space-time. Well, every psychic ability, every mystical experience, the one thing that makes it strange is that it is beyond space-time, right?
Yes.
You have connections with people at a distance, either in space or in time. We give it different names like telepathy and clairvoyance, but all of them are considered weird because they don't seem to fit in ordinary space-time.
Is it possible to begin this practice of yoga as you're defining it, with the goal being to attain one of these superpowers, or is that cheapening it to the point where it doesn't work? In other words, you've got to get to this union with everything before you can even begin to think about it.
Well, some people certainly will take up yoga with the idea that they're going to develop special abilities, yes. And some of them probably will.
So nothing wrong with that attitude about it as you enter into it.
Well, from a classical yoga perspective, you're told to not put a lot of attention on the siddhis because you'll be seduced by the power. And by the way, you actually don't need to reach samadhi in order to have these abilities. Some of them are going to spontaneously arise pretty quickly. But if you get just overjoyed with having occasional telepathy, you might stop doing your practice. And that's the warning in classical yoga, that that's not the goal. The goal is to go way beyond that.
Right. Hold tight. We're going to break here.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Dr. Dean Radin is the chief scientist at the Institute of Noetic Sciences. He is my guest tonight, and boy, we are in the deep stuff here. No question about that. Fascinating stuff, actually. All right, Doctor, this one will probably hit you pretty hard, or maybe not, but it's from JDD, whoever that is. I get these computer messages. Art, please ask the good doctor on what basis and what authorities he concludes that the purpose of samadhi is union with the universe, in quotes, rather than with the supreme creator of the universe. Thanks. Great show. Tricky question. Doctor?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Not really. It's a bad question. It's a tricky question.
Well, I don't know. It's a matter of interpretation. So one of the things, in fact, the reason why I studied yoga rather than, for example, I could have looked at the charisms of Catholicism. I think that the actual phenomena themselves, the charisms and the cities, are basically exactly the same thing. I mean, they're even described in similar ways. Levitation shows up in Catholicism, shows up in shamanism, shows up in yoga, it shows up everywhere. Yoga, I decided to take that route because it assumes that these are human abilities. These are not divine gifts.
So there you went.
Yeah. So samadhi then becomes something about you and the universe. And in that case, you don't need to assume that there's a divine.
Well, that's what they wanted to try to force you to answer.
Well, I mean, personally, I'm not a very religious person, so I don't need the divine. I don't need that hypothesis. Maybe there is some kind of a universal intelligence of some type, but I'm agnostic about it. I don't know.
Well, all right. Let me ask you this. Do you think that reincarnation is a significant possibility?
Well, I think it would be foolish to not pay attention to the case studies. On the other hand, there are a number of ways of interpreting that information which may or may not suggest that there's actual survival, or at least reincarnation type survival. Since we know that a lot of the data comes from roughly 4 years old, and we know that 4 years old are also about as psychic as they're going to get naturally, and we know that one of the forms of psychic ability is clairvoyance, then a child could use clairvoyance to get any information that they wanted to, in which case they could just as easily get information that they will get lots of positive feedback from their family and maybe researchers who come and study them. So we don't actually know where the information comes from.
Well, we do know that Buddhism certainly supports the concept of reincarnation.
Yes.
And I know that you're going to talk about the Dalai Lama in here, or an instance with the Dalai Lama at the very least. And it's all absolutely fascinating to me. I have this funny feeling that there may be something to reincarnation. But you see, when you say there is, or that there very well may be, then you're getting close to what this person was asking about the creator. And
well, but why? See, why would reincarnation necessarily mean that there must be a divine?
Well, true, I guess. But it would seem to suggest that there is a power far greater than ourselves, and you can call it divine as easily as not.
Right. Is there a power greater than us? Absolutely, that is the case. And I'm thinking of this not so much in terms of traditional notions of God, but simply in how much do we actually know about who we are and our place in the universe.
Not a whole lot.
Yeah, as compared to what is left to learn, we know almost nothing. So is there the possibility of other life in the universe that knows much more simply because they've been around for a few billion years more? Almost certainly. But those people, to use a word that is because I don't know what else to call them, imagine what we know now through science in just 1,000 years from the future today. And where we were 1,000 years ago,
sure,
we're going to know much, much more about everything. We might, if somebody from 1,000 years in the future came back and gave us a lecture, we would understand almost nothing. And somebody might then mistake them for being divine.
It irritates the hell out of me that I know I'm going to die and not be able to be around to know these things.
Well, that's why things like reincarnation are an interesting idea, because maybe a piece of you will be around. Maybe not. I mean, this is part of the great mystery. We don't know yet. That's actually one of the reasons why I do this kind of research, because like everyone else, I'm interested in knowing the answer, but I'm not willing to take it on faith. So,
well, that's what science is, right?
That's what it is.
But, I do know that eventually science is going to pin a bunch of this down, and I think that physicists and perhaps even some religious people are going to get closer and closer and closer eventually as more gets known, or maybe there'll be a giant war. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
As we discover more about ourselves. There was a movie, probably little known. I wonder if you happen to ever catch it. It was called I Origins.
No, I don't know that.
Oh, well then, to you and the audience, I recommend that you have that experience. You won't think it's about reincarnation, and that's all I'll say. It is incredibly well done, and it simply speculates that as we begin to identify people worldwide by their eyes, the bio identification that you can do with eyes, that they suddenly begin finding two people with exactly the same eye identification. Well, turns out that one of the people was dead, and somehow or another, well, I don't want to give away the whole movie, but I think you get the idea, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my sense is that for many centuries there's been this big split between science and spirituality. That split is slowly going to be closed, and so what we currently call science today and what we currently call spirituality are going to merge at some point, and we'll have better terms for both sides of that what is currently a gulf, but the gulf is going to disappear. And it basically all comes down to what do we know? Well, we know a little bit now, but there's a lot left to learn.
Why are scientists so predisposed to not just dismiss what they cannot prove, but ridicule it?
Well, if you think about the way that science began 400 or 500 years ago, it was very lucky, wealthy people who had the luxury of time to be able to look at the natural world.
Right.
Today, it's people's jobs. So the moment that your job depends on how you talk about things, you have a very strong motivation to go with the flow and to not rock the boat,
sure,
so to speak.
You need to eat.
You need to eat. And
unless you have progressed so far into what you're going to talk about tonight that you don't need to eat.
Well, I made a decision a long time ago that I find these topics more interesting than anything else that I know.
So do I.
I like to eat too, but occasionally I don't have to.
Oh, we will talk about that. Stay right there. Amazing stuff. There are people who actually don't have to eat. Hogwash, you say? Mm-mm.
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use Skype with a headset mic if on a computer and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
All right. Listen to me very carefully, because we are about to open the phone lines, even though, trust me, I could keep Dr. Radin all to myself the rest of the time. I will open the phone lines. Our public line is area code 952-225-5278. That's 952-225-5278. On Skype in North America, it's MITD51. MITD51. Outside North America, MITD55. So you're welcome to call now and begin lining up, and it will line you up. Now, by the way, when you call the number, there's something new tonight, and that is it will answer automatically and begin sending you audio of the show. Now, that would be your cue to turn down your device. Whatever your device is, turn it down, because you can hear what's happening on the phone. So, again, thank all the listeners for figuring that out for me this last Friday night. All right, so here we go. Once again, Dr. Radin, welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's cover a couple of things before we do pick up the lines. As an example, the Dalai Lama. Every time the Dalai Lama is around, a lot of prominent scientists who you would think wouldn't want anything to do with the Dalai Lama line up to meet him. How come?
Because they want to take a picture with him or a selfie so they can put it on Facebook.
Well, yes, but that must mean that they think very highly of the Dalai Lama, and a prominent scientist probably ought not think that way.
Well, why not? I mean, he has a certain gravitas and is a Nobel Prize winner and political leader.
Yes.
On the other hand, he's also well-trained in science.
Yes, indeed.
And he's been holding dialogues between Buddhist monks and scientists for many years now. And it's one of the outcomes of it has been very valuable in terms of making meditation research safe for academics.
Okay.
And it's led to all of these wonderful books that are out there now about change your mind, change your brain, books like that. It's all about brain stuff. But the Dalai Lama is somewhat frustrated in all this because he wants the scientists to start talking about the rest of what his beliefs are of Tibetan Buddhism, which involve all of the psychic and mystical experiences. The scientists who are generally invited to those meetings don't know anything about this area, and so they usually just dismiss it, or they say, well, we don't know anything about it.
Uh-huh. Some scientists have even had supernormal experiences. There is your book title, Supernormal Experiences during meetings right. with the Dalai Lama. And I think you know of something specific that happened to a psychologist, Paul right. Ekman, is it?
Yeah, Paul Ekman. So Paul Ekman is a famous American psychologist who came up with the idea of analysis of micro movements in the face.
Uh-huh.
You can tell a lot about somebody by these tiny little movements going on in their facial expressions. So Paul describes a case where he was in the presence of the Dalai Lama, and he said unexpectedly he had this very strong physical sensation which he would feel in the presence of the Dalai Lama, which he called warmth. But there wasn't any heat involved. It's something that felt very good. It was nothing like he had ever felt before or after. And the way he then started to deconstruct what was happening is that he just felt good. He felt goodness somehow. And he had realized that for much of his life he had always felt very angry about things. And the anger was simply missing when the Dalai Lama was around. Well, it turns out that one of the special powers, the so-called siddhis that are described in yoga lore, one of them is called radiated nonviolence or radiated goodness. And this is when you achieve a certain state of equanimity in yourself that you radiate it out.
Okay, well that's
around you.
Okay, but that would be almost influencing. In other words, remote influencing. And maybe you're not going to be willing to call it that, but I don't see how you cannot.
Well, it's not influencing in the sense of intention. It's simply presence. Your presence alone will affect people around you.
Well, that's influencing.
But there is also a siddhi that is about influencing people at a distance, and it's very, very similar to what we might call a Jedi mind trick.
Okay, this is Siddhis, right?
Right.
Siddhis.
So that's a Sanskrit term, and it means roughly perfection or attainment as a result of disciplined meditative practice. Those are the powers. So one of the powers involves influencing others' behavior, very much like that famous scene in Star Wars where Obi-Wan tells the stormtroopers, these are not the droids you're interested in.
Right.
So that's a matter of like wiping somebody's mind momentarily. That has actually been tested in the laboratory.
Oh?
And it works.
Oh?
So the way you test it in the lab, of course, all of the experiments have euphemisms. It's called an experiment in facilitated attention.
Facilitated.
The idea is that you have put somebody into a room and you have them look at something like a candle flame. And you give them instruction that every time that they notice that their mind has wandered from looking at the candle flame, that they should press a button. Meanwhile, outside the room, you have somebody who's given a task to every so often help that person attend or distract their attention, purely mentally, from a distance. So that's the Jedi mind trick. And the way you measure the result in the experiment is how often the person reports that they've mind wandered.
Right.
So when you're helping them pay attention, the mind wandering should go down. And when you're trying to distract them, mind wandering should go up, and that works.
And what kind of differential have you found in experiments?
Well, what you end up with is a probability against chance.
Right.
For pressing the button, and it is a statistically significant effect. It's not wildly strong, but again, the people who are doing the experiment are the equivalent of college sophomores. So you're just average people who are willing to do the experiment can show this effect. That suggests that if you find people who are exceptionally good at this, that they actually can do the equivalent of a Jedi mind trick.
Have you actually observed that this done?
Well, I know about the experiments that are done, but I haven't seen people who are exceptionally good at it. Or maybe I have, but they wiped my memory.
Yes, perhaps. But you do think it is within the world of possible.
Yeah, it's actually very similar to a much larger class of studies that are the feeling of being stared at. And Rupert Sheldrake has done a version of that. We've done our own version of it, and that works as well. You isolate somebody, you have a closed-circuit TV that looks at them. They don't know when somebody's looking at them or not. And you measure physiological changes, like the person's heartbeat or skin conductance. And you can see that when somebody's on the other end of the video stream looking at them, their physiology is reacting differently than when there's nobody watching.
Right.
So that has been shown also to be a significant effect, again, in unselected volunteers.
You certainly have a fascinating area of research, Doctor. I need to ask you this because you've got it down here, and I'm not sure what it means. What does your research contribute to the possibility that consciousness is not a product of the brain?
Well, ultimately, that's really what we're talking about here. It's all about what is consciousness. Is it something, as the neurosciences currently say, that it is generated by the brain? Thinking of the brain as something like a fancy computer with recursive circuits and information processing and so on, that somehow consciousness gives rise to that, or the brain gives rise to consciousness. The kinds of phenomena that I study, though, strongly suggest that the brain is certainly involved in some aspects of cognition. There's no doubt about that. But whether it gives rise to all of what we know about the mind is strongly questioned by things like clairvoyance.
Or are higher levels of consciousness simply reached when you put yourself in the proper state, as you've been describing? In other words, that consciousness is out there, kind of like, I don't know, kind of like the ionosphere circles the world, and you can put yourself in a state to, in essence, meld with it.
Well, if that is the case, if I understand correctly what you're saying, you go into a state of consciousness that is generated by the brain, but now it's sort of hovering outside your head somewhere.
Yes, exactly.
If that is the case, and you take a quantum model, again, to use that word, quantum, because some aspects of quantum mechanics are not in space-time, which gives you the possibility of extending out through space and time, well, maybe something like that could explain clairvoyance or precognition. We actually don't know at this point. In fact, if you look at surveys by neuroscientists, there's a very nice one looking at the unsolved problems of neuroscience. Every discipline does this every so often. They have a list of things that we don't know yet.
Mm-hmm.
one of the unsolved problems in the neurosciences is what gives rise to consciousness, in this case meaning awareness, self-awareness. We don't have any idea. In fact, that's listed as one of the things that we may never know from a neuroscience perspective.
Well, wasn't consciousness classically oversimplified by people just saying consciousness is self-awareness?
Well, the mysterious part of consciousness certainly is awareness and self-awareness, yes. The more that we've learned about the unconscious aspects of the mind and the brain, you begin to see that a lot of what we talk about as unconscious is brain stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's pre-processing and other kinds of brain things going on. The way that we know that is through correlations, right? I mean, they're basically only correlations that we see, neural correlations of consciousness, and both at the level of awareness and below awareness. But correlations don't mean causation. It's like one of the first things you learn in statistics. The correlation looks like it's coming from the brain, but we don't actually know that.
That's true. All right. Would you be willing to take a few questions?
Sure.
All right. Let's try it. Seattle, Washington. Hi.
Hi there. I've been listening to the theory of consciousness, and I want to know if I have an idea. Is it possible that the mind is actually just a conduit for consciousness? In other words, consciousness being somewhere else, and that as we register brain waves, we're just seeing that the mind is like a receiver for consciousness.
Yeah, it's funny.
I actually lies elsewhere.
That's almost what I just asked. Doctor?
Yeah, that is certainly one of the possibilities. That mind is a filter of consciousness out there, or a receiver of consciousness. And actually, it's very similar to what I talk about in my book, Supernormal, that yoga philosophy, at least one form of yoga philosophy, is called Sankhya. It actually postulates that the universe consists of actually three things. One is pure consciousness. It's just fundamentally out there. It's just something that's there. It's part of the fabric of reality. The other thing is the physical world is there. It's like a real thing. It's what science studies. You can't deny it. But the mind is the thing that connects the two. So, interestingly, in yoga, the mind is considered to be partly pure consciousness, pure awareness, and also partly physical. So it's interesting that these ideas are thousands of years old, and how they came up with it, who knows? But it actually kind of fits what we're beginning to learn from a combination of neuroscience and the kinds of research that I do. It suggests that the mind is both physical, it's partially brain, but it's not completely brain. It's also something else, which we can call consciousness.
Help you, caller?
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Let's go to somebody banging in. I'm not sure where you are. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hello. It's wonderful to talk to both of you. You are my current heroes. And I wanted to talk about a couple of things. I specifically went to college to get my master's in clinical psychology to study this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And just like Dr. Radin, it's exhilarating. It's fun. It's what I would do. I mean, I wouldn't jump in the middle of the ocean with a bunch of sharks. That would terrify me. This doesn't scare me, as it does a lot of people. Also, I think the ego, you talk about the ego as blocking
yes,
psychic experience. I think that the ego does create an interference in psychic experiments when you get, like, let's say, 10 psychics all in the same room and test them to see how good they do. Their egos and the seriousness of it might cause a problem. If you keep the experiments on a play basis, like for fun, let's see how far we can do this. Even if you wanted to do it competitively, but make it more of a game to keep that looseness and the game feeling about it, where it's not too dark and too serious. I'm thinking that might work really well. Mm-hmm. Also, I've done some research into astrology, which is probably not your thing right now, but it turns out that I did some psychic experiments decades ago with a woman I met on the beach, and we were using 5 different objects, like a plant, a rock, a crystal, a bell, kind of similar to the 5 cards that are used in psychic experiments. And we found that we did really, really, really good when the full moon was in Pisces. And coincidentally, Pisces is the most psychic sign there can be.
Okay. Well, I don't know about that, but what she suggested earlier is interesting, Doctor, that if it's not such a structured, serious experiment, if it's done more casually, as almost in a game, you might get a better result. Any experience with that?
Yeah, well, she's completely correct in terms of ego getting in the way. That's definitely, we see that happen in the lab a lot. It's one of the reasons, by the way, that we don't test people who come to us who claim to have special abilities, because the moment that they learn that maybe they have some kind of ability, their ego always becomes inflated, and we don't want to be responsible for that.
So it is possible, Doctor, let me just get this out of the way because it opens up an area of exploration for me. It is possible that there are many people out in our world today that have superpowers of one sort or another, who are totally keeping it to themselves, and that even if they began to show other people, they learned very quickly that that was a bad idea, and they keep it totally to themselves, and perhaps they use it for advantage in life, advantage in business, advantage, period.
Right.
You think?
I am pretty sure that that is the case. In fact, when I talk to business leaders and politicians and people in the military, initially, some years ago, when I started to talk to high-level people, I didn't know whether they're going to be highly skeptical or how they're going to respond to the kinds of things that I've been looking at.
Right.
But pretty uniformly, they agree that they would not be where they are unless their intuition was exceptionally good. They may not talk about this in terms of psychic ability.
No, they wouldn't. They would say intuition is a much easier word to digest without beginning to burn the witch.
Right. And they will privately all admit that they're completely on board. So these talks that I give are easy to give. And very few very strong skeptics within those fields, because as they tell me, they wouldn't be where they are unless they were repeatedly correct in making decisions where there was no other form of information.
All right, Doctor. Hold tight. We'll be right back. This is just a 2-minute break. Fascinating stuff. Absolutely fascinating. Dr. Dean Radin is my guest. And if you've been with us, you've got to have a question.
You don't fear the reaper, not to the wind, the sun, the rain. We can be right there. Come on, baby, don't fear the reaper. And I still can hear him say, oh, talk to me. Don't you get me? What's going on?
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until answered. These calls are unscreened for your listening pleasure. Call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
That's actually interesting because we've got a sort of an auto answer now. When you do call the line, what's going to happen is you're going to hear the audio of the show like that. And that means you've made it. So hold on. It's auto hold, and it's also auto audio. In other words, you get the audio of the show, means you've made it. Hang in there. You'll be on the air, and when you get on the air, you'll hear a little boing sound. It's kind of cool, actually, a little boing. Let me demonstrate that to somebody right now. Hello there, caller. Did you just hear a little boing? What was that, a yes? Hello, caller. What a terrible demonstration. I'm on the line. I'm trying to get a caller. Are you there? Going once, going twice. All right.
Yes, I'm here.
Well, what in the world were you doing?
Oh, trying to figure out how it works, but I got it now, Art. Thank you.
Oh, good Lord. So did you hear a boing or not?
Yeah, I just caught it after I was running into the room.
What a lousy demonstration. All right, anyway, you're on the air with Dr. Dean Maiden. Hello.
Yes. Well, I wanted to ask how, in regards to this subject, as he's taken into consideration, near-death experiences as well as out-of-body experiences, and is that part of how he is, working out the theory there?
You know what? Let's ask about these. Doctor, these are very interesting things. NDEs, fascinating. OBEs, fascinating. And I don't know if you've looked into them or you have an opinion about them, but these are things that I study and interview guests about, and I'm fascinated by. What do you think?
Well, of course, NDEs and OBEs are strong challenges to the idea that consciousness is generated by the brain.
Yes.
Because if you don't have a brain and you still have experiences, well, where's it coming from?
Good point.
So
your answer is you obviously have to be looking into them because it meets up with what you're talking about.
Well, I look into them in the sense that I'm aware of the literature, and I know people who know much more about this than I do. But we tend to do experiments, and it is possible to do experiments with NDEs, as Sam Parnia is doing, but that's a full-time job, and we can only do so much. So I let the experts in the NDE studies do what they do best, and I pay attention, but we're not actively pursuing that area.
You've got enough to work on. All right, let me try this experiment again. It's got to work. I'm going to go to Hawaii. I'm going to say, hi, Hawaii, you're on the air. Did you hear the boing?
Yes, I did.
Welcome to the program, and thank you.
You're more than welcome, and it's an extreme pleasure to talk to the both of you.
Thank you.
And rather than give you all my experiences with ESP and everything and UFOs and
that's all right,
and waste everyone's time, I'm just going to shoot right to the question.
Okay.
Dean, I have noticed, because of my perception over the years, and also Paul Smith has finally agreed to this on one of the other radio shows, that there is no such thing as the number 2. That is a convention. In other words, if you have even a small particle, the very nature of its description is that it is located somewhere and therefore cannot literally be in two places at once, even to include the interference patterns that you get with the slit light experiment from Einstein. And so if there is no such thing as a 2, in other words, you can have a bottle of Coca-Cola and you can have another bottle of, well, let's say soft drink. I don't want to say that brand name again.
I don't care. Another Coke.
Okay, well, you can have 2 Cokes, and you do not have a copy of the original. I mean, that's all you do have is a copy of the original. You can never have the original over again because it would occupy the same space.
I'm not sure I get it. Doctor?
Yeah, I don't get it either.
Well, let me try one more time here. Any object, even molecules in the universe, and this is macro and micro, are self-evidently individual, but they also are just part of one big thing, the whole universe, the whole cosmos.
Oh, the great one.
Yeah. In other words, that's why remote viewing is possible, is because we are there wherever it is that we target. And the grid or the Akashic Records or whatever you want to call it does automatic targeting and essentially locates part of where you are already at.
All right. Now I sort of get it. Doctor, have you looked into remote viewing? It is indeed fascinating.
Yes.
Something to it, in your opinion, or what?
Yeah, well, not just remote viewing, but all psi experience suggests that the universe is aptly named, namely it's one thing. Quantum mechanics certainly tells us that the physical world is actually better thought of as relational and as holistic. And from that perspective, it actually makes a lot of sense that the reason that you're able to just as easily tell what's on the other side of a card as the other side of Pluto is because they're not really separate. Separation is an illusion. Right. And by the way, that is one of the core principles in most Eastern philosophies as well.
Right, I understand what he said. Just how he was trying to get us there was tough.
Yeah, because he said there's no number two.
Right.
And I actually use number two a lot in my work, so.
Right. Gotcha. Skype. Tom, you're on the air. Hello, Tom. Going once. Tom has waited so long. Are you sure you're not there, Tom? No, I guess you're not there. Too bad. Let's go to Amy on Skype. You are there, I hope.
Yes.
Okay, turn your radio off, please, or device, whatever it is you've got on.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay.
Hi, Dean.
Hi.
Dean, you had mentioned that neuroscience doesn't know what consciousness is. I was wondering, do you feel that your line of thought alludes more to pseudoscientific magical thinking rather than the fact that we have not yet neuronally mapped what one would define as consciousness?
I'm simply reflecting what leading neuroscientists say when they're reviewing the evidence that we currently know about what gives rise to consciousness. But it's not only that. If what we see in the laboratory for phenomena like telepathy and so on are real, which I think the evidence is pointing in that direction, then a brain-centric understanding of consciousness does not seem to be sufficient. Now, the only proviso to that is if the brain is also operating on quantum principles, which of course is at least as controversial as the existence of a psychic phenomena, then the possibility arises that the brain could give rise to consciousness, and Art mentioned this earlier, and consciousness then, or awareness, is actually not just in your head as a classical physical object, but is also spread out in space-time as a quantum object. And in that sense, you can create a completely physical explanation for why the psychic phenomena are real and why the brain would generate consciousness.
Yeah, but I feel that we're dealing with areas with a lot of mystery, and there's a lot of subjective thought around it. And personally, I don't feel like there's any compelling evidence for what you're positing. However, I do find it interesting, and thanks for having me on the show.
You're very welcome. But actually, there is compelling evidence. I mean, statistically, it's very compelling, Doctor.
I agree. I mean, that's what we see in the laboratory. That's what people have been looking at for over 100 years. The notion of not seeing the evidence or not feeling compelled by the evidence is an interesting one, because we know that a priori decisions or a priori beliefs about data strongly determines what you can see. And it's in both directions. It's a sword that cuts both ways. If you start out thinking this stuff probably isn't real, then you can't see it very well. You can't evaluate it very well. The other side, of course, is if you completely believe everything, then even the evidence which isn't very good, you'll see it in a very positive light. So this is not just true in this field, but every area of science is always dealing with the notion of how do we get beyond our a priori biases. And ultimately, we do the best that we can to provide the best evidence that we can, and the future will let us know who's right.
All right. Let's see. This is Karen on my wormhole, which sends me messages during the show. And she says that Twitter is asking Dr. Radin to please review the time frame of the 9/11 random generator results. And that is worth talking about for just a moment. Indeed, 9/11 registered big time on the random number generators. However, it, if I recall correctly, registered about 30 minutes, or began registering about 30 minutes prior to the event itself. You've had a lot of time to think about that, Doctor. Any thoughts? Why before the event?
Well, this unfortunately is there's no easy answer to this. The standard analysis that we use for all of the events for 9/11, it did show a significant effect, but not wildly significant. It was only on exploratory analyses where we began to see much stranger things happening. Like the event on 9/11 was preceded by about 3 hours of a trend, which turned into a highly significant trend. Mm-hmm. But we didn't predict that in advance. I mean, we didn't even know about the event in advance, obviously. But the standard analysis is usually about an hour before something happens to several hours afterwards. The exploratory research went back days before to days after. And there you see the very long-term strange trends where 9/11 is happening in the middle. So maybe there was some kind of a mass-scale precognition that something was about to unfold. Certainly after the event, it took the world several days before it calmed back down into randomness. But again, I don't want to push it too much in terms of the what we found, because those weren't analyses that were predicted in advance.
Still, if you can understand that feeling and you feel it, you might as well duck, right?
Well, we know from many other experiments that we call presentiment,
yes,
that the body does respond several seconds before a randomly selected emotional versus calm image or stimulus.
Right.
So we know that in principle that we do get information from the future. So if you amplify that into a couple billion people, then the likelihood is that a lot of people sometime before this major event occurred felt something. I know even from my own family that my mother said that she woke up that morning and immediately felt that her blood pressure was way up. And so she took her blood pressure, and it was so high that she got nervous and called the doctor. And just around that time is when 9/11 happened.
Wow.
So she was reacting to something unusual, and once she learned what the event was, her blood pressure returned to normal. So again, multiply that out by lots and lots of people, and it does suggest that somehow people can feel when something is about to unfold.
Well, I had my own event, one really cool, precognitive, or not so cool at the time, scared me, event. All right, stay right where you are. Dr. Dean Radin is my guest.
You get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime, sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything.
I think I want to have Bob Crane on live, have him do his buffering imitation live. Wouldn't that be cool?
Remember, when calling Midnight in the Desert, let the phone ring until
No. We've got a different setup now. Let's try this one.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you. But remember, the NSA, well, you know. To call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
That's awesome. Man, that's funny stuff. The NSA, you know. Yeah, you know, right? All right, back to our guest, Dr. Dean Radin. Hi, Doctor. Really good stuff tonight, and really some deep thinking that has to be done. And you must do that every day. I mean, what do you do on your day? Does the weekend come, and do you stop thinking about all of this and sort of lock it out and go to a different world, or is it with you full time?
No, I consider that I'm very fortunate to be able to do this kind of research, and so I work on it all the time. It's not work for me; it's fun. So,
well, I do get that.
Yeah. And it's a strange. We live in a strange world where you have a majority of people, including scientists, who have these experiences, and yet, at least in the Western world, we're taught not to talk about them. So, as an example, I'm a member of a group that has been meeting monthly for 20 years almost. A very prominent group of scientists at a major university who have done their own experiments,
right.
Experiments. They get successful results. They refuse to talk about them in public. And so it is easier today to get a PhD at a university by writing a dissertation on Buffy the Vampire Slayer than it is to do something on telepathy. I mean, it's kind of crazy.
Maybe crazy, but I've had my own precognitive experience that was so strong that it was ridiculous. I mean, I think years ago I explained it to you, and I hate being dragged into doing it again, so I'm not going to. I'm going to resist. But suffice to say, I had one that was so strong that even when I tried to ignore it, I couldn't. Mm-hmm. And it turned out to be absolutely precognition. You know, somebody hit my car is the end of the story. And it really happened, and I knew it was going to happen, and I have no idea how I knew. But it wasn't, let's see, how can I put this? It wasn't subtle. It was like ocean waves crashing over me to the point I couldn't ignore it. That's how strong it was. But I can't repeat it.
Right. Yeah, so motivation, attention, maybe the moon has to be in the right position. These are many, many unknowns that we don't get.
Yeah.
Again, that's why we create little artificial tasks in the laboratory to detect whether in principle what you experienced was a genuine precognition as compared to a coincidence.
Mm-hmm. No.
So that's why we know that these things are possible. And occasionally you get something which is so overwhelmingly strong for the individual that it could in fact be a genuine effect.
Oh, it was genuine.
Yeah.
Of course, that's easy for me to say. On Skype, Blake, you're on the air.
Art, am I on the show, actually?
Yes, actually.
Oh, I've been a fan of you for so long. It's amazing to finally be able to be on the air. I wanted to ask Dr. Radin, though, if he had read anything or knows anything about, like Hermeticism or the Kabbalion, because I've always found that it has, like, a really cool correlation with science, like with the principle of vibration and correspondence and mentalism, and I've always thought that, like, this Eastern philosophy kind of, like, stemmed from the stuff that I read about in the Kabbalion. Just wanted to know if he had done any research into it, and I'll take my answer off the air.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that book and with a great deal of the esoteric literature or the occult literature. And I think I agree that what we currently know as science today came out of those traditions. I mean, alchemy and chemistry are very closely related to each other in terms of their origins. And we know now that Newton spent a huge amount of time on science, but it actually more on alchemy. So
all right.
The science today owes a great debt to people who today, of course, you would look at the occult lore and see it as lore. And yet I think some of those old wives' tales, the old wives were probably smarter than we think.
Knoxville, Tennessee, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Hi. I don't want to say who I am or anything.
That's
but
fine.
I know that you guys are really, really smart, and maybe you've read this book called The Strange World of Frank Edward. And I read this book about 20 years ago, and there was a fella in the book who was in bed for like his whole life, and he was extremely spiritual and intelligent, and he talked about the wisdom of the ages and everything. Well, when this guy died, they performed an autopsy on his brain because he was so intelligent. But when they opened up his head, there was no brain. And the guy was like speaking from his spirit and his soul. So I know that you mentioned about consciousness. Some years ago, I had a UFO experience.
All right, well, we're going to hold on that one, and we're going to stick with the no brain for a second. He had no brain. I had never heard this. Doctor, how about you?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that book. There are cases, though, contemporary cases, where people complain of a headache, and then they have a MRI, and it turns out that it's not that they don't have any brain, but that their brain has been squashed flat.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of liquid. They have cerebral spinal fluid that has pushed their brain, so it's just a very, very thin piece of brain.
Right.
And yet they still have a normal IQ, and other than a headache,
they function.
Perfectly normal.
That's right. Actually, people have had half their brains removed and continue to function.
Right. So some of this we can understand just from neuroplasticity, that the brain can rewire itself pretty well, and but it does make you think that then you'll take all of the little bits of evidence, everything from this kind of phenomenon to near-death experience and beyond. Is the brain the thing that gives rise to what we think of as ourselves? As I said before, some of it certainly does. You can't deny that the neurosciences are quite good at what they do, but only when you start ignoring all of the other little bits of evidence suggesting that maybe it hasn't completely wrapped up the whole story.
Fascinating stuff. Ken, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art, great show, and I love the newscasts on Dark Matter Network. Great.
Thank you.
Dr. Rand, this question's for you, and I'm sure you'll appreciate this, Art. You talked about the DNA being unique and possibly an antenna on a previous show, and I submit to you, along with this other lady's mentioning of the brain function, it's a function of the neurons, and many of our great avatars in history, like Tesla and Ford, their brains were examined, and they had quite a few extra neurons. I'm thinking that might be a function of intelligence or the reception of the consciousness.
I'm not sure that that's really a true statement. Doctor, is that true? Have they examined in autopsies and determined extra neurons?
Not necessarily extra neurons, but some areas of the brain are denser. So some areas will have more neurons, yes.
So maybe more neurons in use. I think we only use some small portion of our brains, the average, right?
Well, neurons are dying all the time, but fortunately there are new ones that come along and are created. So we know, for example, if somebody spends a huge amount of time in intellectual work, that they're going to have more neurons in certain areas of the brain.
The second question, though, is to point out, though, is this potential antenna of the DNA and the helix being unique to every individual. I pose to you the possibility that it was engineered that way, and if indeed we were engineered as a slave race by the Anunnaki and the Sumerian cultures, that it would be a great way to control and monitor if our brain is indeed a receiver, a large population to do their bidding, and if let's call that bidding being requested by the soul.
Okay, well, he's really going off the cliff a little bit there, but DNA is interesting, an interesting topic all by itself, Doctor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't have a comment about what other creatures may have done to engineer us or not, but what I can say about DNA is that oftentimes psychic phenomena has been known to run in families.
Oh, yes.
Suggesting that there is a genetic component. So we're actually doing an experiment now where we're identifying people in families who have psychic skills and matched other people that don't report any psychic ability at all in families. And we're going to do a full genome analysis of each of these people. And then using modern techniques, we look at not individual genes, but networks of genes to see if there's a discernible difference between the genetics of people who have the ability versus who don't. If we do find a difference, it becomes quite interesting because it suggests that there are already known pharmaceutical methods which can push certain gene networks. And you might be able to create a drug or therapy to either enhance or reduce psychic ability.
Right, there's a thought. Hold that. We'll come back and discuss that. A drug to enhance your psychic ability. What do you think?
From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
Definitely the wild side of midnight. Dr. Dean Radin is the chief scientist at the Institute of Noetic Sciences and my guest tonight. And we've been down all kinds of fascinating roads, and we're still on one. So please feel free to join us. Lots of time left, and I think we left it at drugs. You mentioned there might be a drug eventually that would enhance psychic ability. Really think so?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, if there is in fact a genetic component, then the possibility arises of being able to push or suppress that component. Now, the suppression side is interesting because I suspect that at least in some cases, people who are diagnosed as schizophrenic are actually uncontrolled psychics. They're driven crazy because they don't have control over these kinds of effects, and they're quite strong for them. Of course, that's not true in every case, but if there's true even in some cases, it means that it may be possible to develop a targeted kind of therapy to allow the person to be, quote, normal by simply turning off this ultra sensitivity that they happen to have. And of course, on the flip side, you might find people who are mildly talented and you're able to vastly increase their ability, for at least for a short period of time.
Or, I hate to get all Nazi-like on you, but I mean, if there really is a strong genetic component to PSI ability, then I suppose you could begin breeding for it, right?
Right. So one of the dangers in all of this is that you could both select people, because if you get their DNA, you could find out if they have the ability.
Wow.
You could select them, you could target them, you could create a genetically modified race of super psychics. That's why all of the research that we do, at least, is in the public domain to prevent the possibility of some sort of thought police from arising. But the reason we're looking at it is because if we're not going to do it, we know somebody else eventually will. So we figure it's better to know than not to know.
So, having said what you just said, isn't there somebody at some 3-letter agency somewhere who is probably jotting your name down right now and thinking, well, you know, he's right. If we don't do it, somebody else will. Or worse yet, we're already doing it.
I'm sure I have a dossier or multiple dossiers somewhere. And again, we publish everything that we do, so it's in the public domain. So.
All right, on we go to, I think, Allentown, Pennsylvania, or something like that. Hello.
Yep, it's Johnny from PA, and I did hear the boing.
Good. Thank you.
Yep, and I want to bring up some evidence before I ask the question. The evidence is your show, Art. I mean, back in the old show, you used to do experiments with positive intention.
I know.
Or love.
I know.
And you had some pretty remarkable results, if I remember correctly.
I know. Actually scary.
So here's my question for both of you, and it's an opinion question. If we believe that, and if we don't think it's a coincidence, because I don't, and if you know you can do something and you can make a positive result as an individual, don't you have sort of an obligation or a responsibility to sort of go through life making those positive changes in your world?
Huh.
I'll take the answer off the air.
All right, off the air it will be then. Doctor?
Yeah, a responsibility.
Sure,
of course. Sure. We have a responsibility for our actions. This pushes it into responsibility for our thoughts. And I accept the evidence that we've seen in the lab and our colleagues see in the lab, suggesting that at least to a small extent, your intentions are not just inside your head. They do push the world around. So, yeah, we do have that responsibility. It's not always easy to carry it out, but, yeah, it makes a difference.
All right, Billy on Skype. Hi.
Hello, Art Bell.
Yes.
First-time caller.
Thank you.
In the information age, we question everything, making the return of the legendary Art Bell monumental to those of us who are asking.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. First, I'd like to introduce someone who is also involved in this same study. He's Tom Campbell. He's one of the original researchers for the Monroe Institute, and he has a book out called The Big Toe, Theory of Everything, and he's basically giving a scientific angle on everything that's being discussed tonight. The point is holographic theory of consciousness. It makes neural functioning secondary. Consciousness is primary. Material is secondary. Science says that consciousness is an epiphenomenon of neural physical physiology, but the reverse is true. Neural activity is an effect of the organized consciousness already projecting limitations that we call the material neural world. So I would like to hear the feedback, and I'll take that off the air. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, here it comes.
Yeah, I know Tom. We did a chat one time that was made into a video. It's on YouTube. I have his books, and basically he's talking about what might be called information physics, which is a branch of physics looking at the role of information, not force so much, but just pure information in shaping the world the way that we perceive it, and maybe the way that it actually is. So I think Tom's onto something. I talked to Tom about some of the experiments that we've seen in the laboratory and tried to get a description from his perspective on why we get the results that we do. And I think his ideas are in the right direction, but perhaps not quite specific enough for us to know what to do with them.
Okay. Back to the phones in the Boeing Twin Cities, I think. Hi.
Yes, this is Marcus from St. Paul. Art, I've been listening to you since grade school, and I'm currently 27, and this is my first time calling in.
People just won't stop doing that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So, Dr. Radin, when you were talking about these supernormal powers and psychic powers tending to be the strongest in young children, it sort of gave me chills because I have very strong memories from as a young child of repeatedly being able to levitate in my bedroom. And after all this time, I'd sort of forgotten about it for a while, and I had just started thinking about it again recently and convinced myself, well, these must have been recurring dreams or something, my imagination getting away with me, that convinced me that this was actually happening. And in light of what you said, I'm starting to reconsider and wonder if this actually happened to me.
God, that is so interesting, caller. I've got some of the very same memories. That is so weird. I actually sort of kind of remember being able to levitate. Dr. Radin?
Oh.
Yeah, so my first inclination in such a thing is to assume that the story is real. How would we go about testing it? Well, it's possible, of course. I mean, we need to find cohorts of 4-year-olds who have the ability, or at least claim to have the ability, and just start by taking videos. That's not so easy to do, however. Doing studies with children, especially children who are sleeping and claiming special abilities, it is possible to do, but so far I don't know anyone who's actually done it.
It's up to the moms out there. When you go in and little Johnny's 4 feet in the air,
that's right.
Grab your iPhone.
And tell them, no, don't do that. Tell them, okay, that's fine to do. Just wait, and I'm going to take a video. Yeah.
What this caller says, though, is very interesting. I kind of have those recollections myself, vague recollections of being able to fly a little and levitate. And isn't that weird? Caller, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, take care. Fascinating. Arlington, Texas, perhaps? Hello.
Yes, good evening. How are you guys doing?
Just fine.
Good.
Recently I had what you'd kind of call a near-death experience. And since that experience, I have tapped into this cosmic stream of consciousness. Okay, it kind of scared me for a while, but I have learned to live with it and control it. And, Dr. Dean, you were correct when I talked about it with my family. They thought I was crazy, so I just kind of played it down and let it go.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm using it in my own way, with my friends and just projecting, friendship and happiness. And, I know a lot of things that I shouldn't know. And one of the things that is very curious about Burning Man, I watched a tape session of that recently, and I wasn't really aware of it before. And it was so funny because it felt like I had been there, and like I was there when I was watching it. And I'm very interested in attending the next one where we're having all the sensors available.
Dr. Radin, when is it coming up? When is Burning Man coming?
It's over Labor Day, so it's coming up in a week, and about this time next week.
Short notice for you, caller.
Yes, I'm supposed to be in the Austin city limits and in Tennessee for a little bit then, but I was real curious about something that I have kind of determined is that the universe is conscious, and each of our brains is a miniature copy of the universe, and that's what connects us. And I have developed a special formula that I take of two very simple elements into more complex chemicals that is a way that's kept that with me and has enhanced it.
Well, what do you take?
Well, very simply, magnesium and calcium and DMEA and maca.
All right. Have you ever heard of such a combination, doctor? Or
well, I know what all those things are. I haven't heard of it being used for this purpose. So I don't know what to make of that.
It may well be that some people out there have come up with concoctions of things like that do act in this way. I guess it's worth looking at people's recipes. Hello there, you're on the air. If you heard the boing, you're on.
Art, I heard the boing.
Good.
Art, this is my 20th year, just as a side note, listening to you. And guys, so powerful. This is probably one of my favorite shows of all time that you've done, Art, because so many people are hearing about all these different little practices and things they might do for meditation and so forth that are just going to be experiencing just very powerful things in their own life. So all I can say to them is hold on tight and try to keep your wits about you, because I guess my point of my call was that I had extremely powerful experiences starting in 1994 when it just sort of was unleashed as what I call the classic beginner's mind.
Right.
And, it really almost overwhelmed me in very specific ways that were dangerous to me if I sort of didn't meander and sort of, as luck would have it, sort of get through it. And later on, years later, ended up having, a true crisis when I had 2 full months before 9/11, the beginning of those experiences, very visual, specific about it, leading up to the actual event where my life almost mimicked it as I flew cross country that day in a wide-body jet out of Newark Airport, having woken up that day right next to Building 7 where I worked. I mean, it was a whole very powerful thing, but then not being able to stop it, that failure to sort of actionable intelligence really crushed me, and I had really survivor's guilt on that entire experience. God, it gives me chills right now, just that I'm, was able to deal with it afterwards. So just the downside I was going to point out of realizing you have certain abilities, but then in some ways, the negative of your failure to stop truly horrific events in certain cases can just be crushing. So just on that psychological side, I wouldn't not want to have had all, the full range of psychic experiences I then went on to have, all from the healing of animals, the seeing of the auras, the crazy synchronicities, all these powerful, wonderful things, creative visualizations. But that downside, I shut down for several years after that.
I do understand. I guess, Doctor, we don't have much time, so I'm just going to have to guess here. But if you have psychic abilities and then something like that happens, you could almost suffer a kind of survivor's guilt, couldn't you? Because you felt it, you knew it, it happened, and you couldn't prevent it.
No, absolutely. In fact, one of the next books I'm writing is about developing your psychic abilities and why that may not be such a great idea for the very reason that the caller is saying.
All right. I want to get this in because time is short. Your current book, Supernormal, and it's available everywhere that books and e-books are sold. That's an easy way to get it. Boy, we live in a great world now, don't we?
Yep.
So, your next book will deal with developing these talents and suggests that it may not be such a hot idea for what that caller just said?
Right. So part of the notion of training or developing these abilities is to learn how to turn them off. It's almost more important to learn how to turn it off than to turn it on.
Wow. I guess you're right. Let's see if we can take one more call. Amazing stuff tonight. Really is. Atlanta. Hello.
Megger Roswell's Art.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Juan, so a shout out to all the bell gabbers out there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was going to ask your guest, have you ever heard of the research of a physicist at MIT named Max Tegway, who has suggested that consciousness can be considered as a form of considered to be like a form of matter?
Yes. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
A form of matter.
Yeah. I mean, it's related to the brain giving rise to consciousness, in which case consciousness is a form of matter. Yeah, I don't happen to agree with that, but that, people are free to have their own opinions.
Okay.
It's hard for me to imagine that too, but
well, it would be a very peculiar kind of matter, but after all, matter and energy are the same thing, so we can think of it more as a type of energy.
All right.
That works for me too. So.
All right. I'm afraid that's about as much as you get. Thought or consciousness as matter. It's hard. It's a hard concept to get your brain around, but a lot of this is. I wish I had known earlier about your new book, because I would have made you talk more about it. We're out of time, though, unfortunately. Dr. Dean Radin, it has been my pleasure having you on. Years have gone by, and you are still as riveting and fascinating as ever. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Take care. Bye-bye. Dr. Dean Radin, brilliant guy, absolutely brilliant. Doing things that are probably years and years ahead of the rest of the scientific community with regard to consciousness. Whew. Really was something. Good night, everybody. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. I bid you all good evening. It's going to be a different kind of show because our guest could not get it going. He had, we were to have a guest, Andrew Bashago, and he couldn't get it going right. His Skype connection had a big hum in it, and his emergency backup number, unfortunately, was a cell phone, so that's just sort of not happening. What is happening is open lines, and that means anything in the world you want to talk about. However, I am going to do a little bit of a setup. I was going to do this Friday, but now I'm going to do it tonight. First, the rules of the show. No bad language. Only one call per show. We're so easy. Just 2 rules total. The thank yous go to Telos. Great sound. By the way, we are making tiny little tweaks and adjustments in the audio. So if you hear it slightly changing day to day, and you're going to hear a pretty big change actually in the programs that you're able to download, making a change there as well. So, tweaks as we go along here with a brand new network. Keith Rowland, my webmaster of 2 decades, my producer Heather Wade, the BellGab website. They're great people until they're not. That's why I call them vaguely lovable. Just vaguely. People who love our Bell and midnightindesert.com. Stream guys, they get it to you. LV.net gets it to them. And our sales guy, Peter Eberhardt, really a cool dude. If you want to advertise, it really works well here because we have so few ads, frankly. And so because of that, your ad gets all kinds of exposure. Well, okay. Let's review a couple of things that have happened during the day before I sort of launch with what I think we might do. On Open Lines nights, I never know. And, by the way, I'm going to open a special line tonight in case my time traveler, the one of written fame, we weren't going to have a time traveler on tonight, but the one of written fame would like to call in. That number would be, well, let's see, which one do I want to use? Well, let me decide about that. I've got a number of numbers that I can use for a time travel. No, here it is. I will use, it says here in fine, well, I still don't know. I'll pick one of them. All right. Huge explosions. I'm sure you saw this, right? Overnight at a warehouse for dangerous materials in the northeastern Chinese port city of Tianjin. Killed at least 13 so far, probably more, injured hundreds. It actually looked mostly like a nuclear detonation, frankly. Pretty serious stuff, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot more hurt. Former President Jimmy Carter announced that he has been diagnosed with cancer. I'm so sorry to say. In a brief statement issued Wednesday, recent liver surgery revealed that the cancer is now in other parts of my body. That does not sound good for Jimmy Carter, not good at all. And I want to take a moment to note the passing of Ann Strieber, Whitley Strieber's wife. I am so sorry. Ann passed cancer after a long illness. I spoke with Whitley earlier today. And when this kind of thing happens, there really are not words. I know. People say all kinds of words to you, and there is nothing that works. So please note and have a thought for Ann Strieber, who passed. Okay, I do have a photograph on the website that I would like you to examine. It's pretty odd stuff, I would say. It's a UFO video captured. You're going to love this. Captured by Homeland Security. Of all people to capture a UFO, they did. They caught it on film, and they are analyzing it. It exhibited some very, very strange behavior, the object that is. The source is remaining anonymous, yeah, I can imagine. And they can, the officials are assuring us all that the source of this video is, this evidence they call it, is vetted and identified. That's the source of the video. However, this is a UFO. Now let's think about this. A UFO captured by Homeland Security. Who was ready for that? Not me. Okay. I'm going to do today what I was going to do Friday. We'll find a guest for Friday. And again, tonight's guest was unable to appear because, well, his Skype audio was full of hum, and his other phone was a cell phone, and I'm not doing that. That always ends up, well, like the explosion in China, pretty much. Have you noticed, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a tremendous amount of internet buzz, putting it mildly, about the month of September coming up? This is August. Next month, right? Never have I seen, or I think has anybody seen, so much speculation about what would happen in one particular month. Some people believe that we will see an economic collapse next month. No, thank you. I'm still getting over the last one. Others believe that there'll be some sort of historic natural disaster, plenty of those lately. Others are convinced that judgment of God is coming. So take your pick. Right now, large numbers of Americans are stocking up on emergency food and supplies like crazy. I've never seen anything quite like it. Several weeks ago, the belief was expressed that chaos will begin once summer ends. If you look at the political world right now, it's happening now, isn't it? There are, these are the last days. Maybe it's the last days not of man and not of the earth, but of normal political life in America. People are saying it's the last days of normal life in America. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist that. Political life. Just about everything that we currently take for granted is about to be shaken. It seems a lot of people lately are having a gut feeling that something really, really big is about to unfold, but nobody knows what it is. Maybe people are feeling that way because of the events that are taking place around the globe right now, from signs in the heavens to military stockpiling, And let's not forget the big military exercise going on, potentially disturbing events. There seems to be a confluence of activity both in the political and spiritual realm, culminating in 2015, causing people's alarms to go off like crazy. Now, maybe backing that up is this. Scientists have predicted that a cataclysmic series of events could occur within the next 30 years. Now, they're not talking about next month, but 30 years, still not far. In a new report released by Lloyd's this week, the university's Global Sustainability Institute in London has outlined its prediction of a global collapse brought about by food and water shortages, energy loss, and a period of prolonged political instability. Maybe they're watching our election. Supported by both the UK and US governments, the report was commissioned for the purpose of assessing the risks associated with food shortages and other issues over the next few decades. Global demand for food is on the rise sharply, driven by unprecedented growth. The world's population is going to surpass 9 billion, really, by 2050? If we make it. To meet the increased demand for food driven by these factors, the FAO, the UN Food and Agricultural Organization, projects that we must more than double global agricultural production by 2050. Holy moly. So, look, it's open lines coming up. I'll have to dig out which line I really want to use for some special line tonight, because I do want to hear from my the guy who wrote the time travel thing. If he happens to be listening tonight or happens to be around, or if he time travels, he already knows that I would be doing this, right? So, I think here's what I will use. I'll use what I call my Roswell line and I'm particularly looking for a one-time traveler, the one who wrote me the extensive treatise on time travel. It would be the Roswell number, which is area code 575-208-7787. 575-208-7787. Otherwise, I wonder how all of you feel about what's coming. There is a real jitter, a collective jitter going on out there about next month. Now, honestly, I do give some credence to a collective jitter. You know, I think there is such a thing as a community consciousness of some sort. And so it makes sense to me that if something were coming like animals that sense a predator sneaking slowly up on them, suddenly they know, right? An animal suddenly knows. Human beings are the same way. We're exactly the same way. Perhaps our sense has been dulled just a little bit. You know about that sort of thing? But it's still there. And so if you feel like an animal with something sneaking up on you, then maybe you're part of this what the hell's going to happen in September group. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to open the lines. So here are the numbers. The Art Bell version. Public number, one of them only. Area code 952-225-5278. That's area code 952-225-5278, but not the end of the ways to get hold of us. You may also Skype up, as it were. If you have a computer or you have a cell phone, either Apple or Android, I'm an Apple guy over here, then you can call us. Just open up your iPhone and initiate a new contact and put in MITD 51. You don't have to actually call, or you can, MITD 51, and then hereafter it will be in your contact list. And you can just turn on Skype on your phone and hit MITD 51 and you'll get through. Let it ring until it's answered. If I don't answer, then try again. Keep trying until you get through. Now, outside of that number I gave you is for North America, America, and Canada. Outside of those areas, rest of the world, it's MITD 55. That's MITD as Midnight in the Desert 55. MITD 55. We love Skype calls because they sound so good. So, what I would like to do now is take a brief break, and when I come back, I'm going to sort of take your temperature. See if you feel this onrush of here comes September and uh-oh.
The devil went down to
She's got something that moves my soul, and she knows I'd love to love her, but she lets me down every time. Can't make her mine. She's no one's lover tonight with me. She'll be so inviting. I want her all for myself. Our temptation eyes looking through my door. With temptation eyes, you gotta love me tonight.
Want to take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
This is a song that gets my blood going. I don't know what it is about this song, but the Grassroots did it. I got to introduce him on stage up in Anchorage, Alaska. And it's always done it for me. If I want to get my blood going, man, that thing will get it done, believe me. All right, so once again, our guest tonight, Andrew Basago. I believe that is correct. Basago? Yes, it is correct. But Basago. Unable to be here because of multiple sound failures. Too much hum on Skype when I called him, and then the backup phone was a cell phone, and of course we don't do that. That's just looking for nuclear problems. But what we are going to probably talk about tonight, although when all these lines are blinking, I don't know what awaits. Truly, I don't. But I'm thinking that you're going to comment on this mass consciousness deal going on the Internet. Going on, I guess, around the country. And I do give credence to it. I sure do. I think we are like, what would I compare it to? Like, I don't know, some animal perched delicately in the forest with a cougar coming up behind it on soft paws. And then at the last minute, it turns and it knows that it's about to be dinner. Not a very good picture to draw, but that's kind of what I'm getting out of this Internet buzz out there. Let's start by going to the islands, all the way out to the islands, to Hilo, Hawaii. Hello. Hello, Hilo. I think I've done it right. Yes, I have. Hello, Hilo. Hilo, Hilo. Are you there? Let's try it again. Now you're there. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. How's Hilo?
Hilo, actually, we're on the Hamakua coast, but
just boring old paradise, right?
Yeah, we got a storm coming our way.
Oh, you mean like a hurricane?
No, it was a hurricane. I went up to a Category 4 at one point, right? Yeah,
not good. Not good.
Yeah, it's breaking up though. It's going a little south, but we're going to see some effects tonight and tomorrow, I'm sure.
A little bit of excitement in paradise.
Absolutely.
So what's up?
Well, you know what? You know, this HAARP stuff is going on quite a bit. I want to ask Art about what he thinks about that. We've been getting chatter. We've been hearing chatter about this.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is it you want to ask Art about?
HAARP and CERN.
Whoa, okay. Well, I can start with HAARP, all right? I can help you out. You don't need Art for that. The deal with HAARP is it's being turned over to a university, if you can believe that. The military is saying, okay, we're done. Here you go. University, you take it. That's what's going on. So you don't need to talk to Art for that one. What's the other one?
Well, we got some new videos that have been coming in to us in regards to the HAARP issue. And, yeah, obviously, is it still going on as we speak? I don't know. There's a lot of, crazy videos and photographs that we could share with Art.
Really? Well, Art knows quite a bit about HAARP. What do these videos show that he doesn't know about?
Well, are you aware of the bullwhip lightning shot that just was pretty much went viral last month?
I think I've seen it. Bullwhip lightning shot.
Yeah, it's like a bullwhip lightning. We broke the news on that. We interviewed the guy that shot it.
Wait a minute. Wait. Who's we?
Third phase of moon.
Oh, you're a third phase of mooner. Why didn't you say so?
Oh, thought I'd say it when I was asked.
What phase of the moon are we in right now?
We're in the third phase of moon 24/7, actually.
No, I know you are and your group. I meant, what real phase of the moon are we in, actually, right now?
Well, tell them what third phase of moon means. Well, third phase of moon, yeah, I'm not quite sure if we could tell you the phase of the moon at the moment. We don't keep an eye on that, but it does it does arrive.
I heard you leave the phone. You were trying to look outside, weren't you?
No, it's still light out here, and actually it's raining, so we don't have a good look at the sky.
I see. Well, it was a good try anyway.
It was, but third phase of moon describes old Hawaiian legend, and that is when the night marchers come out on the night of the Huakai Po, which means the phase of the moon.
I see. Well, okay. I'll tell you what.
We shared this new video that just came in last night, and it looks. I think it just blow the audience away when they got a look at this.
You think so? Okay, I'll tell you what. You get that one to Art, and then next time you call, I'll put you on with Art.
Sounds good. So when should that be?
Well, anytime Art's doing open lines.
Okay, so what? Send this video out.
Send it here. I'll give you his email address. It's artbell@artbell.com.
Artbell@artbell.com.
Right.
All right. We'll send it over. Give him the heads up.
I'll do that.
Hey, appreciate it.
No, he's right here. So, okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the call. Have a wonderful moon phase. Tallahassee, Florida, I believe. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Tallahassee, Florida, with the emphasis on the duh.
Duh, really?
Just curious about where all these people are getting the scary information and predictions about what's supposed to happen in September.
Well, I don't know about September. I know long term that down there in Florida, you guys are going to be wet toast.
I know, and our Florida governor doesn't want anybody to speak of climate change,
Of course not. We're looking at, what, 2 feet in the next 50 years, so a good portion of, actually, I think, well, you're up there in the Panhandle, right?
Yeah, we'll be kind of high and dry. I'm afraid all the people that live in the Miami area will be coming up here. Interesting. So many people are trying to get through on Skype. My Skype just said, I give up. It didn't say that. It just said it has stopped working. I'm sorry. And people calling on Skype, you're going to have to, I'm going to have to bring the program up again. That's really weird to get so many calling and it just goes, I give up. Well, I'm really low tech. I sit at my PC, and when I get tired of that, I use my flip top cell phone and put it on speaker and use the dial-in numbers.
Gotcha. Anyway, you'll be probably even there waiting around and under a little bit of water. It's going to be rough in Florida. It really is.
Yeah, I know. It already is in other ways. Anyway, I just wondered where people are getting this information.
Well, that's, I think, why I'm talking about it, because, this is all over the Internet.
I know.
And, yeah, I know. And I don't know, but
I feel like I have to pay attention to it. You know, you heard me describe the animal in the woods, right, with the predator sneaking up on it. It's a little like that. And when all these people are feeling this, you can't ignore it.
Well, I'm not afraid, and I believe that people shouldn't spread the fear. Just go with the flow, roll with the punches, be reasonably prepared, and just,
That's an attitude.
See what happens.
Yeah, it's an attitude. And besides, if it happens, what can you do anyway, right?
Right.
I like that. So, good call from Florida. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Stay dry.
Oh, yeah. And positive.
Yeah, positive. Okay. Yeah, the predictions for Florida after sea level rise are pretty dire, frankly. And New York City, too. It'll be under 2, so don't be laughing up there. Laser Cat, hello on Skype.
Laser Cat here in Portland, Oregon. Art, long-time listener, first-time caller.
KXL country, right?
KXL country it is, sir.
All right.
My prediction, what's going to happen in September? Jesse Ventura is going to join Donald Trump in the presidential race.
You think so?
Yeah, that's what I hear, yeah.
I think he's going to go for a woman.
No. He's going to join forces with the body, and the Donald's going to go all the way.
You mark my words. Okay, fine. You and I will have a bet. I say he will.
Laser Cat, and you have a bet.
All right. What are we betting? It's probably illegal to bet money, huh?
I was going to say $1, but it's only worth maybe 38 cents now. So we'll go with 38 cents.
It's a bet.
Okay.
All right. That way you'll have a 38-cent check from me that you can frame. I don't think Ventura's any possibility. I think he'll go for, especially in view of the recent remark that he made, not considered exactly pro-feminine. I think he's going to go for, if he's smart, he'll go for a woman. That's what I say. Hello there. You are on the air.
Hi, how you doing, Art? This is John from Michigan. I'm a first-time caller. Been listening most of my life. I really enjoy the show.
How old are you?
27.
27, and you've been listening all your life. Wow.
Yeah, most of it that I can remember.
Yep. Do you have any idea how that depresses me?
I'm sorry.
In the crib, you got to hear me, right? Lulled to sleep every night. Yikes.
Oh, wouldn't doubt it.
Okay, so what's on your mind anyway?
Well, I have a question, but first I'll comment on what everybody's kind of feeling about the whole September deal.
And your comment is?
Well,
All right, now see, you went, so now we've got to hold your comment till after the break. So can you hold on through the break?
Yep, no problem.
Oh, that's good. All right. Stay right where you are. From the high desert, the great American Southwest. Here I am.
Open line. I can see for so many people, but you've got no soul, and it's taking you so long to find out you were wrong when you thought it held everything.
Wanna take a ride? Exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. This is Midnight in the Desert with your host, Art Bell. To call Art, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
Well, there are other ways. You guys should see my Skype. It's kind of humorous, actually. If you've never done really multiple Skypes, you should see mine. God, I should take a picture. It looks like 500 Skypes doing a happy dance with the phone, up and down, up and down, up and down. A little while ago, it was so bad it gave up. It just went, this program has stopped working. Anyway, back to my caller, and you've had time to collect your thoughts, think about it, and now you can say it. Go ahead.
Hey, Art. Well, like you said, like the animal in the wilderness, it's, they can kind of tell the storm's coming or the volcano's going to erupt. They just kind of know it's, just been kind of having a feeling that something's going to happen, something big, something's changing. Can't quite put my finger on it, but
you're one of them. You feel it too.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Can you actually put words to the feeling? I mean, I talked about an animal in the forest, right? And that it could feel a prey coming up. Finally, usually too late, I suppose, but it does feel it. It turns around suddenly and then tries to take off and then is dinner. So, yeah, we have that too. A little dulled by modern society, I suspect, but we still have it. You've got that feeling. If you had to make a guess, what do you think is most likely?
I think it's got something to do with the world government. I mean, kind of watching what's going on around the world. And
well, we don't really have a world government unless you want to talk about the UN, and that's hardly any kind.
No, I mean.
You mean the world government like taking over?
No, I mean like all the different world governments, how things are kind of changing around the world, and it's kind of something in the air. It's something that it's hard to really put into words. You just kind of feel it.
All right, it's the best way you just said it. Something in the air. Thank you very much for the call. Yeah, okay. I can buy that. Something in the air says it as well as anything else, right? You feel something. You don't quite know what it is, but it's kind of eerie and a little chilling. Yeah, I'm so down with that. All right, let's go to a time traveler. Now, this is a gentleman. I will not tell you where he's calling from, though I can see it if it's true. Of course, you can fake that kind of thing. He has been sending me messages on Facebook, and I told him next time we have open lines, call in. Tell us you're a time traveler. Are you a time traveler? Hello, sir. Wait a minute. Make sure you're on the air. There you are. Are you a time traveler?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's have it. I'm very critical as I listen to time travelers' stories, so it's got to be good. And what you've written to me was not bad. Let's see what you can do in person. May I begin by asking, are you in the present time? Probably are, calling me, right?
Yes, I'm here. And, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Same day as you are.
Okay. By what method, when you do travel in time, by what method do you accomplish it?
Well, I called your open lines, and I told you I use my motorcycle.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Your motorcycle.
Yes.
All right. Well,
that's me. I can do it walking. I can do it driving in a car. I can do it on a motorcycle. I have never flown in an airplane, so I have no idea if I could or even would want to.
I think time traveling while on a motorcycle is worse than driving and texting, frankly. It just seems like, as I mentioned, I think last time, that you would reappear in another time where they've suddenly built a building. And, I mean, if you're on a motorcycle, that's just not going to be a good day.
Well, you got to kind of, know your geography a little bit. You got to kind of use a street that's going to be fairly empty and that you are hoping is going to be fairly empty wherever it is that you go. And then there's sometimes, when I went, I was in Arizona. I was on 40. We were on our way up to Flagstaff. We were in an argument about Teeter in 2036, and we ended up at the rest area. We ended up going to 2036. And yes, Yellowstone does go poof.
Is it what device is it? I mean, normal motorcycles don't get you from here to 2036 or any other year, right?
No, it's me. I don't. Let's put it this way.
All right, then if it's you, that's fine. No. Hold on. I can go with that. It's you. What is it that you do that enables you to time travel? Describe to us what you do.
Well, some of what I told you in Facebook does not go out, but basically you make a door, you put yourself into your own, what do you want to call it, bubble reality. some people understand what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying. And then you go to the next side, which is the reality that you want to be in.
Okay. Is this done by your will?
It is. It's done by will. It's done through meditation. You learn how to, when you practice the occult, you learn how to make your own bubble, your own protective shell. Well, it's the same thing. You're making your own little universe inside that bubble.
All right. An obvious question is, and people always want it, I do too, is there a way to prove what you're saying?
Oh, there is, but do you really want that proof?
Well, I think I do.
Do you realize I was sitting here today thinking about what I was going to talk to you about on Friday? And do you really want that? That's like, be careful what you wish for.
Well, but on the other hand, the phrase, sir, extraordinary claims require what? Extraordinary proof.
Extraordinary proof, exactly. And I understand what I'm saying is totally unbelievable. You don't know me from Adam, and why should you believe anything that I'm telling you?
So that said, what do you got?
A newspaper. I could bring you back a newspaper from 100 years ago. I could bring you back something from World War II.
Wait. You could get a newspaper from 100 years ago. Could be done. Ancient. Could be done. But I'd rather have one. I would rather have one from 2036. Give me that. I'll be impressed.
That's spoilers.
It's what?
That would be spoilers. Everything in the newspaper would be things that didn't happen as of yet. And when you get something from the future, it's like reading the last page of a novel before you even start the novel. And it sets everything and it spoils it.
You think? I mean, like if your article from 2036 says, I don't know, what would BlackBerry stock ups 300% in the last year. Now, if it had something like that, besides being unbelievable, it would be a way to get rich, right?
Yeah.
Never mind. Nobody'd believe it anyway. So you could bring back. Is there anything you could bring me from 2036 that would be, proof-like?
If I could get my hands on them, probably. A hoverboard?
A hoverboard? Oh, heck yeah! A hoverboard.
Lexus already released a hoverboard, but it doesn't work unless it's over a sheet of copper.
Did you say Lexus?
And Lexus. You have not seen that yet? You haven't seen the videos?
No. A Lexus hoverboard.
Lexus has released a hoverboard. It works now. They make their own part.
Wait, let's be clear. Is this happening now, or is this happening?
This happens now. This happens now.
Well, then you're giving me current news. No, I hadn't heard it. It's cool, but I thought you were giving me news from 2036.
A hoverboard that actually works without a sheet of copper underneath it to keep it levitating. Like Back in the Future. A real hoverboard that we would think of as a hoverboard, but we don't have hover cars. Where's our cars? Well, the oil companies won't let that happen.
You mean do we still have oil companies in 2036?
We still drive the same cars as we did now in 2036. Only it's got more computer stuff than you'd believe. Yes.
The same cars?
Yes.
What a disappointing future. I can't tell you. And they still burn gasoline?
They still burn gasoline.
Oh, my God.
There are a few cars out there that do, the very rich have them. Nobody else has them that do fly.
I mean, even today we've got cars powered by electricity, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, well, what can I say?
Okay, well, I'll take what I get. So we still have cars running on gasoline. That's actually depressing. What kind of shape is the U.S. in 2036? Have we revived our infrastructure? Are we like a new country, or is everything still potholes?
2036, things are more like they would have been in Nazi Germany.
What?
What I mean is you have to be very careful. Your show does not exist in 2036. Your type of show
be long gone by then.
Well, I'm...
Thank God, based on what I'm hearing.
It's all gone. You have to be very careful. Everybody tells on their neighbor. It's everything that we're scared of losing right now.
That's a pretty horrible future.
Yellowstone.
I see why you're enamored with the past.
Yeah, that's why I love the past.
All right. Well, listen, thank you very much. Is there anything else that I failed to ask that I should have?
I don't know. You talk to Dr. J. He's talked to me extensively. And if I could give a shout-out to the swamp. Hi, guys.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. And I'd still be careful on that motorcycle. I'd just really take it easy on that motorcycle. Let's go to our Skype line and say, Peter, hello, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
Doing really well. Our guest didn't make it tonight, but you know what? It's okay. I'm so cool with open lines. I love them.
Well, we're glad to have you back and missed you.
Thank you.
For the past couple of years.
Thank you.
And the new technology is great. I'm calling in my Skype on my iPhone right now, and couldn't sound better.
See, you're a perfect example of what I've been telling people. If they would put Skype in their phone, this is how you can sound, folks. He's using, what did you say, a 6?
An iPhone 6, yeah.
Yeah. It just sounds like you're sitting right next to me. It is so cool.
Fantastic.
Yeah, where are you actually?
I'm in Lewiston, New York, which is north of Niagara Falls. I'm actually out in my backyard right now looking at the Perseus meteor shower.
Uh-huh. You can't tell me the phase of the moon, can you?
Phase of the moon? No, I can't.
No, okay.
It's not up right now.
I see. All right. Well.
And actually, you know what? And you've been talking about time travelers. Well, I kind of have a time machine in my backyard.
See, that's not a line you toss out like that. Hey, I kind of got a time machine in my backyard.
Well,
all right.
I can't time travel, but I can look back through time. I've got a 10-inch telescope.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
That qualifies, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Hey, I have a question for you. The other night you had, I think, Stan Friedman and another gentleman on?
Yes.
And who was the gentleman's name that was with Stan?
Oh, I don't know. I have to go back myself.
Well, you know, all these moon deniers, the people that deny that we went to the moon, you know, the question I always have for them never gets asked is, well, then why, if this was faked, why did they fake the Apollo 13?
Actually, it was Jay Wagner.
Okay.
Right? And if you're interested in what he has to say, I believe that he is going to be Richard C. Hoagland's guest either tonight or soon.
Okay.
I bet you did. You know that
why
Richard...
would they hoax a disaster like Apollo 13?
Well, because if we had nothing but perfect moon missions, people would say, oh, come on, that many perfect missions when there's so much that can go wrong, that's just not believable.
Well, I think we've gone to the moon.
So do I.
Okay. Hey, Art, it's great talking to you.
Great talking to you, too. And, you sound like a good, grounded, sensible person. Have you been hearing all this talk about September?
No.
Oh.
I haven't heard a thing.
I see. Did you hear what I said early in the program?
Yeah, I was listening, but I haven't heard any scuttlebutt.
Oh, man, it's all over the Internet. Trust me.
It is.
Oh, yes. Something heavy bearing down on all of us, whatever.
Anyway, all right, Art. Have a good night.
You have a good night, too, and thank you very much for calling. On the international Skype, you are on the air, I think. Hello.
Is this me?
It is.
Hey, Bell, how you going, mate?
I'm well, mate, and where are you calling from?
Australia, of course.
Australia. Excellent. I was hoping England so I could brag that I got paid by somebody in London. And, you know, I just, you know, when you get a check. You just throw it. Well, I do anyway. I just throw it in the checkbook for the next time I go to the bank. And I thought it was for $390. And I looked down at it when I got to the bank and it said 390 pounds. I went, yes. Like 1.45 or something like that. Better than dollars.
Yes, a lot better than dollars.
Yeah. How's the Australian dollar doing?
Not good against the American dollar. I think we're buying 60 cents to the dollar, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the world right now, sir. Everybody is so scared that everybody is rushing to the dollar for safety.
Yes, it seems that way.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I called about the time traveler thing.
Oh, yes. In what sense? I mean, are you claiming to be one?
I am claiming to be one.
Oh, my. Okay.
Would you like me to get into it?
I absolutely would. A time traveler from Australia? Hell yes. Go.
Yes. I was born 17 hours in the future. So I'm always 17 hours ahead. They call
That's
me
pretty cheesy, sir. I mean, you're referring to the time difference between myself and you?
No, I'm talking about universal timeline.
You're saying, okay, let's use GMT. All right?
Yep.
Are you claiming that you were born 17 hours fully ahead of anybody's time zone?
Correct, yes.
That must be a real problem for you. I mean, how are you even calling me right now?
Well, I'm where I am. I can call and do everything else. It's not until events happen that I get summoned and then sent places.
Okay, events happen, things happen. You get summoned by who?
Can't really give you the name, but yeah, they're a 3-letter. Actually,
it's a 3-letter agency.
4-letter agency.
4-letter
agency.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like a contractor. I get probably 5 or 6 calls a year.
So like a time contractor, right?
Yeah, like a time contractor.
All
exactly.
right, hold on. I got a break. We'll be right back. Open lines from the high desert.
Midnight Matters are best handled by those that understand how to move in the darkness, like Art Bell. To call the show, please dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
That is the terrestrial telephone number. Skype, North America's MITD 51. That's Midnight in the Desert 51. If you're outside the U.S., totally, like our time traveler from Australia, it's MITD 55. MITD 55. And of course, it's a free call on Skype. And, okay, Mr. Time Traveler from Australia, you're back on the air.
Hello.
Oi.
Oi.
All right, so what else can you tell us about time travel from your perspective that we should know?
Well, there's nothing on my timeline that's any different to the timeline that everyone else is living on. It's quite hard to explain, but I was born 17 hours in the future, and so basically time catches up to where I am.
Out of curiosity, how old are you in linear years?
I'm 31. I was born the 29th of August, 1985.
See, I was wondering if the moment you were born, you sprung that many hours into the future, you must have literally jumped out of some doctor's hand.
I was born on base.
On base?
On base.
Military?
I grew up in Alice Springs, so that's sort of the only clue I'll give some savvy people.
Oh. Okay. What else can you tell us about your method of time travel?
Basically, I get flown around just like a normal person gets on a plane and flies somewhere.
Right.
Yet I arrive before the event.
And your job is?
I'm called a fixer.
A fixer. So something obviously has gone wrong in the timeline through somebody else's error or some other time traveler screwing up or just history going the wrong way, sideways or something. And is that it?
It's usually the former, yeah. It's usually, it's left up to just normal terrestrial people just, making the wrong decision and shaking things up a little bit, yeah.
And so you fix these things and time flows smoothly.
So I wouldn't say smoothly, but it flows differently.
Differently. That's the way to put it, I guess. Yes. Do you like your work?
I love my work. Yes. It's been a lifelong thing. I didn't get employed or I won't get fired. It's just a I was born into it.
Right.
Literally born into it.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Your work never involves, wet work, does it?
No, not at all. I occasionally stop a bit of wet work. That's a fair bit of my job, actually.
I see. So in other words, you prevent wet work, saving lives.
Saving lives, yeah.
But haven't you ever wondered that if you go back and you save somebody's life who otherwise would be killed, they might go on to become another Adolf Hitler? Then what have you done?
I have thought about that a lot, but
really?
The intel I get like a pack, and it tells me just a brief about where I'm going and why, and usually what I'm stopping is a pretty bad event. So when I weigh it up, it's usually. Yeah,
okay. So in other words, those who send you back really know what needs to be done so that it all turns out okay. Yeah, I get it. Okay. Yes. Do you know the actual method they use? I mean, you say it's like flying, but I mean, you must get in some kind of machine, right?
No, as far as I'm aware, this all happened in this facility. I was born into the future. So when I go to, when I get sent to say Venezuela, I'll go to the airport. I'll get a ticket.
Yes.
And then I'll get on a plane with normal passengers and land in Venezuela.
Okay. Has the Australian government shared this with their American brothers?
This is the agency I referred to would have to give the government certain things, but they would have no idea the full extent of it. No.
All right, one more quick question. We're discussing this feeling that so many people have about September. Being a time traveler, you probably would know, even if you cannot disclose, if something really, really big is about to happen soon.
I get my assignments less than a day before. So the 17 hours is crucial.
I've got it.
So if something were to go wrong, I've got 17 hours to fix it.
Do you want to give us a name so that in the future I might recognize you, other than your accent?
Well, just call me Jay.
Jay?
Yeah.
Jay, the time traveler from Australia. Jay, thank you for the call. I do appreciate it, and actually you sounded pretty good, frankly. I kind of like that one. I don't know why. You get a sense about these things. Some of them, I'm going, He sounded, for an Aussie, pretty normal. That's the baddest way to put it, huh? Hello there on Skype. No, I guess you're not on the air. This poor person gave up just before I went, here she is. I believe it's Amanda. Hello, Amanda.
How you doing?
Well, you don't sound like an Amanda.
Doing today, Art? No, it's my wife. This is my wife.
Amanda is your wife?
Yeah, this is my wife's Skype.
Okay, all right.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Okay.
I'm 33 now.
Okay, you're gonna whoa. You're gonna have to get good and close to the microphone on your computer.
Okay.
Because you're breaking up a little bit here.
Can you hear me now?
I do.
Okay. Like I said, I'm 33. I've been listening to you since I was 12, Art. So, long time listener, first time caller.
Yes, sir.
I've been having some weird stuff going on in my house, and I've never had this stuff happen before. And when I mean weird stuff, I'm hearing taps, knocks, lights turning on and off by themselves.
Really?
Yeah, and the taps, the weird thing about the taps is I'm an online gamer, so
I could swear I heard something.
They've heard the taps through the microphone. Don't do it now. It freaks me out every time it does it. Me and my son matter of fact, was sitting in here like 3 days ago in my living room, and lights down the hallway were turning on and off.
Not good.
So, I mean, they're not, I don't know if they're hostile. I don't know if they're mean, but, and it's not an old property. It's only been here since 92. So.
You'll know, sir, soon, sir. You know, you're wondering if they're hostile? You're hearing knocks and you're hearing bangs. Yes, you'll know soon. It may be no more than pieces of you that will be able to tell whatever forensic story we can piece together. I shouldn't joke about this. It could be very serious.
As of right now, like I said, I mean, they haven't done anything to me or any of my kids, but I mean, it's good.
Well,
the knocking and the lights turning on, you know.
All right. Well, so this could be like a poltergeist.
Possibly, yes.
Generally, a poltergeist usually doesn't go really nuts. They just drive you nuts, doing the kinds of things you're talking about right now, and they really don't go any further. So if that makes you feel any better.
well, maybe.
I do understand. There's stuff out there to scare you. There's no question about it.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome, and please call again sometime, if you're able. Sorry about that. I shouldn't say those things. Let's see where to go. Let's again go outside the country and say hello, Mark, wherever you are. Hello, Mark.
Yeah, hi, Art.
Oh, you are there. Good.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm calling you from Bern, Switzerland.
Oh, you know what? That makes you my first Swiss. I've got a whole bunch of questions for you, actually. What a cool place to be.
Yeah, it's actually a beautiful city.
I wonder so much about Switzerland. I have never been there. It appears to be a gorgeous place. People say that everybody. Are you a citizen or are you visiting?
I became a citizen 19 years ago.
Really? Do they actually give machine guns to everybody?
If you're in the Army, you do get a machine gun. However, it's a semi-automatic. However, you get the ammunition in a tuna fish can. And if you open it, you're in big trouble.
Really? You mean it's like sealed or something? Break this seal and the Swiss bankers will squish you.
Well, not the Swiss bankers. The Swiss government will squish you.
I figured the bankers had most of the power.
Yeah, I became a citizen at the age of 36, and at that time, Army was required until 42.
Wow.
So I served in the Civil Defense Corps, and I never received a weapon, which is okay for me.
I see. Well, is it a pretty cool place to live as they go?
It's a very interesting place to live. It's a good place to live. Sometimes I would say the people are not the warmest people on planet Earth.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. What do I want to ask about Switzerland? Cost of living really high or low or what?
Cost of living is high, but the salaries are skewed to compensate for that. And the taxes are relatively low in comparison with other European countries.
Okay. By any chance, did you hear what we were talking about, this thing coming up in September?
Yeah, I've been hearing about it mainly on
Internet.
On the radio.
On the radio.
You know, on Internet radio.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah. I have a question for you.
Sure.
Is JC still with us, or has he left the planet?
You know, it's actually a pretty good question. JC stopped updating his Facebook page about a month ago, because he is a friend of mine on Facebook. So what you're asking is a valid question, and I don't have a valid answer other than what I just told you.
Okay. By the way, Art, I had a question, another thing. Seth Shostak and SETI, they have never shared the data with an external group, have they?
Not that I am aware of, no.
Because if one wants to wonder whether or not they're withholding information, they should share data with other independent researchers and allow others to evaluate the data without Seth being the monopoly king.
All right. Well, look, let me just come straight out and ask you, do you buy everything that Seth says?
Not particularly, no.
You think he is holding back information?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's just too much.
Okay, let me jump even past that. Is it your opinion he's holding back evidence of extra-terrestrial contact?
Whether it's him or the organization, I would say yes.
Wow. Okay. Well, listen, you go down as my first caller from Switzerland, and it's really cool talking to you.
It's a pleasure from my side, Art. You have no idea.
Really cool. You might as well be sitting right here. It's such a good connection. Are you computer, I guess?
I'm on an iPad. It works wonderfully. Skype on an iPad.
Astounding. Thank you so very much for the call.
My pleasure, Art. Be well.
Take care. You be well, too. All the way from Switzerland. What a world. That was right track, then left track. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert, raging in the nighttime, open lines, anything you want to talk about, especially and particularly September. Will we make it past that month?
When the sun comes up on the sleepy little town, down around San and the folks are rising for another day. Jenny was sweet. She always smiled for the people she needs.
Hi, I'm Asia Bell, and it's very late, so I'm sleeping now. But you're awake, so call my daddy because he's awake too. The number is 1-952-225-5278. That's 1952. Call Art.
Oh, that's my sweetie. That's Asia. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, and clearly we cover all of it. This is Midnight in the Desert, and maybe I'll just junk the whole idea of guests, and I'll just do open lines all the time. It is so much fun. I'm just kidding. Although I may do more of them. I enjoy them so very much. Here we go. Sean on Skype, you're on the air. Hi. Sean. Attention.
Yeah,
Sean.
Is it?
Yes.
This is Art Bell?
Yes.
Oh, wow, Art. This is an honor.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to have you.
Glad to hear that you're back and you haven't skipped a beat.
It appears not. I don't know. I always worry, before I go back on the air, will I be okay? And it's always there, so I don't know.
But you're back stronger than ever.
Thank you.
It's pretty amazing. Anyway, good show tonight. But I'm just glad you're back. Other nights, 20 years ago, where I was sitting late night, listening to Art Bell, and
a more important and pressing question is: are we doomed next month?
Boy, I'd kind of like to think that we're not. But like one of your callers said before, there is something in the air. Something's coming.
There you are.
Not too sure what, when, but something's in the midst.
I agree.
Yeah, it's this thing about the presidential running and all this stuff. I don't know if that's so much it. I think there's something.
It's just part of it. You mentioned the presidential race, the stuff going on with Trump. It's amazing.
I don't think it's anything along that line. I think there's a weather change. There's all these changes that are going on in the world today, and it just seems like everything's coming to a head. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to scare everybody, but I just think that there's just something there. That's as far as I'm going to put it.
Something in the air.
Yes, definitely something in the air. And could I say a hi to a friend of mine?
Sure.
Hey, Paul M. Hey, what's up, man? I got on. Woohoo!
Is this like
I was calling your show years ago, and I could never ever get on, and I finally got on, and I'm finally feeling good. Yes, I got on with Art Bell.
Well, you sound awfully good. Just curiosity, what are you running? Talking to me on?
Oh, actually, I built my own home computer. I'm running 4 separate monitors, an 8-core AMD Athlon processor. And it's an awesome setup.
What kind of bus speed?
I'm overclocked about 4.8 on my processor speed. 4.8 gigahertz.
Holy moly! And you built this yourself?
Oh yeah, I built it myself from the ground up. Oh yeah, MCI all the way. MSI. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me tell you, it sounds really, really, really good.
Awesome. Cool.
Yep. Awesome. Cool is right. All right. Thank you very much for the call. Call again sometime, and I guess if there was a bet, you won it. Let's go to Kimberly. Hello, Kimberly. You don't sound like a Kimberly.
No, I don't.
No.
But I'm from Belgium.
You're from Belgium?
Yeah.
Okay. I would assume that somebody named Kimberly probably...
No, my name is actually Kim.
Kim.
Yeah, but I write always Kimberly and
okay.
But it's Kim.
Okay. All right. Kim, and from Belgium, that's really excellent.
Yeah. I do listen a few years to you, and I like the shows.
Thank you.
We don't have that here in Europe.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think Belgium, for example, would not have a show about the paranormal? Because it should be worldwide.
Yeah, I really don't know. Maybe they're not interested in it. I think so.
Well, what generally gets people interested in the paranormal is when something paranormal happens to them.
Yeah.
Anyway, there is this feeling, and it's being expressed worldwide on the internet about something big coming in the next month. Do you feel any of that?
Yeah, I have seen a lot of it on the internet.
Yep.
And, I don't know what to think of it. Maybe it's just paranoia.
The part that bothers me is it's obviously worldwide. Yeah. So that would have to be a worldwide something. I mean, what are we waiting for? The sun to blow up or what?
I don't know. I really can't tell.
You heard the way I described it, right?
Yeah.
As kind of an animal in the woods with the predators sneaking quietly up and like that. Yeah. Stay close to your microphone there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it's a PC setup, and I have to stay close to my mic.
Well, one of these days, go out buy yourself a mic headset. They really work well.
Yeah.
In the meantime, anything else?
It's the first time I come through, and now I don't know what to say.
I know. It happens.
I'm happy to talk to you.
And I'm happy to talk to you too. And it's my first call from Belgium. So now I've had my first call from Switzerland and now Belgium. How neat is that?
Yeah.
All right, my friend. Thank you very, very much for calling. Feel free to call again. Going to the phone lines. Anonymous, I believe it is. You're on the air. Hello, Anonymous. This is your chance. Going once. Going twice. Hello.
Yeah, hi, this is Idaho.
Idaho?
Yes.
Okay. You're on the air, Idaho.
Okay. I've got a couple of questions for you, and thank you so much for getting back on the air. You were my savior years ago.
Thank you.
When I used to deliver papers overnight, I couldn't have survived it without listening. But thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
That's not why I called.
Okay.
I live 22 miles from Washington,
You live 22 miles. Wait a minute. You broke up from where?
West Yellowstone.
Oh, West Yellowstone, yes. Has the ground been shaking up there?
Yes, it has been. No, I worry about that because if the worst should happen,
yes,
I won't even know it.
Well, there is that. I mean, being 22 miles, being 22 miles from West Yellowstone, you're right. If the worst occurs and it's Yellowstone, then boy, you'll just be ash.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't worry about it. I love this country up here. It's just wonderful. I'm originally from Massachusetts, and Western Massachusetts, that is. Not to be confused with the eastern part of the state.
Of course not. Well, all right, sir. I hope that things go well for you and that I don't see you falling near me somewhere as ash.
No, and like I say, I don't worry about that. But what I do like is the fishing here. I'm in Island Park, Idaho, and the fishing is just unbelievable here. It's what keeps my sanity right now. And anyway, you have a great night, and I'm so glad to talk to you.
All right, I'm so glad I talked to you, and soon they'll put a cell tower near you somewhere. Robin, I believe, on Skype. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
You're a little loud, so you can back away a little bit, but I do hear you, sure.
Oh, good. Hi, I just wanted to make a quick call from Berkeley, California.
Oh.
Welcome you back.
Thank you.
And the other night, when you were periscoping for the first time.
Oh, yes.
You,
Actually, it was the second time, but okay.
Well, it was the first time you were doing it. It was like several weeks ago.
Yes.
And you had that clock up above you, that clock that you saw at Radio France?
Yes.
I had to laugh when you said that because I have a app on this tablet that I have that's the same kind of clock. And I, too, saw it at Radio France. I've never seen it anywhere else except in your studio and this app that I've got. But I was taking the tour.
Radio France International. Yes.
And there it was on the phone. I said, that's the coolest thing I ever saw.
Oh, I know. Can you hold on?
Yes, sir.
All right, hold on. We'll talk clocks when we get back. Yeah, it is a cool clock. There's no two ways about it. It's expensive. Cool clocks don't come cheap. But I love it. And I've got 3 of them, baby. 3.
Very much. Look at us, but do not touch. Phaedra is my name.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
And there are other ways, good ways too. I mean, if that man can call from Switzerland, sound like that, you can do it too. No matter where you are, North America is MITD51 for Skype. I'm telling you, just put it in your smartphone. MITD51, then hit it, call us. Outside North America, it is simply MITD55, MITD55 right now. Back to our discussion about clocks, actually. Hello there, caller.
Hello again.
Yes. Again, you're a little broken this time, but I think we can do it. So you've got one on your smartphone like this. You don't actually have one of the big ones here, do you?
No, I don't have the physical clock, but I do have the an app on this tablet I have.
Right. Yeah, but that's not the same.
Let's see if I turn the playback volume down here a little bit.
Okay. No, that's not the same. You've got to have the big clock on the wall.
Oh, I'd like to. Where do you get them?
You know, I'll tell you, but it's like a free ad for these people. I'm going to call them up and tell them, maybe my sales guy up in Alaska is listening. I mean, they should be advertising with me. BRG. B like boy, R like radio, G like George. Look it up. It took me so long to find it. It wasn't even funny.
Yeah, it's a great-looking clock.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, I wanted to ask you something, or just let you know something. I put Skype on here mainly for this show. In fact, entirely for this show.
Uh-huh.
And also, I got the app that you were talking about the other day for the podcasts.
Oh, how's that going?
It's going real well. I got it hooked up okay. And the nice thing about it is I didn't want something that would automatically, without you being able to tell it to do so, it wouldn't automatically download episodes without you physically requesting them, because there's only so much space on the tablet and so on. So what it does is it gives you a bunch of little buttons, one for each particular show.
That's right.
And if you want to hear that one, you click download and it downloads it. So you're not filling up your hard drive or whatever you call it in a tablet with shows that you've already heard them or something.
It is cool beyond belief, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's really nice.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the call. He's right. What we're doing is state of the art through and through. People are working. You wouldn't believe how we're working. We're working on the audio. We're working on the audio for the playback shows. We're working on the RSS feed. We're doing all of this at once. It is a very high-tech network being put together by people who truly know what they're doing, with an awful lot of help from some good people over at Belgab. I mean, it's going very, very well. And if you have not yet seen the RSS feed, so-called, on your podcast player, it's incredible. I mean, even me, I had never seen it. I put it on my iPhone 6, and I almost dropped over. It was so cool. That's all I can tell you. You've got to give it a try. And by the way, if you're not a time traveler yet, and by that I mean with our program, get with it. The price goes up August 20th, and so you can still get in as a time traveler, and you want to do it now before the price increase, because if you become a time traveler now, then you are frozen, grandfathered in at $5. So it's really, really, really a good deal. I can't recommend it enough, and you need to do it now before the 20th, before the price goes up. Let us go to Pete. Hello, Pete.
Hey, Art.
Hey there. Where are you, Pete?
I'm in Makati, Philippines. I called you your first night on.
Oh, yes. My first and actually only caller so far from the Philippines. How you doing?
Doing good. You were talking earlier about HAARP.
Yes.
And I wanted to tell you a story I heard here about HAARP. After our big storm down in Tacloban,
yes,
Filipinos somehow were watching YouTube videos that someone came up with a theory that HAARP caused that storm. Have you heard this?
I'm not surprised. I'm sure that they feel that it did. I personally don't think that it did. Now, what I do think is that HAARP has screwed with the ionosphere and may have contributed to bad radio conditions. But, even that's a guess. I don't know for sure. Weather modification?
Yeah, I just heard this. I thought it was interesting. Now, about this time thing you're feeling.
Well,
this thing in September.
It's all over the Internet. Have you seen it?
I've heard some stories.
Yeah,
I don't really think it's anything. I just don't feel something inside. But what I've noticed, and maybe since about mid-2005 or so, is that time seems to go faster.
Well,
like, all of a sudden it's August. It was just Christmas, it seems like weeks ago. And it seems like time over a course just seems to go faster.
Yeah.
And I remember when I started feeling this, I lived in California at the time, and some old-timers down on the boat, I lived on a boat, would tell me it's just because you're getting old.
Well, there is something to that.
So that's all it is? I'm just getting old and time goes faster now?
How old are you?
I'm 47.
47. Well, when you're 1 month old, then, a day is basically a 30th of your life. So it seems to go very slowly.
And you remember when you were a kid, summer would breeze by and Christmas seemed to take forever to get there?
Yeah, of course, but that had to do with the fact that school was coming and I was dreading it. I didn't really like school.
Always.
And I saw it coming like a brick wall. And so, yeah.
And you remember waiting for Christmas just took forever. And now all of a sudden it's August and we're going to see Christmas decorations here. You know how Philippines are. They start in September.
Oh, I know. Everything should be almost lit up by now. They put them on stoplights.
They start early.
Goes everywhere. There's no separation between religion and government in the Philippines, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love it here, though. I hope you come back and visit sometime.
Our condo is there and waiting. I maintain the condo in Global City, so there you go.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Excellent. Well, I live in Legazpi Village, right near Greenbelt.
All right.
I actually have a meeting in the fort in 3 o'clock. So in an hour and 15 minutes, I'll be in your old neighborhood.
All right. Listen, tell everybody, how is it to drive in Metro Manila?
Not as bad as L.A. I lived in L.A. for 15 years, and I still think L.A. I lived on the west side.
Oh, come on. L.A. can be bad, but it's nowhere near like Manila. In Manila, it's the strong survive, period.
The first rule of driving here, there are no rules.
Yeah, that's he's exactly right. All right, thank you very much for the call. Take care. Yeah, that nailed it. There are no rules. First rule of driving, there are no rules. If you stop for a stop sign, you're probably going to get rear-ended, and that's a fact. Let's go to Corvallis, Oregon. You're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hi, Art. My name is Bob. I'm a longtime listener, and I got to say that when I first heard you in the 90s, the moment I heard your voice, I stopped and listened, and the reason I stopped and listened is there's something about you. I got in an instant trance of hypnotic, humble open-mindedness, and I've been there ever since.
Really? Yeah, that's really nice of you to say. I don't know. I don't know what to say to that, but thank you.
Well, you're welcome. I wanted to make a comment about Seth Shostak from yesterday and also a topic I would suggest for a future program.
Fire away.
Okay. Well, the thing about Chef Shostak is
By the way, it's Seth, S-E-T-H. Seth.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, well, I really admire the work he's doing, and I for one thing, I keep going back and forth as to whether I think there's a cover-up or, we truly haven't heard a single. I don't know what to make of that. What I did want to say, though, is I get very frustrated by anyone, and I know he's a scientist, and he wants, as he said, physical evidence would be the only way he would believe that UFOs are here on Earth. But what frustrates me is just how the readiness to discount any eyewitness testimony. You take Travis Walton, and I say to myself, take his experience or take your experience seeing a UFO. Or, it gets to the point where if you share so many eyewitness testimonies and the scientists are quick, not just Seth, but scientists discount all of that, it's almost as if, and I said, wormhole question about this yesterday, it's almost as if saying that, okay, does that mean that you would then, if you have such a belief, release every single criminal that's ever been convicted without physical evidence?
Mm-hmm.
I just get very frustrated.
Sure. I completely understand. So, I'm not sure myself about Seth. I'm sure you can hear it in my voice when I talk to him. I'm sort of challenging a little bit, if you will, and he bounces back quickly, so I keep it up. But I have some doubts, frankly.
Yeah, and I respect him. I just wish that scientists and eyewitness folks, everyone, I wish we would all just, have more of an open mind to work together.
Can't we all get along? Right?
Yeah. So that's what I meant about your show, about being humble and open-minded, because I just think that that's something that all of us, I think it's a good exercise, and that's the reason I love your show so much. But anyways, as to the topic suggestion, have you ever done a show on self-hypnosis?
No, I have not. I'm worried that, I'd trance out in the middle of the show.
Well, I won't mention anyone in particular, but I found that self-hypnosis is something that works really well for me. I listen to it at night before I go to bed. And
I do know other talk show hosts who sound like they do that and, sort of trance out.
Well, what I like about it is, it's basically, meditation with self-guided affirmations, and I find it works extremely well. I use it for stress relief. I work in a very stressful job, and it just does wonders for stress relief. There's another topic I love to listen to on Power of Now. It just helps me embrace the moment, and I find that it just does wonders for me, and it's drug-free. And the reason I thought it would be an interesting topic is if you could ever find someone who does self-hypnosis, but maybe does some of the cool stuff. Let's say someone who does self-hypnosis to get you to have an out-of-body experience, or self-hypnosis to go back to a previous life, and maybe they might even sell tapes or have them for free. It would be really interesting, and then guests, us as viewers could check that stuff out, try it, report experiences. That kind of angle I think would be interesting as a...
How about hypnosis for nicotine quitting?
See?
Would that be all right? I do. All right. Thank you very much for the calling. That's what I would go for. I have gone from... Let me see. Cigarettes, which I dearly love and miss, to the gum, which was okay, then to electronic cigarettes, and then to the little lozenge. They have this new lozenge that you can get. You just put it in the corner of your mouth. None of those, and the patch. Let's not forget the patch. So I have tried them all. And I sort of stick with what I can, but I am still hooked. My advice to you is don't smoke. Don't ever smoke. Don't start. It gets you very quickly. And I'd be willing to try hypnosis. Nobody has ever successfully hypnotized me. I have tried, by the way. Jeffrey, I believe it is. Hello? Hello, Jeffrey? Oh, gee, you're going to miss your chance, Jeffrey. So many people calling. Oh, well... That's life. Ciao, brother. Let's go with Scott. Hello, Scott.
Oh.
Whoa.
Much. I'm so happy you're back.
Yes, thank you.
So I have 2 suggestions for shows.
Okay.
The first is about consciousness and quantum mechanical interconnectedness in our neurons, and that would be with the physicist Roger Penrose and or Stuart Hameroff.
Okay. I have a number of shows coming on consciousness, not yet with those people. Do me a favor, would you, please? Because this really is one of my favorite topics, honestly. Email my producer, and the way you do that is producer@artbell.com.
Okay. And then I have another suggestion for a show.
Sure.
I know you're pro global warming, but I've never actually heard a scientific debate on any media outlet at all about global warming. And I can give you the 30-second.
All right. Let me tell you, brother, I've got shows coming up on global warming. I would not go so far as to say I am pro global warming. I just think the science is correct. So I guess in a way it makes me that. It just sounds bad.
Well, I'm a scientist, and I always wonder why the radiative forcing model of global warming put forth by the IPCC filters the solar output using an 11-year linear average instead of the heat capacity of the global oceans, for example.
All right. Stop there for a moment and just tell me, do you think that the science on global warming and the proof, frankly, so far, is what you would call settled science?
Oh, no. Well, I think it's actually fraudulent what's been put forward. I've actually read the IPCC report, and it leaves out the only energy storage component in the entire system, which is the heat capacity of the global oceans. Calculating the...
But the heat capacity of the global oceans, sir, is rising along with everything else.
No, the heat capacity is how much energy the oceans can hold.
All right, fine, but the actual temperature of the ocean is rising. That's a matter of science.
Not according to satellite data.
Oh, please.
Not for the last 18 years.
Get under some of these Cat 5 hurricanes and cyclones and typhoons that are occurring, and I mean, what you're saying is just doesn't hold water. Sorry.
Well, I was number one in classical physics at the University of California, San Diego.
Congratulations.
I took cosmochemistry from Hans Suess, the man who discovered we were putting carbon into the atmosphere.
How many parts per million now, sir? How many parts per million now?
I don't know. We're probably, I'm guessing, 350 parts per million, but I haven't checked it in years.
It's like 400.
That may be. But we've continued to increase the amount of carbon in the atmosphere, but the temperature hasn't risen, not in the last 20 years.
Say what? We're hitting record after record after record. Now, that doesn't mean everywhere. That doesn't mean that if you're sitting up in Green Bay soon, you may not say, my God, it's cold, and they talk about global warming. That one doesn't work. You know that. You're a scientist.
No, but the data being, there's more than one data set. And there's the data put forth by NOAA, which is adjusting the raw data. And when you look at the actual raw data, the regression line through it shows a very real cooling trend for the last 18 years.
Where does your data come from? BP?
No, you can find data. You can find data. I can recommend there's a couple of very well-known places. One is Stephen Goddard. There's a blog from a guy who posts all this stuff, but it's all government data. And there's also data, I believe, collected in I want to say Alabama.
All right. Here, listen, we're coming to the end of this hour, and I've got a break. But I'll tell you this: I'm going to have on plenty of climate guests, scientists. So you, at that point, are welcome to call them up and have at them full tilt boogie. All right.
Cool. I recommend Nir Shaviv, astrophysicist from the University of Jerusalem.
I'll keep that name in mind. Thank you very much for the call. And stay tuned, everybody, because there is going to be a lot about that. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert.
It don't come easy. It don't come easy. It don't come easy. You know, absolutely. Now listen to me. I despise. It means destruction of innocent life.
What's said in the dark stays in the dark. Call Midnight in the Desert at 1-952. Call Art. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Just like over the hill in Vegas. That stuff stays there too, right? Generally. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. Somebody reminding me, Art, RS technology isn't new. That's embarrassing. It's new to us, sir. And actually, it hasn't been around generally anyway that long, but it's definitely new to us, and we love it. And if you're using it, I bet you love it too. And what a way to get shows. It is just flat awesome. All right, going to Michelle out there somewhere or another. Hello, Michelle.
Hello, how are you?
I'm so well. Let's see. Let me guess. You're in Japan.
That's right.
How's everything in Japan? I saw a video of something that hit Japan pretty recently, a typhoon. That was bad.
Oh, yeah, we've had a couple here recently, but where I live, we're not getting them because they keep either going east of us or west of us, but never straight through us.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, I think we've got Mount Fuji kind of blocking the way a little bit.
Yes, go ahead.
Yesterday, I called and embarrassed myself by talking about the Doctor Who thing, which I discovered, thanks to Seth, was a April Fool's joke. And which I found out later had been reposted by a legitimate website on a different month, and so they didn't realize that it was an April Fool's joke. But to repay for my mistake, I thought I would point out to you that your time traveler is bunk.
Well, that's a pretty harsh word. That's a pretty harsh word, bunk.
Well, your time traveler talked about bringing you a hoverboard from the future.
Right.
They have them now, and that they were being developed by Lexus.
Yes.
This is a news story that went around. There was a video of it. Tony Hawk was helping promote it. He was actually in the video, and they had these hoverboards, and they were new. They could only be used on certain surfaces, but they looked really cool, and they had actual video of it. Well, the whole thing was staged. It was a prank between Lexus and, I believe it was Lexus, and Tony Hawk and some other company that had created this digital film.
Yeah, okay, but what if in the future Lexus actually does develop something like that? I mean,
He said it was now, and if he was from the future, he should have known that it was fake and not tried to use it as an example.
Well, unless they actually develop it.
Yeah, but he said right now.
Yeah, you've got a good point. In other words, a known hoax should not have been used. He should have picked something. Yeah, I've got you.
I mean, he didn't say like next week or in a few months they'll have it. He said right now they have it. You can see it on the internet.
Good point. Very good point.
So, hate for it. I'm always looking for that one-time traveler. You have one on your old shows that called and talked about the year 2001 or 2002, and I went back and I was listening to that on an archive somewhere, and I mean to tell you it was freakily close. My skin was just, I was getting chills. I was sitting in my car at work. I used to deliver, and listening to that, and I had chills. 'Cause it was about 10 years later. And so much of what he had talked about was true. It was back during the mad cow disease and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yes, I recall.
That one really just made me, just my skin crawled. It was...
There have been some good ones, and also there was Evelyn Paglini, and that woman nailed almost everything she predicted. It was amazing.
Yeah, it's really sad that she's gone now.
It is, and I am actively looking for another witch.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
Would you like to apply?
I'm not a witch, but if I was, I'd be letting you know. On show topics.
Yes.
I'll just throw out there, my two favorite topics are the ancient alien / ancient civilization stuff. Right. I just love it. Ever since I was a kid, I've been fascinated with Atlantis and ancient civilizations, because I went to a Christian school and they taught all this stuff, but it made no sense to me about why there wasn't more before it. And I wanted to know what was going on in the world before all this kind of stuff. And the other one was, I really loved the stuff that Malachi Martin used to do, and then other stuff about conspiracies kind of involving the Vatican and those kinds of things. So those are my two big things that I really enjoy.
Well,
I hear you had Graham Hancock on there, and that was good. I kind of wish he had talked a little bit more about some of the structures and that kind of thing.
Yeah, we're working on, we're working on Robert Boval now, and oh yes.
I'm not sure I've ever heard an interview with him.
Oh.
Maybe I've only heard one.
Oh, well, you're in for a treat.
Does he have kind of a French accent?
He has an accent.
Or something. He has an accent.
Yes.
I think I've heard him once.
All right, you'll like him. And we have many others that are coming up that you're going to love. Trust me.
Great.
All right. Thank you very much for the call from Japan, and Ohio gozaimasu.
Ohio gozaimasu.
Good morning in Japanese. And it is indeed morning there. Okay. My Skype is going berserk. I have never seen Skype, never have I seen Skype go this berserk. What happens is the people begin stacking up behind each other, and there are so many calling that every now and then it simply throws up its little Skype hands and seems to give up. But let me give it a try. Janice, I believe. Hello.
Hi, Art. How's it going?
It's going pretty well.
Calling from Spokane, Washington. Long-time caller. First-time caller.
Okay. What are you calling on, hon?
Well, I was calling on a tablet.
Okay, here's what you've got to do to sound really good. Find the place on your tablet. It's probably like a little hole, where the mic is, and talk about 2 inches away from that in just a normal voice, and you'll sound really good.
Okay.
That's good.
Well, I'm calling you because of, let's see. How's that? Is that working better?
Much better. And everybody could hear it improve. Yes, much better.
Okay. It's just my phone being weird, I guess.
No, it's good.
Well,
it's
I want
really
to call about the September. You talking about September.
Oh, yes.
Literally, I'm telling you, for the past 2 or 3 years, you know that feeling like your vacation is about to come to an end.
Oh,
it's
yes.
like the last 3 days.
Total
and everything's
bummer.
moving slow but
Yep.
fast at the same time.
Of course, yes.
I have felt like we're on just the teetering point, and I don't know what it is, but it's in the air, it's in the sky. It's heavy, whatever it has been.
How about this? We're in Tahiti, and we're on the beach sipping these little nice drinks with umbrellas in them, and we're about to have to return to southeast L.A. tomorrow.
And we know we don't really want to, but we have to. Exactly.
Yes, I know the feeling. So you really honestly have that too?
Oh, and it's not just me. I mean, I'll just randomly talk to people that I've just met. And that's like a constant thing. It feels like something's coming, whether it's some kind of economic collapse or an issue with the presidential race, something, something environmental, some kind of earthquake, pole shift.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me read this to you. This is from somebody named Sarap, okay? Regarding September. Lately, I've been having the same recurring nightmare. Buildings blowing up in major cities everywhere at the same time. Last night, the dream also included an exploding train in Grand Central Station. I hate sleeping these days.
I haven't had any, reoccurring doom dreams like that, but on that note, have you seen the film Jupiter Ascending by the Wachowskis?
I haven't.
There is a reptilian race in that movie. I've seen it twice now. And nothing about the movie, but the voice that they used, there's an interesting kind of clicky tone voice that they gave the reptilian character in that. And I've had reoccurring dreams for the past couple of years where it feels like I'm about to have an out-of-body experience, and I can hear a voice exactly like that reptilian in that movie. Wow. And when I first saw the movie, it gave me the chills. I had to turn it off and walk away because I started having flashbacks of these freaky dreams that I've been having ever since I was 15.
Maybe the reptilians are coming.
I don't know what it is. I try not to think like that, but it's weird too. If you look up in the sky, everything feels different right now. I don't even know how to put my finger on it, but it's true. And it's almost like at my core, I'm almost, I'm going on 30.
Mm-hmm.
But it almost feels like in my subconscious, paradigm, I've never planned for a future. I've never had a huge drive to have a career that I'll retire. It's almost like I know that I don't really have a real long one, if that makes sense.
It does. It would be a scaly way to go.
I mean, at 30, I've never considered, children, marriage, college, career. It almost just is I just know that it's not going to be the way that we think it's going to be in at least 10 years, it feels like.
I want to ask you, in view of the way you feel about that, how does that, it must affect every aspect of your life.
You would think that it does.
Every decision you make.
Right. And it's weird because you'd think that you'd think I sound like a bum. But like I said, in the last 2 years, it's almost like everything has been pointing to that something's coming. I had this strange opportunity to start working for a wonderful woman, an entomologist. I have no background in it. I was an art student. She picked me up, and I've been working for her for the past couple of years. And it's all these serendipitous little things. I've always wanted to see Machu Picchu. She brought me to Machu Picchu. I've always wanted to fly over the Nazca Lines. She took me there. She took me to Tikal. I've been to Guatemala. I've been to the Galapagos Islands. All these things that
it's kind of like she knew you. It's kind of like a bucket list. She knew how to fill it.
Yeah, or kind of like something was just handed me the things that I knew I wanted to see before I was done. So I don't know, but it feels like it. It feels like.
I get it. Trust me, I get it. All right. Listen, thank you for the call. Thank you very much for the call. Even though, I don't know, that was kind of depressing, huh? Can you imagine, your entire life being, decisions being made, plans being made, knowing that you're not going to make it. That's really something. Let's go here on the phone line. Say you're on the air.
Yes, Art. How are you tonight?
I'm quite well. Last caller depressed me a little, but otherwise fine.
Okay. Well, perhaps I should let the time travelers go and call you another night. But I heard
No.
Okay. I heard you talking about the long-delayed echo that you heard on ham radio on the 80-meter band.
Let me strengthen that statement a little. The long-delayed echo that I verified, sir,
Right.
When I was telling Seth about it last night, I moved, the thing you would suspect is somebody recording and playing you back. And so I moved several kilohertz up, several kilohertz down. It came on the same frequency, 20 over 9, again and again and again. So it was nobody screwing around with me. This was a real McCoy, and it's mathematically not possible.
Right. As far as reflections from the moon are concerned, as one caller explained. However, I had an interesting experience on 80 meters, which is 3.5 megahertz.
Right.
I'm a ham, and I was working international Morse telegraph,
right.
CW, talking to a Russian, and this was back probably 6 years ago. And all of a sudden, I began to hear another station on the frequency, so I stood by to see if somebody was transmitting. And it was my own signal. And it was not the long-delayed echo like you heard, but it was certainly around the Earth. But anyway, that sparked me to write a article for QST, and I had turned on my digital tape recorder and got the digital recording of that, so I was able to run a fast Fourier transform, do some other analysis on it.
Right. Did QST actually publish?
Yes, they did.
Wow.
And so I started looking into the literature of the long-delayed echoes, and there's quite a history there. A lot of it is in QST, but, it goes back to the 50s or so.
All right. If you have studied this in the cause of time here, what do you think is the most likely explanation?
Well, I have one more experience back in January of 2013, and this was written up in May of QST 2015. I heard a short delay echo and a second frequency that was almost double the fundamental frequency of the echo on CW. But it would not repeat, except I had to wait 2.5 seconds before whatever the mechanism was that was causing the second echo to reset. Okay, you asked me what people have said.
The most likely explanation.
Yeah. Magnetic fields of the Earth with plasma. They trap the signal. The signal goes around in the magnetic field. Because there's plasma, it propagates much slower than, free space. And that's one of them. The other is the celestial hypothesis of the celestial repeater, where you have Lagrangian point 1 and 2 between the Earth and the Moon. And, some other civilization has inserted a repeater in there.
All right. Well, all right. Thank you very much. That's interesting. The first one really doesn't make sense to me, the laws of physics being what they are. The second one, is a pretty outside possibility that the aliens are out there repeating 75-meter signals, but maybe they're bored. I don't know. Hello there on the phone lines. You're on the air.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
My name is April, and I'm a time traveler.
Your name is April, and you're a time traveler?
Yes, but I'm not the kind of time traveler I think you wanted. You see, I'm from the 19th century.
Okay. Well, many of us are, and, we're still here.
Well, I'm physically less than 30 years old, but I was pushed into the future. You're familiar with Nikola Tesla, right?
Tesla, yes.
All right. Well, I was witnessing one of his attempts at, I think he was trying to transmit electricity in Colorado Springs in 1899.
You saw that? You were there?
Yeah, in a sense.
Well, now,
not
you
there
sound
shortly afterwards.
You sound hesitant.
Because it's a really strange experience, and people don't usually believe this sort of thing.
Okay, I'm overtime for a break. Hold on, I'll bring you back. Wow. Wow. My, indeed. This is Midnight.
I just can't get enough, and if you move real slow, I'll let it go. I'm so excited.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are. I am Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert. Now, check this out before I go back to April. From John, it says, Art, the lady in Japan was incorrect. If she was, she's going to be twice embarrassed. The Tony Hawk hoverboard thing was later acknowledged as a hoax. The Lexus hoverboard is real. It uses magnets and requires a metallic surface. Oh, no. Could she have been wrong twice? Could the time traveler have been right? Speaking of which, April claims to be a time traveler. April, you're back on.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Okay, as I was saying, I witnessed one of Nikola Tesla's experiments in Colorado Springs in July 1889.
Well, I am jealous. I would give my, important part to who have seen that.
Yes, I was 15 years old at the time, and I had to disguise myself as a boy in order to see it because they would not let women or girls see it.
Oh, that's true. Women were pretty much repressed then, huh?
Yes. Yeah. And I can tell you what I remember of what happened. I'm not sure if it's all of what happened.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, I don't think anyone actually knew I was there, was the thing. It had a work crew and, all the usual things. But I was just hidden in brush near it. It was a giant tower. Anyway, and they turned it on, and I remember everything going white, and then me waking up and thinking that I had passed out for whatever reason. And I'd woken up in 1985.
Oh, wow. Well, we always want to ask time travelers how you do it, by what method?
Bad science, apparently.
Did you say bad science?
I think this qualifies as what they call mad science.
Oh, mad science. Mad science. Okay. Can you describe whatever mechanism? Was there a mechanism involved?
Not on my part, and not intentionally. I think it had something to do with him trying to transmit electricity, but it could have been regular experiments.
So you think Nikola Tesla may have had something to do with snapping you back there?
Yes. How I came forward in time.
Got it. Remarkable. Okay, has it happened ever again?
No, and at this point, I really hope it doesn't, because it was very hard for me to get used to 1985 when I was young. Now I'm much older, and it would just be a shock to my system.
It was hard for me to get used to 85 when I was actually there. It's a rough year. All right, listen, thank you so very much for the call. I really do appreciate it. And by all means, call again. That was April, alleged time traveler. On Skype, I think it's Michael. Might be Michael. No? Michael. Going once, going twice. Let's go to Matthew. Hello, Matthew.
Oh, hey, Art. Let me turn my radio off just
Okay.
a second.
All right.
Sorry about that.
That's all
I
right.
want to give out shout out to Bradley and to Cheyenne.
Okay.
Yeah, you had a flat earther on the show the other day.
I sure did.
The flat earthers are mostly a Christian fundamentalist movement. Somebody called in and talked about the Bible verses they use to justify their insane view.
Uh-huh.
I'm actually a Sunday school teacher, so I know what verses they're talking about. There are 2 verses from Isaiah, 1 from Revelation, and several from the Psalms.
Right.
But those are all extremely poetic interpretations. So you have to be really, if I can say the word, a kook to believe this literally.
Well, the part I think that really got me was the sun being 3,000 miles above the Earth's surface. I mean, please.
Yeah.
Please.
I love the show, Art. It's great to have you back on the air.
Oh, well, it's great to be back. It is wonderful, actually, to be back, particularly in a time when, technology has so changed that, compared to my last experience on the air, it was hard to hear a lot of the callers, and I think almost everybody in the audience can verify that this is like a whole new universe.
Well, thanks for taking my call, and have a great rest of the show.
Well, thank you for making it, and I do enjoy open lines. They're just plain fun, frankly. Let us try. That'll be short because we've got a break coming up. Nicholas, hello. Where are you?
Hi there. I'm in London.
London.
Mm-hmm.
I got this wonderful shock earlier. I got a check from London, from Barclays Bank, and when I looked at it, I thought, $390. What's that? Right?
It's $1.56.
You bet it is. Boy, I went to the bank and I went, yeah, hey. So, God bless the pound.
So you said about everybody sort of feeling there's something strange coming up in September.
Oh, yes.
So what do you think that's about?
Well, that's what I'm doing the show. That's why I'm doing the show, sir.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just think there's something in the air. I think people just, it's society as a whole. I think nobody trusts, government anymore. There's that cynicism and suspicion, and I think it just feeds through into everything. And I think, it's like 2012 all over again, but it never seems to ever come to anything.
Well, clearly, buddy, something is in the air. I mean, there's something in the air. I mean, it's all over the internet. Call after call. Do you hear that girl a little while ago? That was almost depressing. She knows her life is going to end soon.
I think all our lives are going to end, but we just don't know when.
All right. You want to hold on? I've got to take a quick break, but since you're in London, hold tight. We'll be right back. This is Midnight.
For that day when you first came my way, I said no one could take your place.
Come on, men and women. Skype up. Call Midnight in the Desert at MITD 51. That's MITD 51.
Well, this is the first night, ladies and gentlemen, that my Skype 3 times, mind you, 3 times already, has just thrown up its little Skype hands and said, program quits. I've had enough. I have so many names over the screen that it just goes... So I'm forced to restart it, and if that blows anybody out of here, I'm really, really sorry about that. People, obviously, who are ringing when that happens. Skype was probably not designed to have, scores of people calling it at the same time, if not more. Where was I? I was in London. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, I think in September, there's just probably going to be a stock market correction, and so, that usually filters through, and if people have got money in the stock market, it all sort of just
I don't want to see that happen. I mean, we just went through 2008. What would precipitate it? Do you think China?
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of hot money coming out of China right now. You see it everywhere. Property values going up all over the place. They're just buying empty properties and just keeping them empty as investments.
Well, they just devalued the yuan, which means they're trying to improve their economy, and they're kind of in trouble. If China, used to be if America got in trouble, the world was in trouble. Now, maybe it's true that if China gets in trouble, we're all in trouble.
Well, it's China and Europe, so...
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right. You guys, it's kind of looking like you Brits holding on to the pound was not such a bad idea after all. What do you think?
Well, I was pro-Euro when it came out. Now I think I was wrong, so,
It's
like the pound's a good thing. I mean, you've only got to see what happened in Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
They had their zombie hotels and stuff, They ended up with, I think, 15% unemployment. Although it's improved, it's like they've made a good, bed of it. But, I think in Greece it's just...
Yeah, I would love to get a call from Greece. I mean, have you been there? How bad is it really getting in Greece? Can you tell us?
I've not been to Greece, but one of the big problems, it's not really... I don't think it's reported over your end, is all the immigrants coming over in the boats from Turkey. There's the island of Kos, I think. 1 in 10 people is an asylum seeker, and they had riots there yesterday.
My God.
So, there's hundreds of thousands of people literally just coming over the Mediterranean, and the navies are out there picking these people up and dropping them off in Italy and then making their way up through the Schengen zone. So there was a really funny scene of on the border of France and Italy where the French police were on one side and the immigrants were on the other. And when they walked through, because there's no border control, the French police were picking them up by their arms and putting them back over onto the Italian side of the border.
Well, we're very American-centric with our news here. We just don't hear about that kind of thing. It's, occasionally we'll get a story about Greece, but that's about it. We don't get much else. We're so concentrating on the Donald over here, we don't see anything else.
Oh, we get the Donald over here as well.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. What do you think the world would be like in the United States if he actually got elected president?
I think it would be a crazy place. I think they'd give him the nuclear button, he'd depress it just to see what would happen if he did it.
Well, listen, my friend, thank you so very, very much for the call, and I've got high hopes for September, but I'm worried. After listening to all of you, I'm now officially worried. I knew that, there was something cooking here, but I didn't know that it was that bad, so... It's all over the internet. It is a sort of a mass consciousness. It may be nothing. It may be people getting each other worked up. I mean, there have been a million of these things that have come along, right? People get worried. A certain date is talked about. A certain comet goes flashing by and people freak out. It may be that, but you can't totally ignore it. When this many people are upset about something, ignore it at your own peril, possible peril. John, you are on the air on Skype. Hi.
Hi, Art. I want to ask your opinion about something.
Sure.
I've been working in the television news industry since about 1995.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, I think I used to work at a station in Monterey that you used to work at, which is... used to be called KMST, but I think it's now called KION.
Okay.
But my question to you is, back when I was a kid, it was a thing that the family kind of sat around the tube and watched the evening news.
Right.
And that doesn't seem to be really happening anymore.
No.
And my career is based on, I'm a director of television news, and...
Are you? Is that, you're currently a director, right?
I'm currently a director in San Francisco.
Oh.
Yeah, I direct the evening news at a station in San Francisco.
Is that excuse me for asking, but is it a frustrating job?
It's a very, very frustrating job.
Right.
For multiple reasons, some of which are you have people in my department who have worked for TV news for 20, 30, 40 years. Mm-hmm. Combined with people who are writing the news who are 20 years old right out of college.
Right.
And there's a lot of mistakes that just get on the air, but there's not a lot of accountability. But the question that I really want to ask you is, how do you feel about the future of what we usually consider to be TV news, like families sitting around watching the news? That doesn't really happen anymore.
No, what happens now is each family member individually sits around with their iPhone or iPad and surfs the internet and worries about September.
Right. So people like me who have built their career on being an expert on being an artful director of the news, we're looking at a future of internet-based news, not television news.
It's so obvious, yes. Television will still be here. Don't worry too much. The difference is that television, well, for example, as you know, probably, DirecTV was just eaten by AT&T, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's my understanding that as of now, beginning now, or a few days ago, you could watch all of your DirecTV channels on the internet.
Right.
So that's where it's going, brother. In other words, TV won't go away, but it's going to fragment. It is already fragmenting, and it's going to be served up digitally. So,
how do you feel about the future of people who are right now in college in getting involved in broadcasting degrees?
I would absolutely encourage them to continue. From my point of view, as a provider or an entertainer, however you want to look at it, talk show host, it doesn't matter how our voice gets from here to there. That's going to change. But this talent side of it will always be okay. If I owned a TV station now, I might be a little concerned.
Yes. But you're saying that how the information gets from here to there is always going to be important. There's always going to be a need for someone.
I'm not saying there's always going to be a need for TV stations. There's always going to be a need for news, and that should encourage you. And the news can only get better because right now it's, well, pardon me, but it's pretty awful.
That's true.
But you're probably doing it at a local level, right?
Well, in San Francisco, it's local, but it's like I say, it's a funny dichotomy because you have people who have worked in the business for 40 years, teamed up with people who are 20 years old, who are straight out of college, and they're writing the script that the anchors are expected to say, and the anchors are constantly having to monitor what the script is because there's so much errors.
So many errors, yes.
These kids are writing the news.
I get it. I so totally get it. Well, that's a fight, I guess, that goes on from, every generation to every generation, since the electronic media began. But it is, anyway, good luck.
Thank you.
I wish I had more to say than that, but good luck. TV news is a rough game because it's always kind of a fight between the news division and the entertainment division, and I must say lately that the entertainment divisions of these news departments appear to be winning.
Right.
Right? You agree with that?
It's infotainment. It's
infotainment.
What the Kardashians are doing, and it's what...
More important than people starving to death in Greece and whatever.
Yeah, when I listen to you in the newsroom, and people come and walk by me and they think that I'm a kook.
No.
But, I won't stop attempting to open other people's minds to what's really happening in the world and what's really important.
Good for you, and you'll get a story or two through. I've got to run, but thank you very, very much for the call. I really do appreciate it. And by the way, let me take a moment to say that I appreciate the general quality of the callers to this program. And if you're a listener to the program, I don't have to tell you how much better it really is. Somewhere up near Omaha, Nebraska, I think you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
My friend, 79 Trans Am, he wants to say hi. And when you spin his letters around, it says Starman.
Really?
Yes.
By the way, I'm a Trans Am guy. I've got a Firebird Trans Am. It's gorgeous.
Oh, that is cool.
6-speed forward gears.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't go anywhere without, getting followed like OJ.
That is cool.
They look at a car like that and they go, oh, yeah, town revenue.
Oh, well, I bet.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Anyway, what's up?
Well, I've had an encounter myself in 2008 or 9. I went up in spirit, and I went into darkness, And I have encountered aliens and Jen. And
let me stop you right there. You said you went to darkness?
Yeah, well, it is kind of like through I don't know how I got out of my body, but I was up in spirits, and I seen ETs and Jen. And these beings that I seen, the aliens even, and the Jen, the aliens appeared with fur. Instead of just being like a bare skin or anything,
right.
They had fur on them.
What do you mean by Jen? When you say Jen, what do you mean?
Jen, or another being that is created by smokeless fire. And
smokeless fire?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I picked up on it because they can change, they shape shift and stuff like that.
Okay.
And the beings themselves, they appear friendly and everything, and they communicate. They knew English very well. And but each of them was trying to present themselves as if they were Christ, and they wanted me to accept them as Christ, and I refused. And being that I refused, that was my only way back. And when I came back, I got in a telepathic message. It says, "I am the Prince of Darkness, and I got your soul."
Wow.
And
then maybe the Prince does have your soul. You went left when you should have gone right.
Yeah, and I came to Jesus, and that very night that I did, one of the beings came and tried to take it back and couldn't. And it was very interesting throughout the years, all the encounters that I've had. And
but that's essentially black letter law. You signed a contract with the other one there.
No, I didn't accept them. I refused.
Okay.
When they each presented themselves, and there was only one that didn't talk when I was there, and he was E.T. Looking, and he came forward towards me, and that's when a Jen popped out from his head, and came up and touched me in my forehead and said, "Accept Christ," and
away
I
you
refused.
Went. Mm-hmm. You refused?
I refused.
I'm sorry. I thought you did accept Christ and everything was okay.
Yeah, I did when I came back.
Oh, okay.
But in the first experience, that's how they were.
Well, I am getting ready. I'm getting ready to interview a Satanist. That's a show you're not going to want to miss.
Okay.
All right. So it's coming up, and I hope you will call. I am very, very curious about Satanists, and therefore I will do a program. No matter what anybody says, and there will be much comment, I'm sure. Renee, I think it is, on Skype. You're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Renee from South Texas.
Yes, sir.
And I guess I wanted to share my story since you guys have been talking about like aliens and stuff like that. There was this one time, me and my ex-girlfriend, I was kind of feeling a little bit adventurous, and she lived out in the country.
Yes.
So we ended up taking a dirt road, and me being the adventurous guy, I was like, "Hey, let's go check it out. Let's see what's out here." And we were driving, and I guess we got into an argument, but both of us saw something in the field, and I saw a metallic ball coming out of the dirt, and she saw a camouflage ball coming out of the dirt. So what happened was the thing came out of the ground and started spinning out of the ground, and just kind of like right in front of us. I guess it was kind of like trying to see what we're doing.
Why were you fighting?
I guess stupid stuff.
Stupid stuff. Yeah, that's usually what it is. Okay.
What ended up happening was we ended up just kept on going straight, and we saw the metallic thing just go all the way down. It started spinning and drilling back into the, and
wow. I
guess like right afterwards we were just like, did you see that? And she was all like, yeah, it was a metallic ball that just came out of the ground. It was maybe like I would say the size of a beach ball.
Under Earth UFOs, that's something we're going to have to talk about. We're way short on time. Overseas, somewhere, Morgus or something? Hello?
Yeah, hello, Art. Can you hear me?
I hear you, but we've got so little time. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Romania.
Romania. You are my first Romanian call.
Yeah, I figured I was.
Yeah, you are. You made it. Romania.
Well, thank you very much for taking my call.
I wish we had more time.
I listened to your advice, and I took some notes. So here are some of my thoughts, quick. Are we going to hear Michio Kaku again soon?
Oh, yes, of course, of course, of course.
And also, this September thing,
yes,
blown out of proportion. Just
I hope so.
Yeah, me too.
I really hope so.
Also, who do you think can carry on your legacy when, after you're gone many, many years in the future? Do you see anyone who can pick up from you when you're going to...
Asia Rain Bell is the name that comes to mind.
Well, it's good to know.
Asia Rain Bell, currently
never lose you.
Traversing the 3rd grade, so she's getting ready.
That's great to hear.
Thank you, my friend. Good night. And all over the world, boy, has this been a blast or what? Midnight in the Desert, indeed. That's Crystal Gale. From me to all the time zones, all of you everywhere, good night. Donald Trump is back up in the polls yet again. And, of course, he has exposed a very deep rift inside the Republican Party, one that goes deeper than the one that goes through California and threatens to erupt one day. And the Republican Party, they don't know what to do. They don't like the 11 million illegals that are in the country right now. But I think they're so full of Donald Trump, so to speak, that they are ready to deal with it as a party. In other words, they're using code words for, we better deal with the status of the 11 million living in the country now. So I guess he has pushed them a bit. I got this from somebody. First of all, Roswell's Art, longtime fan, good to have you back, always, of course, right? Yesterday, I stumbled upon a thread on Reddit detailing what I must say is the most incredible set of stories I've ever read. A man identifying himself as a search and rescue worker in an unnamed national park area. Many of these stories now are similar to the ones told in the Missing 411 series of books, which I'm sure you are familiar with. I am. Stories of mysterious disappearances, strange entities in the woods, among others. But here's the one that got me. Strange staircases now are seemingly appearing from nowhere. Staircases, really? All search and rescue park rangers staff are told not to talk about them and never to go near. So I was enthralled. Many other people have chimed in to corroborate the story, including Native Americans, hikers, and others. I think you should check it out. It's incredible. So I'll just put that out in the ether, and if any of you know anything about strange staircases appearing in national parks, then I want to hear about it. I want to mention one other thing that's really been bugging me every day since we did this. Remember how I said that what John Lear said to me long ago about going to the darkness instead of the light? He said, the light is a trick. Go to the darkness. That's been with me for years. The guy planted that in my brain, and it won't go away. And there was, likewise, something the other day that was said that just, I cannot shake it. Do you remember he said that a lot of 4-year-olds, we had a doctor on discussing 4-year-olds, and they say things that sometimes blow people away. About other lives and that kind of stuff, right? But that's not what got me. What got me was, he said, 4-year-olds sometimes tell stories about levitating. Now, that one really, really hit me, because I remember about that age, I'm sorry, but I remember levitating. I remember being able to float. Now, maybe it is something just psychologically indigenous to a 4-year-old. I have no idea. And maybe even fly. I remember, I think, flying, but I know for sure I remember levitating. And somebody said that on a show a few days ago, and it just has stuck with me, remembering it. I wonder if any of the other rest of you, all of you, got hit the same way. All right. What is coming up in a moment? I want to, as strongly as I can, make a point here. This is not an infomercial. The doctor coming on is not selling anything. Indeed not. And I think because other shows do that kind of thing where they're peddling something or whatever, you might think that's what this is going to be, and it's not. He's not selling anything. Dr. Ronald Klatz, who I have interviewed now several times, years ago, MD, DO, he coined the term anti-aging medicine. It is in fact recognized, he is in fact recognized as a leading authority in the new clinical science of anti-aging medicine. Since 1981, Dr. Klatz has been integral in the pioneering exploration of new therapies for the treatment and prevention of age-related degenerative diseases. I've got some of those. He is the physician founder and president of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. In his capacity as A4M president, Dr. Klatz oversees AMA/ACCME approved continuing medical education programs for more than 100,000 physicians, holy moly, and health practitioners and scientists from all over the world. That would be 105 countries worldwide. So coming up in a moment is Dr. Klatz, and he is an amazing guy. So stay right where you are, and we'll talk about, well, the possibility of many of you not growing much older than you are right now. Does that sound appealing? All right, now, Dr. Klatz will tell you about his purple and yellow Get Young pills, right, Doctor? Just kidding.
Sure, but I have more than just purple and yellow.
Just kidding, anyway. There are so many, I'm sorry, but fraudulent things going on in the world of anti-aging medicine that I want to go out of my way for people to know.
Let's be fair, Art. Let's say there's a lot of strange stuff going in the world of anti-aging marketing. Anti-aging medicine's a little bit different.
Oh, that's okay. I guess that is kind of fair, but I know there are supplements out there that may not be of the strength that really causes 2 days to come off your life, frankly.
Well, look, as I say, there's anti-aging medicine, which I'm completely responsible for, and I take full responsibility for, as I'm the physician founder of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine, which is a professional medical society which, has been around for 25 years now and has really changed the face of healthcare. If you remember what it was like, and I know you do, Art, some 25 years ago, doctors were losing their licenses for prescribing vitamin C or exercise or
actually, FBI was raiding health food joints. All kinds of things were going on.
Oh yeah. Guns drawn, people led away in handcuffs. So it was a pretty dark age.
I know those vitamins are dangerous. You've got to go in
things,
with heat.
Anyway, so we created, myself and a handful of other physicians created the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Again, different from anti-aging marketing. Now, it's just such a good term that the marketers glommed onto it, and a lot of vitamins have been sold, and a lot of other products have been sold, and I can't disagree with you. Some of them are fairly worthless, but a lot of them are not. And so, but again, anti-aging medicine is what the doctors do. And that's pretty good. That's pretty strong, straightforward scientific stuff. At least the doctors of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine, and we're now in 120 countries around the world, and associated with a bunch of major medical universities, and offering advanced degrees and master levels and even PhD level degrees. So, I mean, anti-aging medicine is a little bit different than anti-aging marketing. But I agree with you. You got to be careful with anti-aging marketing because it's so easy to make claims.
Okay, well, I get a lot of spam every day, and I guarantee you 4 or 5 of them are about how to arrest aging now. Guaranteed.
Right.
Guaranteed.
Well, yeah, and that has not been the happiest part of my life and the happiest part of my legacy, but I'm willing to accept that compared with the way it used to be.
Just before we get into all of this, I want to say that I think that the American medical community right now is a disastrous mess, that American medicine is a disastrous mess. We're very good at it, don't get me wrong. We come up with the newest of the new. I'll give us that. Otherwise, we suck. And I really mean that, and I'm going to lay out why I think that, okay?
Okay.
If I've got something wrong with me, and I need to have an elective kind of operation, something serious and expensive, and oh, God, it's expensive, doctor. That's what's wrong with what we're doing here.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so I'm better off, frankly, getting on an airplane, booking a flight to Bangkok, where I can get a hospital that's every bit as modern with doctors that have been trained right here in the U.S. to do the operation, pay for my week or two in Bangkok, and fly home and still have lots and lots of money left over. That's one point.
I can't argue with you, Art.
Okay, yeah.
That's
Point.
the basis of medical tourism.
Yeah. Okay. Point 2. Just last time I went to the doctor, I thought, I'm gonna give the little blue pill a try. Okay.
Okay.
And so I said, let me try it. And he wrote up, I think, what was it? It was a prescription for, I don't know, 10 or 20 of them or something like that. It came to I think it was 20. It came to $400. $400? Are you kidding me? You know what I did? Or what, let's say, somebody could have done? They could have gone online, doctor, and ordered the same little blue pills made by the same people from India for about
$2.35 a pill.
About 46 cents a pill.
Oh, 40. Well, you're a better shopper than I am, Art.
I didn't exactly say I did it. I said that's the case. Now, so I'm angry. I'm really angry. Frankly, doctor, some people, friends of mine, have become ill here in Pahrump, which is a very rural community, and they've got to be helicoptered into Las Vegas.
Right.
And the horror stories just never end. The cost of the helicopter to go from here to there, like $20,000, something like that.
Oh my God.
Then some outrageous figure. It may not be exactly 20, but it's right up there.
So it's
okay.
up there.
And then you get to the hospital where when they bill you, if you're not dead from whatever you went over for, you're going to look at the bill and probably die on the spot.
Yeah.
So that's out of my system. It's out of my system. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How did I get to be the apologist for the conventional medicine establishment? I'm on the other side of the coin.
You're just a doctor, and so I'm taking it out on you. I took it out. By the way, I took it out on my own doctor, and he said, "Yeah, man, I agree with you." So. We're
the answer, Art. The anti-aging doctors, the anti-aging doctors, the guys who are part of the new paradigm of healthcare. We're part of the answer, not part of the problem. You're 100% right. The system is broken. The system is broken beyond repair.
Right.
And you have a guy by the name of, Obama who decides to do Obamacare, which just pumps steroids into the old system.
Yeah. I can't really even argue with that. Under Obamacare, my insurance has gone up substantially. I mean, really substantial. I've got Medicare. What do I care? My wife and my child, theirs has gone up substantially, and they're healthy as little horses.
Well, I won't tell you about my situation. Well, yes, I will. Okay, I'm a physician. I'm healthy, right?
Yes.
I'm.
Well, I mean, I don't know that for sure.
I'm not that old. Well, just take my word for it.
Okay.
I'm a doctor. Dude, take my word for it.
Okay. I'm a doctor.
Anyway,
trust me.
Yeah, exactly. So, I'm paying about $1,000 a month for health care just for me. Not for my family, just for me. Now, I had to go to see a doctor the other day, a colleague, if you will, because I had a sore throat, and I was very concerned because I had a little nodule in my throat. And I said, well, it's not supposed to be there.
Yep.
I just wanted to take a look at it with a little scope he has. It takes him all of 5 minutes at most.
Professional courtesy?
That's what I was expecting, frankly, when I walked in the door. But, oh, no, they can't do that. They have to call my insurance company. My insurance company tells them they have to charge me the minimum, the whatever it is. They take a percentage of whatever. And I'm in there for, it should have been less than 5 minutes, but I was in there for all of maybe about 12 minutes. I looked at my watch. Because for 8 of those 12 minutes, he had to write a medical record. He had to make notes.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's not allowed to see me without making notes. Now, even though most of the time he spent looking at the notes, making the notes, playing with the computer, he only spent 2 minutes really looking down my throat and saying, it's nothing.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it'll go away. Just, use an antacid. You'll be fine. A little reflux. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
You're lucky your insurance company didn't see the word nodule and go, going to have to cancel this guy.
Okay. In spite of the fact that I had the best health insurance that you can buy,
yeah,
I'm paying $1,000 a month premiums.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what the doctor billed the insurance company, but my end of it was over $100 just for those 5 minutes. Now, that would be okay, but that was just my deductible. Now, the only reason why that whole thing happened, so I'm assuming that his billing was in the neighborhood of $300 or $400 or $500. And the only reason why that happened was that he was not allowed to just see me on professional courtesy. The insurance companies and the situation has gotten to the point where there is no wiggle room anymore. And where everybody's running scared and everybody is just running down the track and with their eyes closed off the precipice.
Well, Doctor, I would feel sorry for you, except that you simply got a dose of your own. Right? I mean, that's what it boils down to.
My point is this. The system is broken. The system is broken for everyone. If I was on Obamacare, by the way, and this is the person next to me was, their deductible was $12.
Wow.
Which is... I'm, good, God bless the person next to me. My whole point is that the system is upside down, sideways, inside out. It's broken. We're dealing with a system that is in desperate need of repair, and the reason for it is because we have made medicine into the business of medicine. It's no longer the profession of medicine. Yeah. It's the business of medicine, and so it's being run for the profit motive, and the profit motive maximizes the bills, maximizes the amount of care that you have to receive, maximizes the amount of paperwork, and it's all upside down, inside out, and there is no focus at all on the cure and very little focus on even the diagnosis.
By the way, I do want to say, while I'm moaning and groaning about Obamacare's hiking up my insurance costs, I still have sympathy with the idea of getting everybody who needs it medical care. Maybe it was the wrong way to do it, but we're a rich country and we damn well ought to be able to take care of our people.
Everybody can have decent medical care. If we were to spend money on prevention, which is what anti-aging medicine is really all about, it's really a euphemism for...
And we'll get there. Let me tell you something. I was in the Philippines, right?
Yes.
I lived in I still have a condo in Manila. The Philippines is a poor country. A lot of the majority of the citizens in the Philippines subsist on a $1 a day or $2 a day or less. I mean, that's what you would call a poor country. It's slowly getting better and better. But even in the Philippines, they have what's called PhilCare. It's national health care. And people aren't going broke because it exists.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my rant is done. You know, even Americans who go to live there can have PhilCare.
Okay.
I mean, what is wrong with us?
What's wrong with us is that we just will not take charge. We will not fix something when it's broken. We will let the politicians run the ship onto the rocks and grind it to, and just grind the system and grind the system and grind the system as long as the people will pay. That's what's wrong with us. And until the public takes charge and says no more, we need to revolutionize this system. We need to do something that works as opposed to continuing on with something that doesn't work.
Yeah, but it's
the same.
It's a seller's market. And by that I mean if you get sick, if you've got nodules in your throat or little things poking out in your body where they ought not to be, you don't have any damn choice. You have to go to the doctor and or the hospital, and you have to partake of the system. So it's a seller's market.
But the seller is not the doctor. You see, that's what the public doesn't understand. The doctor is as much the victim as the patient. And I know that's hard for a lot of people to get, but doctors' incomes are down, down, down. An average doctor in America is earning less today than he was 20 years ago.
I actually believe that. All right, fine. Let me make you the health czar. No such thing. In fact, I'll make you the health dictator. And you are now allowed to do anything you want, and I mean anything at all, to fix our healthcare system. What would you do?
First thing I would do is I would put the FDA back to its original role, which was the protection of food and for the protection of dangerous drugs, for adverse side effects of drugs, not for this octopus-like tentacles into every aspect of the healthcare system, which they do not belong. I would replace the FDA and put them back to their original intent. Okay, that would be number one, and that would free up a lot of innovation and opportunity in healthcare, because the over-regulatory effect of FDA in protecting the pharmaceutical industry, because the FDA has become the watchdog for the pharmaceutical industry, not the watchdog for the public. The public doesn't understand that, but that's the way it is.
Okay, what else?
Do that, you would drop healthcare. You'd drop healthcare costs quite dramatically, and you would allow for the importation of drugs from overseas that are very effective, that work well, that are not dangerous, and that could do an awful lot for healthcare in the U.S. The second thing that I would do is I would provide for a one payer that you could opt into. You weren't required to, but you could opt into a one payer healthcare system. And so you could have a basic level of health care that was provided for you at a very reasonable price to this one payer health care system.
National health care system.
It would be similar to national health care, but it would be optional. It wouldn't be enforced, and it wouldn't be imposed upon you. It would be something.
All right. What about the people that opt out and then walk into a county hospital, and the county hospital has to take care of them, right?
That's fine. Those county hospitals should be taking care of them. And for the people who opt out of the system and who are willing to accept what they get at a county hospital, well, that's probably just about right. Because county hospitals are places where we train doctors. They're places where you're not going to get the concierge-type medical care that you may want. You are not going to get the type of comfort medicine or aesthetics or latest cutting-edge therapies that you might want. But it's a place where you can go where you're going to get at least decent, fair, and life-saving medicine. And I think that's the role of the county hospital.
Doctor, hold tight. We'll be right back.
Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Has an entrance to what some are calling an alien base been found? A large underwater opening was found on the Malibu, California coast located at Point Doom. The discovery was announced in 2014 on the Dark Matter radio network and was made using Google Earth by Maxwell, Del Romero, and Jimmy Church. Researchers and UFO buffs alike have been searching for it for the past 40 years. The site has been a focus within the UFO community as a proposed hotspot for flying objects. The pillars, which are thought to be support beams, are more than 600 feet tall underwater, and the entrance is at a depth of 2,000 feet below the water's surface. A paper published in 2009 by the United States Geological Survey was shown to the Huffington Post, and scientists who have been studying this area refer to it as Sycamore Knoll. David Schwartz, a geologist with the USGS, says this is interpreted as a thrust fault, meaning one side of the crust moves up over the other, and what we're looking at is interpreted as being the surface expression of this doom thrust, which is part of a large fault system in Southern California. Still, speculations regarding the strange underwater area continue to draw attention by some to this day, and many UFO enthusiasts can't help but to wonder if it's simply a natural occurrence or if it could be related to the sightings in that area. NASA is determined to probe our neighboring celestial bodies in the hopes to find alien microbial life within 20 to 30 years. According to NASA scientist Ellen Stoffen back in April of this year at the Solar System and Beyond Panel Conference in Washington. For the scientists, the most interesting places to look for life are other worlds which fall within the galactic habitable zones around stars similar to our own. The researchers at NASA are primarily looking for rocky planets that may contain water. Scientists estimate that the search for life is about one generation away from making that discovery, and NASA has many new projects currently in the works. You really should take a look at these new photos on darkmatternews.com. This poor woman. Medical doctors in Sichuan, a province in southwest China, recently diagnosed an 87-year-old Chinese woman who had a large extruding from her head with a condition known as cornocutaneum, or cutaneous horns. 7 years ago, Liang noticed something on her head which looked like a black mole at the time, but didn't think anything of it. 2 years later, it turned into something much more, and she began to have cause for concern. The woman's son thought the Chinese medicine would cure the problem, but unfortunately that didn't work. Her son says now the horn is painful and prevents her from sleeping and bleeds from time to time. Now measuring just over 5 inches, the elderly woman's family thinks that the surgical procedure to remove it may not be the best option at this point due to her age. Currently, the doctors are seeking alternative options to get rid of the horn for good. Has a 100,000-year-old 3-pronged electrical plug been found embedded in a block of granite? They say the curious stone was unearthed during an excursion in a rural location in North America, far from human settlements, industrial complexes, airports, factories, and electronic or nuclear plants. While it may hurt the credibility of his discovery by electrical engineer John J. Williams in 1998, he refuses to give the exact location of his find for fear that the site might be plundered of other mysterious relics. Known as the Enigmalith, which is a combination of words enigma and monolith, or petrodox, he says the device presents the undeniable appearance of an electronic component embedded in a naturally formed solid granite stone composed of quartz and feldspar. Due to the secrecy surrounding the find, its $500,000 price tag, and an extra-terrestrial theory surrounding the object, many from the scientific community have categorized the Enigmalith as a hoax manufactured solely for the fame and fortune of its owner. Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
And what you're about to hear, as soon as we begin talking about anti-aging medicine, which really is now, you're going to hear stuff that is not an infomercial. I want to repeat that. It's not. We don't do these on this network. At least I don't, and won't, ever. This is real. What you're going to hear is real. It's about the state of anti-aging medicine nationally, and he is the right man to be talking about this. So, Dr. Klatz, welcome back.
Oh, well, thank you, Art.
All right, so a listener has a comment, and then we'll launch. But really, this is relevant. It's John. And he said, Art, I remember from one of the old interviews that you did with Dr. Klatz that he said something like, if you can hold out for another 30 years, then the technology for infinite life extension will be here. Now, that might have been...
I don't think I said infinite life extension.
Well,
life
okay,
expectancy, like
that's right.
120 years of age.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
he says, I wonder, are we still on track?
Oh, yeah. We're going faster than I ever thought we would. Right now, okay, let me back up for a second. When I said that was about 19, I think the last time we did a show together, you and I, was 1998, somewhere around there.
Sounds about right. Okay.
Yeah. And life expectancy in the United States at that time was about pushing 80 years of age. Now it's it was like 78 years of age. Now it's like just over 80 years of age. And in Monaco, which has the highest per capita number of anti-aging physicians in the world. It also has the highest per capita number of millionaires, interestingly enough. So I guess you have to have somebody for anti-aging, unfortunately. But life expectancy is now pushing 91 years of age. But Monaco, interestingly, doesn't have the highest life expectancy. The place that has the highest life expectancy on the planet right now is, you ready, Art?
Okinawa.
No.
The Greek islands.
One more time, Art.
Greek islands?
No. Well, I'll give you one more shot.
I know it's not L.A.
It's not L.A.
What is it? All right, I don't know that.
How about Bergen County, New Jersey? The Bergen
excuse
County
me?
women, if you're a woman living in Bergen County, chances are you're Asian. Chances are you are college educated. Chances are you have a management degree, a job in management, and that you follow a anti-aging lifestyle or a traditional Chinese medicine lifestyle of advanced prevention. And that has led to a life expectancy for the Asian County ladies, and this has been published by Harvard University and by the state of New Jersey, of a life expectancy of 91 and a half years of age. That's for women.
All right.
That contrasts with women living in South Dakota who happen to be American Indians, who are getting free health care, who are getting, through Indian Health Services, they get free health care, they get free medical care, they get free doctor, free drugs, free hospital, free across the board. And their life expectancy is, drumroll, 68 years of age.
Wow.
So that's a 20-something, almost 25-year anti-aging dividend.
Okay, now here's the problem I see with what you've said. I lived actually as much of my adult life in Asia, Japan, Okinawa, the Philippines, all Vietnam.
Right.
A lovely tour. So I understand and know what Asians eat, and I don't like all that much of it. And I think that what they eat has a very great deal to do with, the fact that they live so long. Certainly in Okinawa, that's true.
Well, perhaps that's part of the equation. But in Monaco, let me tell you, the diet is pretty, is
pretty rich
and pretty Americanized or Westernized.
I'll give you that. Monaco is an interesting place.
The champagne runs.
It does.
Flows easily.
Okay, then what is your explanation for it?
Well, the explanation is really clear.
Money.
These people are following an anti-aging lifestyle. They're getting the best preventive medicine that is to be had on the planet right now. Both the ladies in Bergen County are right across the river from New York, and New York is a mecca of advanced medical technology and a big stronghold for anti-aging physicians. The women in Bergen County are availing themselves of these anti-aging therapies and preventive medicine therapies, and so are the uber wealthy in Monaco. And what I'm saying is that proof positive, the best kind of proof, not some laboratory rat or some test tube filled with some, black box molecule we're talking about. I'm talking about thousands or millions of people who are proving that anti-aging medicine, not anti-aging as we talked in the beginning, not the marketing of anti-aging, but anti-aging medicine, the kind of stuff that my doctors of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine are practicing, it's working. And it's working better than anybody ever thought possible.
All right, I believe you.
Okay, so in answer to the gentleman's question, that in
are we on course?
Yes, we are. We're on course,
All right.
and we're on course at a much faster trajectory than anyone thought was possible.
All right, I'll buy it all. I will ask this. To get in on anti-aging medicines and therapy, it's expensive, right? Let's not kid anybody. It's expensive.
Well, it's expensive if you're going to do it with the best doctors at the best institutions.
Always.
With all the advanced technology that we have to offer and the hormonal replacement therapy too.
Right.
That can be expensive. But if you're like me and you're a little frugal and, you're on a budget, you can do an entire anti-aging medicine program to the level of about 90% of everything.
Yes.
For less than $4,000 a year.
$4,000. Well, that's still money.
It's money, but it's. I look at it as
all right. Straight out question. That $4,000 a year.
Yes.
What's it going to buy you?
It's going to buy you probably about 30 different nutrients every day.
No. What's it going to buy you in extended life?
Oh, well, how can I answer that?
I don't know.
I can talk in generalities.
Okay, do that.
Okay, and the generalities are, this is what these people are doing in Monaco or doing in Bergen County. This is what most people are doing who are on an anti-aging medicine program.
Okay.
And so the anti-aging dividend, as it exists today, if you want to choose between being an American Indian in North Dakota with free government health care versus the state-of-the-art anti-aging medicine, that dividend is about 25 years of age. So let's say you're not getting all the hormones and all the tests that you might have otherwise. You're still going to get 15, 20. You're still going to get 15 years.
15, 20 years. That's a long time to extend life.
And that's youthful lifespan. I'm not talking about stuck in a nursing home.
Yeah, I hear you.
With an IV in your arm and a tube up your nose. I'm talking about, feeling and looking like a great 65-year-old when you're 75, 85, maybe 95.
Sounding good. All right, let's discuss Lex the Wonder Dog.
Okay.
That seems like quite a jump from where we just were, but I guess it relates somehow. How?
Okay, well, oh my goodness. Back when I was a young man, before I even knew you, Art.
Hundreds of years ago.
I had a medical practice in Wisconsin, and I had an Airedale that I acquired through Airedale Rescue. And he was 3 years old when I got him.
Yes.
And he was the cutest thing. I mean, this guy was so cute and so smart and such a great dog.
I already love him. Okay.
And he was like right out of FAO Schwartz. When he walked, you thought he was going to drop batteries out of his behind. He was that cute.
My daughter would say rainbows, but sure, go ahead.
Anyway, when I was involved from the very beginning of my medical practice, even though I did internal medicine, I did sports medicine, pain management, and rehabilitative medicine. And I had a large practice there in Wisconsin, and my practice was out of a farmhouse, a converted farmhouse. And my dog was right there in the front yard, and so all my patients got to see my dog. And, they noticed that at age 11, he's an Airedale, a big dog, and big dogs tend to get old around age 10, 11, 12. And they don't last much longer than that, frankly.
Right.
And Lex was doing what big dogs do, and he was turning gray. And he had a gray nose, and his black and tan, flanks were turning all gray.
Got it.
And his, hindquarters, he was getting arthritis, and he couldn't move around too fast. And people would chide me. They'd say, "Hey, Dr. Klatch, you always talk about preventive medicine. You always talk about, longevity and all this stuff. How come your dog's growing old?" And I said, "Well, that's what dogs do. He's an old dog." And they said, "Well, that's no good." And they bugged me, and to the point where I said, "Well, maybe I'll try some of this stuff on my dog.
So you experimented on your dog.
I did. I experimented on him when I put him on the hormone replacement therapy and nutrients, and I put him on rehabilitative exercises, and I did some physical therapy with him.
Yes.
And I was amazed. I was frankly amazed how well he responded, because in a matter of weeks he started getting up and getting active, and in a matter of months he had actually turned completely transformed. His hair had gone almost completely gone. The gray was completely gone. His nose had gotten mostly black again. He had cataracts, the beginnings of cataracts. Those were, unnoticeable. He was active and healthy and bouncing around like a dog who was, according to my vet, to a dog that was 8 years of age.
Wow.
And then he started to burrow out from underneath the fence in the backyard to get out to chase after this golden retriever down the block. He liked blondes.
I understand. He had renewed interest.
Fixed,
yes.
But that's how well his rejuvenation was working.
Okay.
And Lex went on to the ripe old age of almost 17.
Oh, that's really old.
It's incredibly old. According to the American Kennel Club, the oldest Airedale they had on record was about 17 and a few months.
Well.
And Lex was just ready to turn 17, and he had a stroke, and I nursed him back from the stroke, and he was fine for a couple months, and then he took sick again, and he lost control of his, his things. And he just wasn't there anymore. When you look in someone's eyes,
right,
your dog's eyes, and they're looking back at you, they're there.
Sure.
Well, he wasn't there anymore. My dog had gone. Now, I still had the body of my dog, the shell.
Alzheimer's of some sort, or?
It's hard to say.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what was.
Okay, I get it. Well, but on the other hand, Doctor, okay, I get it.
And so I put him down.
Yeah, I get it. All right.
What I'm saying is I wasn't going to keep him around as an experiment because the quality of his life was gone. But
that's fair. That's fair. And I've got a counterpoint, maybe.
But he was the reason, and he was what showed me and convinced me that radical anti-aging was in fact possible.
Okay.
Because he had recovered so dramatically in such a short period of time.
All right. I had a cat. I lost my cat about like a couple of months ago now. It was very hard. Very, very hard. My cat's name was Yeti. I had Yeti when you and I interviewed. Yeti died at 23 years of age.
Wow.
Yeti ate normal cat food.
Mm-hmm.
So, what? Good genetics?
Well, good genetics, good loving. I'm sure you took the best care of him.
Constantly,
and,
yes.
Maybe he liked being around with you. I don't know.
He totally did, yes. And he hung around as long as he could. He too had arthritis, and his hair had changed, but we took care of him very carefully and lovingly, and he really did. Went till for a cat, that's old.
That's very old. But what I'm saying is the technology is here now with hormone replacement therapy and advanced antioxidant therapies and rehabilitative therapies, and there's also cytokines and stem cells and some other things that we have now that we didn't have before, where you can actually reach in and retool the metabolism and make an older animal into a younger animal. And it shows in life expectancy. It shows in quality of life and their energy levels and their performance.
Can you do the same thing to a human?
I certainly hope so. That's what I'm doing to myself every day. I've done that to my mom, to thousands of my patients, and my doctors of the academy are doing that for tens of millions of patients every day.
So, are you pooping rainbows? Sorry. I mean, are you getting...
I think I'm a little too close to really see. I'd have to have someone take a look from a distance.
I mean, are you... is your hair getting darker? Are your muscles building? Is your muscle mass building? Is whatever arthritis you had retreating? All the normal questions.
For myself, and I am not like a tremendous specimen. I'm not an Olympian. I'm not someone who was, a fantastic athlete throughout my life. I've been more of a cerebral kind of guy, more of a couch potato, frankly. And, I'd spend, right now I spend about 4 hours a day on the internet, another 4 hours with my journals. And that's in addition to a full day's, work schedule.
Right.
So, people routinely guess me at 15 years younger than my chronological age.
Mm-hmm.
And am I 15 years younger biologically? Well, when I look at my laboratory results, I am probably 5, 7, 8 years younger biologically than I am if I was to look at those measures compared to my chronological age. So I look better and I test out better younger than I do otherwise. And most of these patients who are doing anti-aging therapies do the same thing. They actually look better, and and on objective biological measurements, they test out younger as well. And we're able to do all kinds of things to reduce their risk factors for cancer, diabetes, heart disease, cancer. And so if you don't die of those 4 major leading causes of death,
yes,
then statistically you're going to see your 100th birthday and beyond.
Interesting. Your 100th birthday and beyond. Aren't there other break points? This is just Art Bell having an observation of life, but it seems to me like a lot of guys in their early to mid, even late 50s tend to drop dead of heart attacks and stuff like that. And then, I don't know, it just seems to me that if they make it into their 60s, 65, 70, then they're going to make it for another whatever. It seems like there are points of hurdle. Is that?
That's probably true. I mean, from a statistical point of view, as a man, you're probably, looking at 50, 55 as a very dangerous age.
Right.
And if you can get past that into 60s, then you're probably going to be all right until your early 70s. But, every year you live longer, it's better. The statistics just get better and better for living that much longer.
Okay. All right.
I mean, it's really pretty exciting.
New listener. She thinks, Art, you seem off tonight. You're angry. No, Holly, I'm not. You are a new listener, and I'm glad to have you, but I'm not at all angry. In fact, I'm in a superb mood. I'm not the wuss of a talk show host that you're probably used to listening to, Holly. And I have strong opinions. I have a very dry sense of humor, and you'll eventually get used to me. Dr. Klatz, welcome back.
Well, thank you, Art. Can I mention our website?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, of course you can.
Thanks. Everything I'm talking about between my dog Lex and hormone replacement therapy and some of the costs of these therapies and, probably everything that we're going to talk about. Not
right.
Everything, but, most things are online at worldhealth.net. Worldhealth.net. And that's the official website of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. We have 26,000 physician members in 120 countries around the world. And if you go to worldhealth.net, there's a free newsletter that's called Longevity Magazine. And every week we go through about 400 journals, just pulling the articles that have to do with improving the quality and the quantity of the human lifespan, or improving human performance, whether it be, sports performance or memory or the prevention of cancer. It's really useful stuff, and people love it. It's award-winning, and you can sign up for it for free, only if they're your listener, Art.
Well, now that's a pretty good deal.
It is. But they can sign up for it for free at worldhealth.net, and it's
how will you know?
Non-commercial, by the way. We don't sell anything.
I get it. How will you know if they're my listeners?
Well, they'll just say that they are.
Okay.
And if they're not, they should be, right?
Yeah, if they're not, don't even give them another minute. All right, so Back.
Thank you, Art.
You bet. Back for 1 second to Lex the Wonder Dog. Did you do anything for Lex during the course of your experiment that you could not legally do to a person today? Yeah, think hard. That's a hard question.
Let me think. There probably was not.
Okay.
There probably was not. You see, Lex got treated back when, and so stem cells were not available, and I didn't use stem cells on Lex. If I did, I'm sure I would have gotten a better result. But I got a great result with him. I mean, I got lots.
Oh, no, I understand. I was just curious. I mean, it was experimental.
Everything that we did with him was easily available, and really, that's what I'd like the listeners to understand is that you can do about 70% of an anti-aging medicine program without even a physician. If you're willing to read the journals, and not the journals, the books, and I have 42 books in print right now on anti-aging, and you don't have to read my books, but I mean, the world is full of books on anti-aging medicine right now by really good people, and not just me. If you want to read this stuff and you want to put together your own anti-aging medicine program, it'll work. And you can do about 60-70% of it without any doctor's intervention whatsoever.
Amazing.
And if you have access to a laboratory, that's 80% of the program.
All right, let's reach out now and talk about stem cells for a moment. How useful and in what way can stem cells be used to either extend life or repair life?
Well, we're at the point of repairing life right now, not quite extending life with stem cells, though. It's hard to say. It's really two sides of the same coin. When you fix something, it works better, and when it works better, you last longer.
Well, I mean, if you fix something, then a lot of times you're extending it because if you didn't fix it, well, then, terminal time.
Okay, but with regard to stem cells, the technology is such at this moment where stem cells work fantastically well for musculoskeletal problems. For joints, you can rebuild joints. You can improve, fibromyalgia responds very nicely to both platelet-rich plasma injections and stem cells. Joint, arthritic joints, torn ligaments. There is hardly anything in orthopedics that cannot benefit from stem cell or platelet-rich plasma or cytokine therapies.
Are we talking about fetal stem cells?
Well, let's not get stuck on the word fetal. It doesn't
but let's tell the truth. There's two ways, right? Fetal stem cells, and then you can take, I believe, adult. You can take
adult stem cells.
Yes.
You can take stem cells from amniotic fluid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now that's not you're not chopping up fetuses.
No.
There's plenty of cells in the amniotic fluid.
Right.
You can take stem cells from fat, which is adult stem cells.
Mm-hmm.
You can take stem cells from the placenta.
Okay. I'm sorry, doctor. Are adult stem cells as effective as fetal stem cells?
It depends on what you're using it for.
Okay.
The closer you get to fetal stem cells, the more active the cells are, and the more pluripotent they are. The more they're able to work and transform into various tissues to correct various different problems. The scary part is, well, there's two things. First of all, nobody wants to take an aborted fetus and use it for laboratory experiments.
No.
That's out of the question. It's immoral, and doctors don't do that. So we don't do fetal cell stem cells, though you can get fetal cells from the placenta and from the amniotic fluid, and you can get from other sources.
Sure.
But you can do almost everything you want to do in stem cells with adult-derived stem cells, or with amniotic stem cells, or with placental stem cells, or with stem cells from fat, or from the back of the eye, or the back of the nose. There's plenty of sources of stem cells. I mean, immense amounts of sources of stem cells. And if you really need to use fetal tissue, if there is some unique purpose, like, for example, there may be some rare uses of fetal stem cells for repairing spinal cord. There are something like 700,000 or 800,000 fetuses that are sitting in freezers in laboratories just in the United States from in vitro fertilization projects where they took where they took eggs and sperm and made them into little like blastocytes,
right? Sure.
4-day-old things, and these things are just going to sit there forever until they throw them away. So you can say, why would you toss this stuff down the drain when you can use this to save someone's life or to take someone who's a quadriplegic and give them the opportunity to walk again?
Well, because of people's morality, religion, and politics.
I think it's mostly politics. I don't hear, even when I talk to people, I talk to people around the country all the time, and the most religious of them all do not have problems, by and large, with stem cells that are derived from the right source, that do not involve abortions. If it doesn't involve abortions, usually I hear no complaints.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. All right. So stem cells.
I think it's more the politics, and it's used as an excuse to hinder advancements in certain areas. Unfortunately, it's said that there are more politics in medicine than there are politics, and that's been my observation.
All right, Doctor, where can we go with stem cells? You've told me where we are and in repair of some things. When we really grasp this technology fully, where can we go with stem cells? What could be done?
The belief is that we're going to be able to use stem cells to repair every organ in the body, that we're going to be able to regrow tissue, all types of tissue. We're going to be able to repair all types of tissue, and we may be able to cure diseases such as Alzheimer's disease, liver disease, heart disease.
Wow. That's
anything.
quite a claim.
Yeah, because what you have is you have the basic building blocks of the cells of your body. That's what stem cells are. These are the things, when you cut yourself, what happens? The body forms a scar, it forms a scab, and it sends out chemical messengers. And in the chemical messengers, it says, hey, come fix this torn tissue.
Right.
And what goes to fix the torn tissue? Stem cells. So we have stem cells in our bodies all the time, but as we get older, we lose a number of stem cells and we lose the efficiency of those stem cells. And so if you could have a new supply of young, aggressive, healthy, well-tuned stem cells, then you would be able to repair yourself from almost any injury. And that's the promise of stem cell technology, and that's why it's so exciting. And unfortunately, why so many different people are fighting over it.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to telomeres. Telomeres are, am I not saying that correctly?
No, telomeres
is that okay?
Correct.
All right. These are like, I don't know, like a burning fuse inside of you. In other words, they start out. Is it? They start out at a certain length, I guess, at birth, or by the time you reach. I don't know. When do the telomeres start getting shorter? Right away, or is it?
They start to shorten immediately. The telomeres are the end pieces, the end caps of the DNA. DNA are like this helix. They're kind of like shoelaces.
Right.
You know how you have the little plastic on the ends of shoelaces so the ends don't fray?
Sure.
Well, unfortunately, that's our telomeres. And they just get short with every time the cell duplicates itself. It reproduces itself because the cells are always constantly repairing and reproducing themselves.
Yes.
Okay, and depending on the cell, if it's your skin, it happens very quickly. If it's your blood vessel, if it's a red blood cell, I think it's like 90 days or 120 days. If it's, brain tissue or something else or bone tissue, it may be a couple of years before it reproduces. But all the cells in our body are reproducing themselves. And so what happens is as these cells turn over, the telomeres, get shorter and shorter and shorter. They're like a little, clicker switch, if you will, on your copy machine. It tells you how many copies you made.
Right.
And when it gets to a certain shorter length, it starts to, the end of the chromosome that is covered by the telomere starts to become exposed. And when that area of the chromosome becomes more exposed, things happen that are associated with aging. And the body changes in its production of proteins, in its ability to repair DNA, in its ability to be more youthful. And so you don't want really short chromosomes.
No.
Really short telomeres, rather.
No.
Because as the telomeres become shorter, they become more aged in their manifestation.
I think mine are already short enough. If we could increase the length of these telomeres, if there was technology to have a little blue pill for the telomeres, whatever, if they could be longer, would that change things?
Well, that's a good question. That's a very good question. The belief is that it would. Experimentally, we see that animals that we've been able to treat with experimental drugs, where we've been able to increase the length of their telomeres, do become more active and more youthful.
But it's not a total key.
It's not a total key. It's not a complete rejuvenation. And the other issue is that nobody really dies because their telomeres are too short.
No?
They get older, but they die of old age disease. They don't die because their telomeres are too short and that their cells stop reproducing.
So
it's not the whole story is what I'm saying, and our understanding of it is not yet complete. And worse than that, we don't have a good pill for reversing it yet. We have some nutrients, things like exercise will help to prevent telomere shortening, and antioxidants will help to prevent telomere shortening, and some oriental herbs will help as well. And there are a couple of chemicals, but the chemicals, unfortunately, are toxic in other ways. So we don't have the answer. We don't have the magic bullet yet for fixing telomeres.
All right. So even if we could be kept alive through the other medicines that you have mentioned, and we could stay alive so long that our telomeres just cease to exist any longer.
Well, no, they don't cease to exist. They just the end pieces, again, they're the end piece of the chromosome, and they get shorter and shorter and shorter. And as the telomeres become shorter, they expose certain areas of DNA that lead to age-related changes in the body. But they don't disappear entirely.
All right, hold tight. I think I want to know more about that. I picture this little frayed telomere. A lot of questions, according to what I'm seeing on the wormhole. So that always sounds strange if you don't explain it, right? The wormhole is people who are time traveler members have two privileges. One, they can go back and listen to old shows anytime they want. And two, they can use the wormhole, which means you can send me a message as we do the program. So when I refer to it, that's what I'm talking about. Doctor, welcome back. When we were talking about telomeres, and I was picturing them as these, I don't know, little sticks frayed on the end. No?
More like shoelaces.
Shoelaces frayed on the end.
Yeah, the DNA is a helix, and there are two strands. Most people, though, there is some talk about some unique individuals who have more than two strands of DNA, but that's another story. That's more for ufology. But
well, that's awfully interesting. Anyway, are there really people with two strands of DNA? Seriously?
Well, we have two strands, but there is some talk that people could have 3 or 4 strands of DNA.
Well, I would think 4. In other words, 2 double-stranded.
Yeah.
Have you actually seen that?
I have not. I'm just mentioning this out of the blue because it's late at night and
okay.
It seemed like a fun thing to say.
It is. It is. I can imagine all kinds of things.
That it's possible, and I've read a couple of things on the internet where they say that they found some evidence of people with more than double-stranded DNA. I can't say that I've confirmed that, and it's really not. I'm not that kind of researcher, but it would be interesting if it was true, wouldn't it?
Oh yes, it sure would.
But telomeres, the end pieces of the chromosome, are there to protect the DNA, and they do get shorter as people live. Every time the DNA replicates itself through mitotic division, they click off and they get a little shorter, a little shorter, a little shorter, a little shorter, and in the process of doing that, they open up little sites on the chromosome that leads to the production of proteins that are associated with aging-related problems. Mm-hmm. And so the thought is, if you could reestablish the original length of the chromosome of the telomere on the end piece of the chromosome, you would go back to a more youthful physiology. And there is some clinical evidence, there is some certainly laboratory evidence to suggest that is in fact true.
How can you imagine that might be achieved?
Well, there are chemicals that will regrow the telomere. And there are activities that will lengthen the telomere, including very active sports, and that may be why athletes, seem to grow older at a slower rate. But it's basically a chemical driven by chemistry. And there are some Chinese herbs that seem to have a beneficial effect. Okay. And also antioxidants, high levels of antioxidants protect the telomere from shortening.
Why do the Chinese have all these interesting things that seem to work? My wife, by the way, is only 4 feet 10 inches tall. When she was young in the Philippines, she took tall pills from the Chinese. Didn't work.
Well,
but she's gorgeous. She's absolutely gorgeous. 4'10", so there you go. Anyway, so the Chinese do really seem to have something for everything, nearly, and whether it works or not, but apparently some of them work.
Some of them do work, and they work amazingly well. We're kind of kept in the dark in the Western world. There's more to the world than just Western medicine. There is traditional Chinese medicine, which is a body of knowledge that's gone back over 10,000 years.
Right.
We have Ayurvedic medicine, which is the Indian form of medicine that goes back like 6, 7, 8,000 years, maybe longer. And then you have in Nepal and the Tibetan medicine. And then you have the empiric schools in the United States, which are, naturopathy and chiropractic and osteopathy and, a half dozen others that have been suppressed by allopathic medicine, which is what we call MD medicine. But MD medicine was basically came out of the Rockefellers. And they bought up all the empiric schools, and they made them into MD schools, and they snuffed out a lot of the empirical medicine that was associated with it in that day in favor of patent medicines. We talked at the very beginning about how expensive medicines are.
Sure.
Well, patent medicines, cost, a tenth of a penny to produce, and they can sell them for, $1 or $100 a pill because they're patented. Whereas the empirical medicines, which are, natural medicines, they might cost, 3 cents, 5 cents a pill because that's, they only cost a penny to produce. And they're not patentable. And so from a business, again, my position was that we have let medicine become a business instead of a healing art. And that's why medicine is so, messed up,
screwed up, completely messed up.
Nice way to say it.
Yeah,
it's we used to call it something on toast, and it really is.
Bottom line here, folks, seems to be if you can afford about $4,000 a month, beginning when you're how old, doctor?
I I would have no hesitation recommending starting an anti-aging program as soon as someone sees the first signs of aging, which is usually in one's 30s. But in the future, we may start doing anti-aging interventions in utero. As a matter of fact, we're doing them now. We're doing them now. When we find children who are born or who are in utero with heart problems, we go in and we do open heart surgery inside the uterus. Genetics, we're discovering ways to treat genetic diseases in the uterus. So, I mean, in the years to come, we're going to play with people's genetics and their metabolism earlier and earlier and earlier. But for right now, given the state of the art, I would say once someone starts to feel or notice some aging-related disorder or discovers that they have a predisposition because of their genetics to cancer or heart disease or diabetes, that they should start taking care of it right then and there. And if that's in their 20s, that's great.
A child born right now could expect to live how long?
The talk is among the insurance companies for women, girls who are born today, seeing a life expectancy of 120.
120 years old. Wow. Okay, doctor, hold tight. My God, I remember, and I'm sure many of you do, that one day, you go into the bathroom and you're going to be a nice day today, and you look and, my God, there's a gray hair. What do? You don't talk about anti-aging. You pull the sucker out. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert. Please remain where you are.
Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Well, maybe the mystery of the Black Knight UFO has been solved by a YouTube novice in just 11 minutes. Well, the narrator even apologized for his amateur presentation. But after an 11-minute do-it-yourself filming attempt, YouTube user NUA appears to have successfully debunked the 1998 photographs of the so-called Black Knight satellite. His video presents photographic evidence from UFO conspiracists who claim they had further proof of the mysterious alien satellite. But alien researchers have been calling the myth one of the most convincing pieces of evidence for the existence of intelligent extraterrestrial life for the past 17 years, while some claim it has orbited Earth for at least 13,000 years. But NUA says different. In his video titled Black Knight Satellite UFO Documentary, Truth Exposed, 2015, he claims to conclusively prove the Black Knight, as photographed in 1998 in NASA images, was nothing more than a satellite thermal blanket lost by the crew of the Endeavour space shuttle as they worked on the developing International Space Station. And in fact, after releasing the pictures in 1998, NASA said it was a thermal blanket, but it did not stop a wave of conspiracists branding it a huge cover-up. The legend of the alien satellite seems to have been retrospectively dated back to 1899, when Nikola Tesla announced he was picking up radio waves from space, prompting people to suggest something alien was out there. A moment caught on video as a ghost is moving a chair across the floor of a haunted house in front of a stunned paranormal investigator. Ghost hunters who captured the footage while probing unusual goings-on at the property said the sight left them gobsmacked. The spooky footage shows the moment a chair was apparently moved by a ghost across the floor of a haunted house. The investigators said it is strong evidence of the existence of ghostly spirits. A giant, ancient monolith has been discovered off of Sicily's coast, and it may be up to 10,000 years old. A 130-foot stone monolith has been discovered in the sea off of the Italian coast that researchers say is at least 9,500 years old, but carbon dating says it may even be older. The find was made during a high-resolution mapping survey of the seafloor off the coast of Sicily. The stone is in 131 feet of water at about 37 miles south of the Italian island. The regularly shaped stone is about 39 feet long and is estimated to weigh 15 tons. It has 3 24-inch holes, 2 in its sides, and a third one at one end that passes completely through from one side to the other. While the monolith's original function remains a mystery, one guess made by the researchers is that it may have been used as a lighthouse, with the hole in the end holding a torch as a beacon. While the researchers have dated the monolith's age to approximately 9,500 BP, because at the time the region was inundated by the sea, and due to the dramatic rise in global sea levels that followed the end of the last ice age. But radiocarbon dating results from encrusted seashell deposits on the stone have dated it back to approximately 40,000 BCE. Of course, this could simply mean that the original stone was taken from the sea by the monolith crafters, but this does suggest that its construction could be much older. This find, along with other sites such as in Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, indicate that our ancestors were far more capable technologically than what is commonly accepted by mainstream science. The researchers address this in their publication, The Monolith Found, supporting this technological capability, stating it was made of a single large block. It required a cutting, extraction, transportation, and installation, which undoubtedly reveals important technical skills and great engineering. So that belief that our ancestors lacked the knowledge, skill, and technology to exploit marine resources or make sea crossings is progressively being abandoned. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
If you want to come on the phone, it's area code 952-225-5278. That's 952-225-5278. If you want to come on Skype, go ahead and groan. I'm going to give out the instructions because a lot of people don't know. If you have a smartphone of virtually any description, download Skype. It's free, right? Skype is free. And then when you get it, become familiar with it and add us to your contacts. Now, how do you do that? Well, it's simple. On Skype, you just hit the little plus sign, like add a contact. And if you're in North America, you put in MITD51. That's as in midnight in the desert, MITD51. If you're outside North America, in the rest of the world, and we cover it all, same deal. Just hit the little plus sign, add MITD55. That's MITD55 in the rest of the world, and you can call us for free. And when you're on a smartphone, you'll sound like $1 million. And by the way, if you're listening on your smartphone, yes, there is a solution. If you're listening, just hit pause on what you're listening to when the phone call goes through. So it all works, and we're going to be using that a lot tomorrow night when we play a game called, you want to know, go to my Facebook site. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, back now to Dr. Klatz. A couple of other really important questions I want to get out.
Art, let me just finish my answer.
Yeah, sure.
Back in early 2000, the National Institute of Health, which is a very conservative organization, a meeting of their biotechnologists. And even in this meeting, they were talking about life expectancies shortly of 120, 125 years of age.
Right.
So, we're talking about things that people may not have heard of, but it's not outside of the realm of possibility at all. And frankly, I'm predicting life expectancies of 150 years of age and beyond. We're really on the cusp of of incredible breakthroughs across the board, not just in new drug therapies. There's 467 new drugs under development that any one of which could be a breakthrough in anti-aging. Mm-hmm. But there's new breakthroughs in energy medicine and in light medicine and in, natural, more natural energies that can be harnessed to help rejuvenate the body and to rejuvenate the cells. And our doctors are working on that, and it's exciting stuff. And you mentioned about healthcare being so expensive. This stuff is cheap. This stuff is almost free, but it's that there's not enough competition, that we have an FDA and a government that hinders competition and prevents these technologies from seeing the light of day.
I've got it. When we're talking about 120 to 150 or more years, are we talking about productive years?
Oh, absolutely. Who wants to be there? And if they're in
nobody,
if they're a grape. Not grape, a raisin.
Yeah, raisin.
Nobody wants that. Right. We're talking about, seeing, the oldest that I want to see myself or anyone else become is a great 65-year-old.
Okay.
And if you look at the people in Hollywood, just look at some of the, the Hollywood actors and the actresses. These people are in their 70s and 80s and 85.
I know. It's very suspicious.
Fantastic.
It is very suspicious, Doctor. And it makes me want to ask you how many, I'm asking you for a guess only, Hollywood stars, do you think are using this high-end anti-aging regimen?
Oh, my God, 90% plus.
Yeah, that's what I figured. actually.
90% plus. I have a huge number of my doctors out in Hollywood. And in California. California probably the largest concentration on the planet.
Figures.
There's a huge amount out there, and these people are really availing themselves of it in all ways possible because it works. It works. And everything that I've told you is explanations of all this and videos, too. Explaining some of the more complex issues like telomeres are available on my website under Immortality Now. I do interviews with the top scientists around the world, and it's Immortality Now. It's on worldhealth.net, and it's all free for your listeners, of course.
Okay. I want to ask you about cancer, the big C.
Okay.
Where are we with cancer? I mean, are we ever going to cure cancer?
Well, there are those who say that it has been cured. It was cured back in the 1930s, and then it was cured again in the 40s, and in the 50s, and the 60s.
And what are they talking about?
If you listen to any of the cancer researchers, the cure is always right around the bend. And oh boy, this is like I said, there's more politics in medicine than there are.
Just tell the truth. What's the deal with cancer?
I think that there are many. Okay, how can I say this without getting myself into too much trouble? There are other countries in the world that have a much higher cure rate than we do here in the U.S.
Why?
Because they are open to everything that works, and there is less regulatory harassment of exploring new therapies and natural therapies. And so if you have cancer, you might be better off availing yourself of places such as Germany, Great Britain, Japan, for these Korea.
Do the
cancer therapies.
Do the statistics bear out what you're saying? In other words,
yes, absolutely.
Talk to me about percentages of cure rates for any given cancer you want to talk about here versus somewhere else.
Look, we've made some good inroads into childhood cancers, specifically leukemia. We've made some good results into certain forms of cancer like prostate cancers, or the cure rate has improved dramatically.
Okay, my question, Doctor, was comparing cure rates here to there.
Better over there.
How much better?
Probably a third to half.
My God.
Yeah. And there are doctors here who are doing a lot of cancer therapies that are out of the box, and they're afraid to talk about them. And they're using alternative cancer therapies, and they're mixing both traditional allopathic cancer therapies that are, the standard of care with, alternative therapies, and getting much better results. People living longer, having a better quality of life, and in some cases having outright cures.
All right. 15 years ago, on my radio program, Doctor, I said that marijuana should be legal.
You were absolutely right.
It's happening now, slowly but surely. Here in Nevada, we've got medical marijuana. In Colorado and Washington, they've got more than that. They've got go buy what you want marijuana. Mm-hmm. And we're in the middle of a revolution, finally. 15 years ago when I said it, people said I was a devil, and I was leading people into a horrible lifestyle where they will rape and pillage and God knows what.
Ridiculous.
I really took a lot of heat.
Marijuana has been the cornerstone of drug therapy for the world. For the last 10,000 years.
Yeah, giving Dr. Gupta credit here, because I'm just a radio talk show host. He's a medical consultant to a gigantic network, and he blew the top off this, a couple of years ago now? Mm-hmm. So I give him credit for that. And now you tell me what you think of marijuana. And there are various forms, oils, there's a plain old smoke in it, and so forth. Does it help?
Oh, it helps tremendously. There's 100. Last time I looked, there was more than 104 different cannabinoids, which are ingredients in cannabis,
right?
Which is the marijuana plant. And each one of them has a separate effect. And you do not have to get high. The THC, which is tetrahydrocannabinol, which is the component of cannabis that gets you, but it has a psychoactive component that gives you that buzz.
Yes.
That can be deleted from marijuana, and you can buy it legal. You can buy marijuana legally, by the way, in all 50 states. You just can. It's not the THC. The THC is what's the illegal part of it. The legal part of it is the other 103 cannabinoids. The other 103 cannabinoids do tremendous things with regard to improvement in immunity, improvement, protection against. They have antioxidant effects. They have protection against some aging-related disorders. They are good for arthritis. I mean, the list is on and on and on. They help with sleep, help with anxiety. Some of the cannabinoids stimulate appetite, and which is very good for people with cancer because their appetite is shot because the cancer itself in late stages produces these chemicals in the body that ruin your appetite, that just make you feel horrible. And the marijuana helps that. It also, there's some components of the plant that actually inhibit appetite. So there's all these various effects that you can get out of this one plant. And that's why for thousands of years, marijuana has been one of the most ubiquitous medicinal herbs on the planet, and is the real reason, by the way, why cannabis was outlawed, because it was. I'm sure you know this, Art, but the original Model T Ford, the first car, the first mass-produced automobile, was designed to run on what? Gasoline? No. It was designed to run on hemp.
Yeah, hemp. I know.
Okay.
And I know. This is another case of idiots. I don't want to sound like Donald Trump, but idiots running the country. I can't think of anything particularly negative about marijuana. Even in the getting high part, you get high. You get no headache from being high. When it goes away, it doesn't leave you with a hangover. It just fades away. People driving on marijuana, not that anybody would recommend that, but they're liable to be the ones doing 45 miles an hour, not 120.
Right.
So it has none of the horrible bad effects that they assigned to it that I'm aware of.
Right, but it did get in the way of certain industries. It got in the way of the gasoline industry.
How about
booze? It got in the way of the textile industry because hemp clothing lasts forever.
Yep. How about booze? How about booze, Doctor? I mean, if you compare the two, booze is horribly damaging. It costs billions and billions every year in the economy from the damage that alcohol does. So I would think they would have a big interest in suppressing cannabis until it doesn't exist if they could do it.
Right, and hemp paper, by the way. The Constitution of the United States was published on hemp paper.
That's right.
George Washington was the largest hemp farmer in the United States until the 1930s. You could pay your income taxes with hemp.
Mm-hmm. There's people out there going,
it was a major cash crop of the United States.
Are they really saying this? Yes.
This is all fact. This is all absolute fact. And what happened was there was a conspiracy. I don't generally believe in conspiracy theories, but there was a conspiracy among industrialists and the government to outlaw marijuana because it got in the way of paper manufacturers and clothing manufacturers and pharmaceuticals and a few other companies. And they wanted to get rid of it, and by God, they did, and they outlawed it. Mm-hmm. And then they compounded that crime by turning it into the biggest boogeyman in the war on drugs.
What did they do? Make it a schedule? In some places, I think it is still a Schedule II drug, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And that's right.
It's a felony, and you could go to jail for many
yeah,
years.
And that's right in there with like heroin and crack cocaine.
Yep.
In fact,
LSD.
LSD. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So what a horrible thing we did.
Schedule 2, by the way. Schedule 1.
Schedule 1.
Okay. Even worse. Yeah.
Even worse. Yes. Horrible. 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 And so if somebody has cancer right now, and I have some friends that do, they use marijuana, and it helps them tremendously with the symptoms they have. Number one, from the, these body-wrecking drugs that people have to take for cancer, these chemicals. It helps them fight the nausea. It helps them feel better, and it's against the law.
Right.
So, what would the downsides medically of marijuana be?
Well, I mean, you don't want to. You need to understand that it is there is a psychoactive component in it, unless you get the THC depleted oils, which you can. You can get the THC. I have hemp oil right here that I use for joint aches and arthritis, and I use it for if I get a cut or a scrape. You can use the hemp oil for your skin as a cosmetic. So if you get the THC deleted hemp oil, you have all the ingredients minus the THC, and it's legal in 50 states. The only downside that I can think of with the marijuana is you don't want to operate motor vehicles with it, and you may end up getting a little sloppy or foolish or lazy if you imbibe on it at the wrong time.
Do you know, I think that was one of the main things that drove making pot illegal was the government feared that people would become less productive. At least they used that excuse, and there might be something to it. I mean, yes, somebody might smoke pot and sit back and contemplate the world when they might otherwise have gone and cut the lawn. I don't know. But
they can also have a 6-pack of beer.
Oh, well, look. The danger to society from alcohol is far, far bigger than anything from marijuana, as I mentioned. Right. If I were given a choice, you don't ever want to face anybody driving in the other lane on anything at all. But given a choice between somebody on pot, somebody on alcohol, a drunk driver, I'll take the pot guy anytime because he's probably crawling along.
Mm-hmm. Now, the other interesting thing about marijuana is that it's immune activating drug.
Oh.
It stimulates the immune system, and so it has another benefit for people who have autoimmune disorders such as multiple sclerosis and also arthritis and also cancer. So there's a whole lot of good news to this, and the government themselves published these papers back in the 1970s saying that this substance had tremendous benefit, but it was suppressed. The research was suppressed because I guess they didn't want to get caught, being at odds with themselves.
Not only that, but our jails, Doctor, are filled to the bursting point with many, many, many people who are arrested for some level of marijuana, something or another. If we were to empty the jails of the marijuana arrests, they'd be pretty empty.
Well, then we'd have room for the illegal aliens.
Oh, my. Well, all right. Listen, I did promise everybody that they could try and call in and ask a question or two. You're a very honest, frank, open doctor. I appreciate that. Your website, if you guys want to know more, by the way, is immortalitynow.net. That's immortalitynow.net. Now, it's a little bit misleading. Or maybe I guess I should say hopeful. We're not going to get immortality now.
Well, it depends on what you consider immortality, Art. I'm not looking to be Methuselah at 969 years of age. But if I get to be 150, we're all,
Well, immortality, it's a word. It has a meaning.
Immortality.
Right? Practical immortality?
Practical immortality.
Right. Not true absolute immortality. Right.
No.
All right, that's good. We'll go with that. Dr. Ronald Klatz, and he actually coined the term anti-aging medicine. So we've been talking about anti-aging and a whole lot of other things through the night. If you have comments, now's the time. We're going to go to the lines, I promise. So here we go. Doctor, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go to Ben on Skype. You're on the air with Dr. Klatz. Hi.
Hi, Art. Ben in Tucson. Dr. Klatz, just curious. Just another method of ingesting the THC is to juice the leaves. That's what I do. And you don't get high, you don't get stoned or anything like that. But if you juice the leaves, you get all the nutrients without the THC. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if you've heard of that before, but that works very well.
I have. In order to activate the THC, you need to heat it. It's very interesting. The THC only becomes a psychoactive chemical. There's a chemical reaction that occurs when you heat it. So people will bake the marijuana into brownies. That'll get them high. Or they'll smoke it. That'll get them high as well, or they'll vape it.
But if you juice it, you don't have that problem, which is the reason why I do it. Now, my question for you is this. Lifestyle diseases. So the number 1 and 2 killers in the U.S. still are overnutrition, eating too much, and smoking. So now in order to live to all these ages, 120, whatever, you're going to have to stop smoking and eating too much and then do everything else. Am I correct or no?
Well, there are some people who have smoked a long time and lived to a prodigious old age. There's a lot of people who are in their 90s who've smoked their whole life.
True.
I guess it depends on what you smoke. If you're, there is some argument that natural tobacco is not as bad for you as industrialized tobacco. If you look at natural tobacco, it's pretty clean stuff. If you look at the stuff that they sell you in a cigarette, there can be as much as 1,000 different chemicals, including some radioactive ones, added to the cigarettes.
Wow. You're not a smoker, are you?
No, not at all.
All right. You do hear these stories, though, about people living to be 100 and whatever, and they're sitting there happily smoking away.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I'm not endorsing smoking by any means.
Right.
But I'm just saying that if you're going to smoke, smoke the cleanest thing you possibly can, and that's natural tobacco.
Boy, I bet the tobacco companies wish they could put you on the air.
I could be like one of those lucky strike doctors from the AMA back in the 1950s.
They actually can't put anybody on the air. Let's go to Utah, I think, and you're on the air. Hi.
Art, hearkening back to what we said before, the problem with the U.S. medical industry is not the doctors. I want to make that real clear. It's a lack of competition and lack of availability of new therapies that would be competition with drugs. It would drive the drug prices down and would make more medical care available to a larger number. It's a lack of competition, and the competition is held at the state that it is, by the FDA, by the state licensing boards, by the entire system. So we need a system-wide repair.
Okay. Having said that, person in Utah, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
This is Tammy.
I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I have a question for the doctor. I was recently diagnosed with cervical spine stenosis, and it was caused from every one of my thoracic and half of my lumbar vertebrae are herniated. Do you have any advice for me?
Okay. I'm going to stop you, ma'am. I'm sorry, but look, we have a medical doctor on the air. One thing medical doctors don't do, I won't allow him to do, and I doubt he would if I even did allow him to do. We're not making diagnosis on the air. We're not going to recommend treatment on the air. That's not a right thing to do, is it, doctor?
Well, it's very hard to do it. It's not very fair to the patient either, because, all I can give you, at the best I could do is give you the knee-jerk response, which, may or may not be right, and chances are it's not going to be right, because without examining the patient, you really can't know. There's dozens of different types of spinal stenosis.
There you go. Exactly.
I'm sorry. I wish I could help you out further.
All right. Another caller. Hi. You're on the air.
Hey, Art. This is
Jeff, calling from Parkersburg, West Virginia.
Okay.
I don't want a diagnosis, but I want to give a little bit of background. 3.5 years ago, I had a A1C of 9.1.
Okay, look, there you go. It's technical. Sir, do you have a question that relates to what the doctor is here for?
Yes, I wanted to get his views on ketogenic diets, intermittent fasting, and the conventional doctors going along with the American Diabetes Association, American Heart Association, when they're often off base and really not even science based.
All right, doctor.
I can't argue with the caller. I think that so many of these societies are based in science that's 30 years old. They don't look at the latest technology. They don't look at the latest breakthroughs. They don't look at the latest research. And they're dogmatic. And they have an opinion, and they won't change it for almost anything. There is a lot of data to support, various types of diets, including the ketogenic diet. Ketogenic diet is very good for a lot of different problems, including neurological problems, by the way. Ketogenic is being advanced for people with Alzheimer's and neurodegenerative disease, as well as other problems, because the ketogenic diet has many benefits in stimulating tissue repair and in using an alternative energy system within the body. Our bodies run on not just glucose, but on ketones as well. With regard to fasting, intermittent fasting,
yes,
great stuff. Great stuff. It helps to detox the body, and there has never been a time in the history of man where the human species has been subjected to the level of toxicity from our environment. We're being literally poisoned by our food, our water, our air, and radio waves, dare I say, not your radio waves from your show, Art, but
no, ours are clean. Waves. Our radio waves are clean. Yours
are healthy. But the environment we live in is polluted to the max. And it's taking an effect on health across the board. And people need to wake up to that, because even with the best drug therapies, with the best exercise, and with the best lifestyle, if you don't clean up your environment, you're in big, deep doo-doo.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to Skype and Anthony. Anthony, you're on.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, hi there. Fine.
Hi, that's good. Hello, doctor. How are you?
Yes, sir.
Hi. Art, just wanted to tell you one thing real quick. Is I've been right there from the beginning with you.
Yes, sir.
I've never made a call till now.
Okay.
Just sorry I found you too fascinating to interrupt. But anyways, I have a real quick question. I hope this isn't out of line, but you were talking about smoking marijuana.
Yes.
And I have a real problem with that. See,
why?
I'm an extreme empath, and I was actually going to call once, Art, to help you with your OB problem. But anyways,
with my what problem?
Out of body experience.
Oh, I see. That wasn't a problem. That was cool.
Well, no, I didn't mean problem. I meant to help.
Anyway,
you.
Go ahead, sir. We don't only have so much time.
No problem.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what I want to ask is, I really get too paranoid, emotional, and way too much on it. I have sarcoidosis.
On what, sir? On what?
On smoking pot.
Oh, okay.
And I have sarcoidosis, and it's a real bad side of it.
Okay, well, you know what? Then don't smoke it.
Well, I want to know, is there a type that I can smoke? Because I've heard that there is.
Okay.
Probably. Tell me.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, there's probably at least 50 different strains of marijuana that are commercially available and that are cultivated specifically for its level of this substance or that substance, and they have different effects. And so in places like Colorado, you can go into these marijuana, and California too, these marijuana dispensaries that are really, they're more pharmacies than they are anything else. And they will tell you, really, really carefully and to the letter what the benefits of this strain versus that strain are.
Right.
And so people who get, there are some strains of marijuana that do tend to make people paranoid or uncomfortable, and there are other strains that are much more mellow and are much more relaxing, and there are other strains that are very energizing, and there are other strains that are frankly supposedly open the third eye and are good for meditation and good for psychic experience. Now, I don't know how much of that is actual real, but I know that there is. It's kind of like having a pizza. There's pizza and there's pizza and there's pizza. Some of them taste a little more Mediterranean. Some of them taste a little more California. Some of them taste a little more, like Pizza Hut, right?
Right.
So there are different flavors. And if the caller does have a problem with anxiety, he might be able to find a strain that is much more mellow and less anxiety-inducing, or as you say, just don't smoke.
Right. Okay. Next from Columbus, I believe, with Dr. Klatz. Hi.
Yes, this is James from London, Ohio. I had first Bell Gab, Roslow's art.
Thank you.
For Dr. Klatz,
Go Bell Gab.
I have a very specific question. I heard him talking about athletes and how they stay younger longer.
Right.
Now, I've experienced something that's totally different. It's working with the military. I joined when I was 17 in the Army and then in the Marine Corps at 20 and had several combat tours, plus I'm a contractor now. And I noticed with myself, I made gray, but I still can hump what the young do. Hump meaning go up mountains in Afghanistan.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Walk through the deserts. And there is something, I think, to that keeps one young. And I'm now 48. So, I mean, I've been doing this. Look, war is a game. It's the ultimate game. And
I absolutely agree with you. If you're that active and you're that involved, it'll keep you younger. I think, that's doctors said that, right, doctor?
I agree with that entirely, yeah.
Yeah, so we agree.
And that was my question was, what does that? Is it the adrenaline? That was my real question. Is it the adrenaline, the boredom?
What it is that when you exercise, you turn on an entirely different set of metabolism. You turn on different switches in your genes and in your metabolism than you do when you're sitting in a chair. Even if you stand up, you activate different switches in your mitochondria and in your chromosomes than when you're sitting down. Probably the worst thing you can do for yourself is to sit down throughout the day. The best thing you can do is stand, walk, or move. Motion is associated with a different process of metabolism, and it stimulates. It's not just the exercise. It's the actual movement that stimulates your metabolism to a different level. And that higher level of metabolism is associated with a more youthful level and is more effective at detoxification, at preventing many of the disorders of aging. So being sedentary is perhaps the worst thing you can do for yourself.
Okay, Pam, on Skype, you're on the air with Dr. Klatz.
Hello.
Hi.
What I would like to know is his opinion on, we are what we eat, right? GMO food.
Okay.
Glyphosate-laden vegetables.
Okay.
Oh, boy. There is a big push from very powerful people and from very powerful organizations and from very well-connected political organizations to force GMOs down the throat of the public. And frankly, what I don't understand is that if the FDA requires extensive testing for safety and for efficacy of every new drug that comes along, but you make a new substance, which is what you do with the GMO plant. If you make a GMO, if you put new genes into a plant, you have a different animal than you did, naturally. But the FDA just rubber stamps this stuff and lets it out onto the marketplace.
Oh, I know that. That's Michael Taylor runs that now. And isn't he a Monsanto person?
I believe he is.
Yeah, and
So
same with
are
the
you
USDA.
asking, ma'am, are you asking, are they safe? Are they dangerous? Are they good? Are they bad? What?
I think my opinion is, I want his opinion.
Well, then good.
Okay?
Make it a question.
What I want to know is how this affects, any kind of new medical longevity breakthrough, whether it is defeating the purpose.
All right.
Well, what you have is you have a big question mark, and the big question mark is GMO foods. And if you're into taking care of the most important machine you have, and that's not your car, and it's not your airplane or your boat or your telephone or your cell phone, it's your body. If you're into taking care of your body, then you want to be very conservative. And so you should be very cautious about what you put into it, whether it be a new drug or whether it be a new form of food or whether it be clean fuel or clean air or clean water. And so I recommend very, very strongly, if you have the potential for an extra, 15, 20, 30 years of youthful, productive lifespan, don't blow it on something that could potentially be dangerous.
All right. That was kind of an answer. I understand that you want to stay away from anything strictly problematic in some sort of legal way, but it was a really good attempt. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert. My guest is Dr. Klatz. Very interesting questions coming. And here it is again, and I think you just got your answer to it, really. It's high art. Would you please ask Dr. Klatz if he thinks the rise in autoimmune diseases is due to GMO foods? So his answer was, be careful. Right, Doctor? Dr. Klatz? Is that it?
Yes, that's the most I can say right now, Art. Just be careful.
Okay.
And on the side of caution.
All right. Now, here comes another big one. The rate of autism in America is gone up incredibly. Now, it's gone up so far that nobody can figure out why. I mean, it's way up. It's scary. I mean, it was 1 in 500, 400, 300, 200, 1 in 87. It's freaky stuff. You want to stick your neck out on it at all? Got any guesses? Not a chance. Oh, too bad.
All I can say is that MIT just published a report that at the current rate, autism will, if something is not done very, very soon, if something that's very serious is not done about autism, that autism could be as frequent as 1 in 2 boys by the year 2030.
Did you say 1 in 2?
That's right, 50-50 chance. And that's from MIT.
Oh, my God.
This was just a recent report, not 2 weeks ago.
Unimaginable. Unsupportable. If that were to happen, that's like the end.
As it is right now, it's
like the end of the world.
When I was growing up, the incidence of autism was 1 in 10,000.
Right.
In the Amish, it's still 1 in 10,000, but in the general public, it's like 1 in 60.
So that's like the end of the world.
8.
That's like the end of the world.
It's getting there.
1 in 2? That's the end of the world. The world couldn't support that.
No.
All right. Fine. Let's go to the phones. I'm sorry. Who's next? Hit the next button, Arthur. There you go. Hi.
Hi there, Art. I have a question for Doctor. I'm Tom in San Diego.
Hi, Tom.
2 questions for the doctor back on tobacco. The first one is that you always see the statistics about that tobacco is the highest ranked cancer causing or cancer death causing but you never hear the percentage of people that actually smoke that get cancer, which is the inverse of the question. And the second tobacco question I have is, I started smoking when I'm 20. If I quit at 60, I know that changes happen in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. So my question is, what are those changes that happen naturally, and what does his life extension program have to make a better recovery?
Okay.
Okay, with regard to an anti-aging medicine program, there's an awful lot of detoxification that goes along with anti-aging. And the detoxification is to pull toxins out of the body.
Right.
And whether that be through use of spirulina or chlorella or hot saunas or large amounts of vitamin C or other detoxifying nutrients, the purpose is all the same. Even exercise will help to remove toxins from the body. And there are a lot of toxins from smoking. I believe that the statistics are that it takes about 7 to 10 years to completely reverse or eliminate the risk factors associated with smoking, such as heart disease and cancer. So it's a long-term event, but you should start right now. The chance, you might get lucky, and you might not end up with cancer. You might not end up with, heart disease. Not everybody gets it, and certainly there are things that you can do to mitigate it. There are a tremendous amount of anti-cancer products in the foods we eat. Garlic, selenium, vitamin D. These are all strongly anti-cancer. Folic acid.
Before we get too far away, let me invite you to stick your neck out again. And you can laugh and say no way if you want to. But, all right, so people are smoking cigarettes.
You like me, Art.
I do. People are smoking cigarettes. They're hooked. They're looking for ways to stop. Now we have vaping. You know about vaping, right?
I do, and
okay.
I know one of the major manufacturers of vaping, and I was not for it initially because I wasn't convinced that the material they use for the vapors, the propylene glycol, was all that great for you.
Basically, vegetable oil, isn't it?
Well, it's propylene glycol. And sometimes they use vegetable oil.
Yeah, okay.
But anyway, it's much less toxic than what's in a cigarette. And it turns out that, quite to my surprise, that the studies are showing that vaping has a very good effect at helping people quit. Because apparently the reason why people smoke is not so much the nicotine, but they have this psychological desire to play with the cigarette and watch the smoke. And
absolutely.
Everything that goes with it.
Yes.
There's a whole mantra, associated with it. Meditation perhaps, and people like that, and they can get the same feel from a vape cigarette, and it has a very high level of success in getting people to quit. I think it's like over 50%, which is much, much higher than any of the drugs.
We're not going to find out years later that it, causes somebody's leg to get shorter than the other one or something, are we?
I doubt it. I really do. It seems...
Well, that's a good answer. Honest answer. Thank you.
Dark Matter News. I'm Leo Ashcraft. A massive UFO mothership was photographed looming over the surface of the moon last month. A ship that appears to be 100 miles long, at least according to analysis of the images by a prominent UFO researcher who took a long, hard look at a YouTube video that claims to show weird lunar flashes or pulses, along with many weird anomalies that dart through the frame. The video catches a long tubular object hovering over the edge of the moon. The YouTuber Crow777 says this is a mothership. Skeptics say that this and other photographic evidence of UFOs on the moon are nothing more than imperfections in the pixelated images or natural formations on the lunar surface that are misinterpreted by untrained observers. It's a popular sci-fi plot. Earth sets up colonies on Mars. Mars colonies grow, developing their own technologies and culture. And then Mars colonies rebelled against overbearing Earth government, demanding independence. It happens in Total Recall, Babylon 5, and in Red Mars. But what if we gave Mars its independence right from the beginning, rather than giving future colonies to governments or corporations? Jacob Hack Misra thinks we should let the Martian colonists develop their own values, governments, and technologies with minimal interferences from Earth. He's an astrobiologist at the Blue Marble Space Institute of Science, a nonprofit organization that promotes international unity in space. His strategy would preclude any Martian wars for independence, but culture independence could help Martians think differently enough to solve problems that Earth continues to struggle with, such as working together to fight global environmental problems or making long-term plans for the future of humanity. Instead of getting divided by nations or plundered by industry, he says maybe Mars is more valuable in trying to seed the second incidence of civilization. The plan that he lays out is in an essay in New Space. Someone has spotted a water monster in Fairview, Oregon. A 23-year-old believes an unknown creature is lurking the waters of the Columbia River. Taylor E. Bagdell, a computer technician at Multnomah County, said on Monday he was fishing from a boat ramp dock at the Chinook Landing Marine Park when he and two other people pointed out the oddity on August 19th. He said it happened around 10 p.m. that evening, saying he first thought it was a log or a sea otter at first until it began moving. He said it drifted slowly about 50 yards away, and then it began to sway a bit, and there were several sections on the top side submerged. The unidentified animal, he says, had a black and white striped long fins on the back. While the sighting only lasted about a minute, he said it left him with a creepy feeling and goosebumps. Chinook Landing Marine Park is a 67-acre area, mainly dedicated to boating activities. In late July, a Texas woman said she had encountered a similar creature while on a boat on the Sabine River. She said she and her husband were fishing from a boat, and she had encountered the creature swimming by her side. While the sighting only lasted a few seconds, she was able to spot some of the physical features of the creature. A long spiky tail the size of a tree trunk in diameter had come out of the water. She said it had a single row of spiny spike things that went along the whole length of the tail, and when she saw it, she immediately thought of an image of a dragon or a dinosaur. Two humps of the tail moving in and out of the water as it slowly went under the water, making very little splash. And then in February, a woman from Hardin County, Texas, had an encounter with a similar creature that her grandparents had reportedly experienced while crossing the Sabine River from Louisiana into Texas. The report also included 20 additional families that were witnesses to this alleged reptilian sighting. The being was described as something that looked like a dragon. The animal had reportedly come out of the water, scaring the horses that were traveling with the families. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
I want to add, Dr. Klatz is not selling anything. You're not listening to an infomercial or any baloney or junk like that. This is just the state of the art, and we actually branched off into many, many, many different areas, some of which he can talk about and some of which, wisely, he does not talk about. And I don't blame him. I understand the implications. Scott, you're on the air with Dr. Klatz. Yo.
Yeah, good morning, Art.
Morning.
Good morning, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've got a question, but I've got a quick comment to the caller before who was having trouble with panic or whatever from smoking pot. If he can find a strain called God's Gift, I think he'll be favorably impressed.
All right. That said, you have a question?
Yes, I do.
None of us are supposed to be giving out any kind of medical advice, so.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I understand. Sorry. God's gift.
Does the doctor, do you know of any advances in stem cell research that would suggest they could be helpful to people with surgically caused problems with the pituitary or hypothalamus?
You know, that's kind of very advanced and esoteric therapies. I don't know of any stem cell researchers who are working on stem cell for hypothalamus or pituitary. However, stem cells are generally good for a lot of things. And, if you're able to find a stem cell researcher who's working on stem cell therapies for dementia, or for Alzheimer's disease, or for neurocognitive problems of the brain, you might get a beneficial effect on with these other tissue, these other structures within the brain as well. another interesting thing that's been happening. I mean, the area of neurology is exploding, and a new therapy that's coming to the fore, which isn't exactly stem cells, but does work in a way to stimulate the natural repair mechanisms within the cells, is laser-assisted photomodulation or photobiomodulation. And what they're doing, quite shocking actually, it was developed originally by NASA for use in the space program back in the 70s. And then it got, they found that this stuff works. What they were doing was they were looking at the effect of light on cells. And they found that there's certain specific frequencies of red light stimulate cell repair.
All right, doctor, can I stop you for a second?
Sure.
I have a really bad back. I don't mean a little bit of a bad back. I have a bad back of bad backs. It's, it frequently will stop me, period. I can't walk.
Mm-hmm.
I can't walk. So that's
right.
Called a full stop. And I've been seeing a doctor for years.
Right.
Okay, so I have tried something, and here it is. I went to a company who sells these LED pads, very expensive. I paid about $1,000 for what I got. It's a pretty good sized pad, doctor, and it has very strong red LEDs on it.
Yes,
and you can set the frequency of those LEDs that are modulated.
Mm-hmm.
You can set the duration. It gets quite warm. They're very powerful. And I've used it on my back, and never in all my life have I had anything that actually worked for my back. But this is doing it, and that's why I stopped you, because you were headed right there, so I couldn't help myself.
Exactly what I'm talking about. It's incredible the benefit of energy of the right frequency on the cells of the body.
What does it do?
It stimulates the natural repair mechanisms within the cell itself. It actually energizes the cells. And it turns on DNA repair. It turns on tissue repair.
Really?
And it mitigates some of the pain pathways. It interrupts some of the pain pathways.
Well, that's no joke.
And they're using this right now. Dentists have been using this for tissue repair in the mouth, for gums. Veterinarians are using it for wound repair in dogs and in horses.
Really?
And about the only people who are not using it is, again, the physicians, because it's not FDA approved for most doctors.
Well, look, I'm telling you, and I'm telling you the straight stuff here. I was at a point where I might have given up on ever having my back ever be better. I do it for about an hour a day, and I've been doing it now for almost...
An hour a day is probably a little bit too much.
Maybe.
Yeah, you're probably doing a little bit too much there. I'll talk to you off air about that. But
all right.
The important thing is that you have personal experience with photomodulation or photobiomodulation.
Yes, sir.
And this stuff does work, and it's been proven, and there's hundreds of papers. And now they're trying it out with Alzheimer's and with neurodegenerative disease. And they're finding it actually, in some cases, will regrow portions of the brain.
Incredible.
And so the listener who is talking about stem cells for pituitary and for other areas of the brain might have some benefit with neuromodulation or photobiomodulation, which is these red LEDs. But they have to be the right frequency, they have to be the right amount of time, and they have to be the right intensity.
Well, I've never found anything that worked until it came to this. I mean, there were some temporary things. You can go to a chiropractor, and frankly, my experience is that, they do what they do, and you feel better for about an hour, even most of the day, and then you're right back to where you were. Nothing ever really had a significant lasting effect until I tried this.
No, this is a technology that's been underappreciated and has been underutilized for the last 30 years. And the reason why is it's not a pill. And the bias in the pharmaceutical in the FDA and the bias in the medical industry is if it's not a pill, it can't be that good for you. And so it's a therapy that's been underutilized, and it's just now we're beginning to see the incredible benefits of this stuff because it works on a basic level. It actually works on a cellular level to help in repair and detoxification of the tissue.
Okay. All right. Enough of that. Back to the phones. And all of you, you're on the air with Dr. Klatz. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I am. Turn your radio or device off immediately.
Yeah, I didn't know it would be that quick. Okay. I'm Rebecca. I had a question.
Yes.
I use a lot of anti-aging creams, and none of them seem to really work. And I was wondering what the doctor might recommend, especially for women, like maybe that aren't
super
expensive
question
for an
for me,
average.
unfortunately.
Okay.
Because, again, it comes down to, there's a million different anti-aging creams out there. Some of them are beneficial, some of them are not, and a lot of it depends on the individual. I wish I had an easy answer for you, but I don't, except to say that there are things that do work.
All right. Hello, you're on the air with Dr. Klatz.
Hi, this is Julia. Hello, Art.
Hi, Julia.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, Doctor, if you could just briefly address things like electric medicine, like the Bob Beck protocol. There's also this like EERT. It's EPRT. It's using, microcurrent to help bones heal. I'm just interested in your opinion on that.
I am too.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, a lot of this, again, goes back to energy medicine, goes back to stimulating the cells of the body, stimulating the nervous system of the body in very subtle ways. And we don't understand much of that in the West. The Chinese seem to have a better understanding of energy medicine than we do because of their long history and, acceptance of acupuncture. But clearly this stuff does work, and clearly this stuff does have a benefit. And for people who are interested in this, excuse me if I hawk my website, but worldhealth.net, there's probably about 100 papers online that are free for you that talk about these various aspects of energy medicine, and whether it be photonic energy, which is light, or whether it be microcurrent, or whether it be ultrasound, or whether it be magnetic nerve stimulation. This is a whole new area of medicine that will come into its own within the next 10, 15 years, because we're just beginning to start looking at these energy technologies in a meaningful way. And when we do, we will find miraculous results, just as you've experienced with red LED for pain.
Amazing stuff, yeah. Okay, Mac on Skype, you're on the air.
Yes, I'm calling from Arkansas.
Okay, but you're going to have to get really close to your computer because it sounds like you're in a hollow tunnel. So look for that little tiny hole in the computer where the mic is and get right up to it.
Is that better right there?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. I have two questions. I will try to make quick. My first question is, you were talking earlier about GMOs and marijuana, and it seems to me that there's a possibility that some of the marijuana that is sold in the marijuana stores today has been taken from its actual natural state, like possibly chemically grown. Is that a possibility? And number two,
they definitely, bred stronger and stronger and stronger. There's no doubt about that. And they've bred for specific medical treatment as well.
Yeah, but I don't believe that they've inserted genes that have no natural reason for being there.
Not necessary. Anyway, caller, go ahead.
Yes, and my other question was, what is the basic element in cannabis, marijuana, if you will, that helps like patients like myself with RLS?
RLS is a real difficult problem to treat. It's very painful and it's very complicated. Though it certainly would not be out of the realm of it certainly would not be worth it. It would be worth a try of trying the cannabinoids with it. Certainly the oils on the limb, because the type of pain that RLS is associated with, might be very well modulated by some of the cannabinoids.
Well, all right. Somewhere in Wisconsin, I believe you're on the air.
Thank you, Art. My name is Riley. I'm calling from Osceola, Wisconsin.
Hey, Riley, you're going to have to speak up good and loud.
All right. Any better?
Better.
All right. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Just a quick question in regards to progress in the anti-aging field in regards to type 1 diabetes.
Okay.
Diabetes is a very important issue in anti-aging because everybody has diabetes. I shouldn't say let me take that back. Everyone is on their way towards getting diabetes.
Right.
If we live long enough, we all develop failure of our pancreas, and we develop insensitivity of the cells of our body to insulin. And so we develop diabetes or diabetes-like syndromes. And so there are a number there's an awful lot of research on new drug therapies. There's an awful lot of research on artificial pancreases, and there are artificial pancreases on the market. We're not just pumps, but actual pancreas that adjusts insulin output depending on your blood sugar. There are better and better methods of determining blood sugar. The latest thing I've seen is a contact, like contact lenses for your eyes,
right,
that actually have Bluetooth embedded in them, a Bluetooth type transmitter, an RF transmitter that transmits to your cell phone what your level of glucose is.
Wow.
So, having diabetes was a pretty dismal diagnosis just 20 years ago. But today there's so much happening and so much good stuff. And with stem cells, I really believe that there's going to be a cure for not just type 2 diabetes, but type 1 diabetes very shortly. There certainly is in the laboratory right now with animals.
Some people seem to acquire diabetes very early in life, and other people, as you say, very slowly move toward it toward the end of their life, right?
Yes. The people who develop it early are people who have an autoimmune reaction and have essentially they kill off the cells within the pancreas that produce insulin.
Uh-huh.
And so this is an autoimmune disorder. As we grow older, it's a combination of autoimmune and desensitization of the cells to insulin. But much easier to treat type 2 diabetes, which is adult-onset diabetes, than it is juvenile diabetes. And also juvenile diabetes causes more damage because there's much wider swings of glucose.
All right, Doctor, you have been a joy to have on the air. Really, you're well-humored and everything, and you've got a lot of information, and we don't have a lot of time. So if you want to get in a plug here at the end, go for it.
Okay, well, the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine is the world's largest preventive medicine society. We have 26,000 members, physician members of the Academy. We've trained over 150,000 doctors in 120 countries around the world, and we're a nonprofit organization. And we're here specifically for the purpose of advancing the state-of-the-art of preventive medicine and to train physicians in that technology. And so if you're looking for an anti-aging program, find a doctor who's a member of the Academy, and you can find them online at www.worldhealth.net. Worldhealth.net, we have a free newsletter that I'll send to all of your listeners if they go online and sign up for it. It's right there on the homepage at worldhealth.net. And there's even a forum that they can leave questions, and doctors will answer their questions for them online. So a lot of benefits, and it's all free, and that's because we're a nonprofit organization. We're out there just to, advance the science and help the public.
Way to go, Doctor. It's been a pleasure having you on the air.
I'm so happy you're back.
Thank you, and we will do it again, my friend.
You bet.
Good night.
Stay on the line. I want to talk to you about something else.
All right. I will, actually. private and secret medical advice. Keep an eye on my picture. From the sound of his voice, I might be getting younger and younger and younger and younger.
In the desert.